The clouds have got wonderful, wonderful conditions here. This is going to be a huge day.
To win the gold, it takes something so much different than what it takes to win every other event on the surf sports calendar.
Many have tried to win and many have failed.
Probably one of the hardest races in the world to do.
It is the pinnacle endurance event in our sport, and it's brutal, you know.
Male and female, they're the unsung heroes of Australian sport. The Coolangatta Gold's got to be
The beauty with the Coolangatta Gold is that it was born out of surf lifesaving.
The Coolangatta Gold became famous with the movie that was made back in the day.
This race became sort of immortalised off the back of the movie and is still around today. It's really cool. It's really cool.
See the steely look on their faces. The nerves are starting to rise now.
It's 42 kilometres, a marathon worth of ski paddling, running, swimming, board paddling, followed by another run at the end.
You have absolutely no idea what the conditions are going to be.
Surf, you've got wind, you've got tides, currents, and you're out in that for 4 hours. Anyone who's not done it has no idea of the debilitating pain and fatigue during the race.
Physical grind is it's just depletion.
You just got to dig deep and get it done.
It's the culmination of the entire winter preparation.
It's a long preparation, and you've also got to get your head around it mentally as well.
It's more sacrifice than it is surf race, that's for sure, and that's why the best guys who win it are the toughest guys, and they're the ones willing to sacrifice the most and get the most out of themselves in the end.
Hello and welcome. Shaw & Partners Financial Services Coolangatta Gold, the 40th anniversary of the great race. In 1984, a Hollywood movie created an event. The event defined a sport and captured the imagination of a nation. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed Guy Leach claimed the first title and a legend was born. Fast forward to today, and the Shaw & Partners Coolangatta Gold continues to be the toughest test in surf sports. Only 9 men and 8 women can call themselves their name to the trophy and claim one of the most iconic titles in the sport. This is the 2024 Shaw & Partners Coolangatta Gold. Hello and welcome to beautiful Coolangatta on the amazing Gold Coast in Queensland, one of the most iconic places anywhere in the world for one of the toughest tests in surf sports. I'm Josh Minogue. Joining me in commentary is 4-time champion of this great race, Courtney Hancock. Courtney, welcome. What an event, what a story, what a day we have in front of us.
Oh, it certainly is. And as you said, I'm getting all the feels just watching the film of, having Grant Kenny there, who was part of the movie. And the scene is absolutely set at the moment. And if you're down here on Coolangatta Beach, you can feel all the nervous energy, the excitement. There's so much that goes into this event. And you hear a lot of the athletes say it's not an individual race. It is a team event because the amount of handler support crew. 20 weeks of preparation, Josh Minogue, and here we are set for a start.
Yeah, that's exactly right, and you heard those, former champions in the openers there talk about this race, what it takes to win, and the sacrifice you have to go through just to get to the start line, and that is what makes this race truly special. You can't just decide the day before, I'm going to turn up and do this one. It is a torture test. It is one of the hardest races in the sport, and there are 2 phenomenal fields about to line up, men's and women's. And I don't think I've ever been more excited. I've never seen a deeper field of men's competitors going around, and that race on the women's side of things, it is going to be an absolute match race there. We have got 4 or 5 of the best iron women in the world, and I've never seen a race with more possible dynamics on the ladies' side of things. It's going to be truly something special.
It is going to be very special. It's, we're nervous up here commentating at the moment, but one thing I want to point out is the conditions today, the weather. The wind is a south-southeasterly, and it has picked up at the moment. we're already at 27 knots, so expecting that to go, you know, past 30 knots. So it's going to be low tide as well, but what have we got ahead of us, Josh?
Let's take a look at the famous course. They'll start with a 23-kilometre ski paddle. They'll head all the way down to the Tallabudgera Creek before making their way back. Next is the toughest leg, the surf swim, 3.5 kilometres out in that ocean. It's a very, very lonely leg. 6.1 kilometres on the board down to Pacific Paradise there, and then they'll finish it up with an 8.5 kilometre run. That run is a torture test. Last year we saw the likes of Georgia Miller. Well, the race claimed a champion last year, and that's how hard that run leg can be. It is truly something that will hurt these athletes. It's where the race is won and lost.
It is. That last run leg is really the make or break, and it's also what you've done before that as well when you come to that last run leg. You don't take too much nutrition. You'll see a lot of the athletes taking some Coca-Cola for that last run leg, and that's just to get that sugar. They're all going to be dehydrated. Their legs are going to be heavy. It's going to be very tough. The one thing they do have got going for them this year is they will hit that run going with the southerly, so they'll get a nice little push on the way up, but on the way back they will come into that 35-kilometre winds. But it is going to be a nice hard sand from what we saw from the years before. It's been a bit soft, but there's a lot out there. There's a little bit of swell at Coolangatta. There's some potholes. This is 20 weeks of blood, sweat and tears that goes into each and individual athlete's bag.
Yeah, you're spot on there. Final preparations going on down on the line there. The men are getting themselves set and ready to go. You can see how low that tide is. It is going to make it very, very difficult for these athletes. And the start, all important. All the work's been done, and we'll take a look at, you spoke about the weather now, but our man in the sand, Harold Marshall, will be with us all day long. He's in the thick of the action down on the beach.
Yeah,
Harold.
precious moments down here, guys. Ali, appreciate you giving us time just before we go out. Preparations have been on point. What's the final thoughts as we make our way out?
Oh, I just think, yeah, obviously everyone's feeling pretty nervous at this stage. You feel the crowd behind me starting to gather, and, you know, like, you've got to go out and just execute it now, and I'm excited about it, grateful. I've got so much friends and family here, so, yeah, looking forward to it.
Excellent, mate. All the best. Good luck. We'll see you shortly.
The 9-time champion. He's never been beat in this event. He's chasing a perfect 10, Ali Day. To say he's the absolute red-hot favourite would be an understatement. The 10th time he's taken up the event. He started in 2012. He's missed one or two in between. There's only one other man in this field who's won the race before. That's Matt Bevilacqua. And, well, for the smart money, everybody's saying it's those two men who have the best shot at winning the title here. But as we said before, it's one of the best start lists I have ever seen. That man on screen as well, Kendrick Louis, he's been close in the past. He's finished as high up as 4th in this race, never been on the podium, but last year his conversation about not being scared, willing to take on Ali and do anything he possibly can, it was promising signs for Kendrick Louis, but they're all chasing Ali Day. He truly is the greatest to ever do this event.
He definitely is. 9 times champion. I spoke to Ali through the week, and he's just incredibly grateful to be going for his 10th, which is remarkable. So whatever happens to Ali Day, he is a true champion of this race, of this sport. Kendrick Lewis, you mentioned, I was also thinking about him through the week. He's definitely a dark horse going into this. He is such a natural athlete, and I just wonder, I think the question around the men's, are these men, are they going? They would have watched Ali Day's races year after year. How do we beat him? What's the moments that he breaks us? Are they just going to race around Ali Day, or are they going to try and break him? That's my question today.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to see there. He has a formula. It's worked time and time again. It's to push the pace on that ski, break the field in the swim, and then he's got enough fitness to get him home. Everybody knows it, but understanding it and then overcoming it are two completely different things, and that's what makes this event so special. You can know what Ali Day is going to do, but whether you can do anything about it is the real question. And they've had 9 shots at it. Nobody's been able to get it done. Could this year be any different? I wrote about it during the week. Ali, a few things have changed in the last 12 to 18 months. He's now got two kids there. He's getting older. He said the end's near. This is probably going to be his last one, but they're all excuses, and Ali Day doesn't deal in excuses. If he's on the line, he's going to be fit, fired up, and ready to go. And we've spoken about him so much that I think every year people try and find a reason that he can't win, and maybe this won't be the year, but I can't see any reason that he's not ready and prepped. And a lot of the athletes have said this may be his best prep he's had in 4 or 5 years because he's the least injured he's ever been.
Yeah, he said he's felt really good throughout his preparation. He's just had his new little boy, Andy, that was born not too long ago, and he said that this year his purpose is obviously his family, his 2 little boys, and one thing he's really loved that's been different to the other years is Danny actually every time he does a session, he's come back and said, "Oh, Dad, how'd you go? Did you win? Yeah. Did you win? Did you win your training session?" So he's really loved that, and I think from speaking to him, he's in a very good place at the moment, and all I can say for everyone racing him, that is dangerous. So they are going to have to be in their best. Matt Bevilacqua, for example, if he's going to beat Ali Day today, he's going to have the day of his life.
Yeah, the 2019 champion. Sprint finish against Matt Poole, and one of the most iconic finishes we've ever seen. He's done this race 8 times. He's had 4 podiums and a win, and early on in his career he really struggled. He had a 12th and a 14th somewhere in there, and it wasn't what he wanted. The last time round he lost 4 minutes in the swim to Ali Day, but he brought back 2 minutes on the run last year. So he just needs to conquer that swim. If he can be close coming out of the swim, he's the world board champion, and he runs very, very good. I would say almost the best runner in this field, bar a couple of the other boys there, Shawnee Riley, Connor Maggs, 1 or 2 others. So he'll be one to watch, that's for sure. The interesting part, I spoke to a few of the boys on the line this morning, is how this is going to play out. That wind's turned around a little bit to the south. It's a little bit offshore as well, and that might create a few runners on the first half of the ski and then force you to punch back into it on the way home. And for those watching on at home, when you've got runners behind you, that breaks the field up a little bit. It forces you to take your own lines, go your own way, and that might cause a split in this field a lot earlier than we're used to seeing. So are they going to break it up? Are they going to go hell for leather, or are they just going to sit in and sort of settle into the pace? Don't be fooled. 42 kilometres does not mean slow off the start. Nobody's taking this one easy. You know better than anyone, Courtney. It is absolutely 100% for as long as you can manage. Rhys Drury said it best. You weather the early storm, settle yourself down, and then go to work, and that's exactly what's going to happen here.
Oh, absolutely. It's really interesting, the start of the Coolangatta Gold. It's with these men at the moment. You made a great point, Josh, that the weather at the moment, just having those little bumps, even if there's a little bit of a push, it just breaks the field up, which I absolutely love. I love when it's not necessarily focusing on that wash riding. It's really taking your own line and trying to get the Tallabudgera Creek as fast as you can and turning around and really hitting that wind also as quick as you can, because you want to get, every time you're going back into that south, you want to get in, get the work done, and get out of there, so then you move back into moving with the flow and moving with that current. So it's going to be interesting. Again, I think this whole race is going to be wrapped around Ali Day and all the other men looking at what he's doing.
Yeah, you are spot on there, that is for sure, and we can't wait. Let's take a look at the start list, and a lot of big names here. Matt Bevilacqua there from BNZ Northcliffe, one of the favourites. Taddy McDonald, don't count him out. He's finished in the top 10 a couple of times. I think he's had a 4th in 2021, so he'll be one to watch. Benny Zool, TJ Hendy is back from a long time out. Jaden Erskine coaches at Currumbin. He'll be one to watch in that opening ski leg. Bailey Williams at the bottom there. He's got a great story, and we'll talk about that a little bit later on. We head down the page. Hewitt from City of Perth. Good to see the West Australians. Piran Phillips, he's actually from Great Britain over there. He's part of the Portreath Club in Great Britain, but he's training out here at the moment. Gottschalk from Burleigh Heads, former from Sunshine. We'll talk about him. Sean Riley, he is a real underdog here as well. Noel Lombard is from Clifton Beach in South Africa. So he's the South African chance. He's been in the top 10. Connor Maggs, he's a young gun and one to watch. And then over the page, last on the list and last to enter, Kendrick Louis, one of the oldest men in the field, along with Ali Day. They're the same age group growing up. What an age group that would have been to be a part of. And it's a good field, and there's a number of guys here I could list off. One that we haven't spoken about as well is last year's short course champion, finished 3rd at the World Championships and 4th in 2022. That's Jackson Borg from Newport in Sydney. Only the 4th time he's done this race. He's finished 4th twice in it. He had a shocker in 2019 where he finished 17th by his own standards. He's the only man to ever finish the swim leg of the Coolangatta Gold with Ali Day. No one's ever finished the swim leg with him, but he just couldn't hang on and faded in those last 2 legs. If anyone can really shake this up, it's Jackson Borg.
Absolutely, yeah, that's a great point. And you don't see what Borgie does in there in New South Wales. He's from Newport there, and Newport have had a really, really great training run. They've got a little bit better weather this off-season from what I've been hearing from Trent Herring there at Newport. Had a really great group and all really supportive. So all the club of Newport come down and support each other. And I think it is really hats off to everyone from New South Wales who commit to that 20 weeks. It's a lot tougher than Queensland. So you know that anyone lining up like Jackson Borg, you know they're as tough as nails. So for this race, you need to be tough. You can't make excuses. You just see Matt Bevilacqua with his newly fiancée Brielle Cooper out there, who'll definitely be out there running around handling for him.
Yeah, that's it there. A lot of nerves on the faces of these men. It's been a long, cold winter, and it takes a hell of a lot of work to get just to the start line now. But the work's been done. The talk has happened. It is time to find out who will be the 2024 Shaw and Partners Coolangatta Gold champion. The men will float their boats. There's storylines with every single person in this field. They've had to overcome so much just to get here. But to claim the title and put your name on the trophy will take something truly special for one of these men. And that's what makes this event so iconic on the surf sports calendar. And we are about to crown ourselves another champion. There's so many men here I want to talk about. Nick Middleton on debut from Wanda in Sydney. Watch for him. He'll be very good. Sean Riley, we spoke about. Luke Chapman's been in the top 10 a couple of times here from Kurrawa on the Gold Coast. He's very, very quick in that final run leg. You don't want to be near him in the last few stages. Connor Maggs, he's a junior, well, coming through. He's the future of this sport. He will win this race one day. Can he win it today? I don't know, but we're about to find out, because this race is littered with underdogs who've got it done, champions who shouldn't have become champions. Even Guy Leach in the original race 40 years ago, he was young, blonde-haired from the northern beaches of Sydney. That's Connor Maggs. But nobody expected him to win, and I don't think anyone expects Connor Maggs to win today. Can we see history repeat itself 40 years later? Stranger things have happened. They're on the line, they're in the starter's hands. 42 kilometres awaits one of these men in the Shaw and Partners Coolangatta Gold, and the start is oh so important. If you get it wrong, you can't win the race here, but you can definitely lose it.
You can, and it's also, as we talk about, focusing on your ski, your paddle. They've got hats, sunnies, water packs as well. So it's a little bit more nerve-wracking with this start, but Josh, I can't believe here we are, 40 years from the movie, 2024 Coolangatta Gold. We are set for the Open Men's.
That is exactly right there. Have a look at the start list, off and away, and it's all about getting in and getting off nice and clean. On that bottom side there, it looks like Jaden Erskine. He's got a white and green ski, got off to an absolute flyer there. That's him on the bottom side. Matt Bevilacqua on the far right-hand side, starting to go to work. Ali Day on the top end, got off clean as well. So it seems like two little packs have sort of formed. The left-hand side of the race, that is Ali Day, Jackson Borg, Connor Maggs, they're going to work. Jaden Erskine on the right-hand side, that's him on the green and white, starting to absolutely fly. Bevilacqua was there doing his thing as well. So the boys starting to wind up, they're starting to grind, and here we go. And as I said, Courtney, there's no holding back, that's for sure. It is all in from the start.
It certainly is. And this is a part of, I know it sounds a little bit bizarre saying this, but you actually feel sometimes not that great sprinting out to that first cam, because it's an endurance race and you're just getting that lactic acid, you're just getting your heart rate up and you're really building into it. I have to say, Ali Day was the last one in the water then. He looked really relaxed and really settling himself, but at the moment, the pace looks really high, I have to say, and that's we spoke about that south swell.
There's already a split in the field. There's already a split between the first sort of top 10 or so and then the rest of the gap back there, and you can have a look at a couple of these boys really starting to blast this race wide open. Bevilacqua on the red, Ali Day on the black, Kendrick Lewis on that blue. That's the second group there. So have any of the big names sort of been left behind? I don't think so. It's most of the big guns have seemed to have put themselves up into that front group, and have a look at this. They're really starting to wind up, and out in front, absolutely flying there. There's no holding back. We knew that they were going to go hard. Jackson Borg settled in nicely into second place. Ali Day winding up into third as well. And we've seen this in the past. Guys try and blow this race wide open from the jump. And a lot of the time it hurts them on the back end because they're really going at it at the moment. And I don't know who that is. I'm just trying to pick it up as we get a little bit closer. But they're doing a fantastic job about going to work and really blowing this one up. And you can have a look at Jackson Borg. They're trying to chase at the moment. Ali Day sitting in, Bevilacqua, Kendrick Louis, Connor Maggs is there. All the big names sitting sort of one back, one off, and that's what you want from your big guns there. They know this is a long race. You set your race up early. You don't want to blow yourself sky high too early in this one, and that's the group I'm talking about.
And that's a beautiful shot. It's incredible, the shots that we're going to be able to see throughout this race. As we just have a look, everyone watching at the moment on the screen, look at there, you just see you've got Sean Riley, Ali Day, just on those little bumps. So you want to not necessarily be wash riding at the moment. You just want to kind of keep all the athletes, I guess, inside at the moment if you're in this pack here, but also make sure you're with that bumps. It looks like it could have been TJ Hendy. We'll have a little shot at that at the moment. TJ Hendy, Jackson Borg really leading that out at the moment, which is absolutely no surprise. We know those two athletes have got a lot of speed. Ali Day just sitting in there third at the moment. Matt Bevilacqua, Kendrick Lewis, Sean Riley, they're all there at the moment. And I guess with the first start of this race, we can only still see Kira in the background there. I believe a lot has actually happened. Connor Maggs, he's not too far away either.
Yeah, TJ Hendy has blown this one sky high at the moment. And let's talk about TJ. To say he's had an up and down history with this race is an understatement. He's had 2 DNFs over the years, and he's had 3 top 10 finishes. So it is, you either get rocks or diamonds with TJ Hendy. He's had about 18 months off out of the sport. He said he didn't love it. He didn't enjoy it. He had to go away and refine the passion. And I think in the last 18 months, that's really happened for TJ Hendy. The way he spoke about the race yesterday was a man who'd come here to win the race, to be completely honest. And I think that this start from him, I don't know if it's the smartest move, blowing it sky high, but he's definitely, he's put his money where his mouth is, that's for sure, because he said he was going to be in the race up to his eyeballs, and for the first, 4 minutes, he's led this one. And Ali Day, Jackson Borg go up alongside him, Sean Riley's there as well. Here comes Kendrick Louis trying to paddle back on, and I think Connor Maggs trying to do the same here. But it's a shock to see TJ Hendy lead, and he's a great ski paddler, he's a great board paddler, but I thought he would have tried and sit in and sort of build into this one, but good on him. He said he's done the best work he's ever done in his life. He's been the most confident he's ever been in his life, and he's the most prepared and focused for this race he's ever been in his career, and we're about to find out whether he has got enough. So we'll get back to the men's in just a little while. It's time to take a look at the women's field. We're not too far away from the start. Small field, but full of quality. Courtney Hancock, you've won this race more than anyone. What does it take to be a Coolangatta Gold champion?
I think we go back to that 20 weeks of preparation. It's day one being committed, and what do I want to do? Do I want to win this? Do I want to get top 10? What is it? It's it's putting your head down and being like, I really want to win this, and having that belief in yourself. So you've really got to commit a long time ago and be organised and plan. There's really a lot to this: nutrition, organisation, looking after yourself. So the girls has been really interesting, and maybe unfortunately or fortunately, I've been part of a lot that's come into that last run leg or been really close. It would have been nice to run those races like Ali Day and have a really kind of not easy, but kind of been able to enjoy that finish. But the girls have been really tight, and this is going to be really tight today. I think we really look at Lucy Derbyshire, the young gun coming through. She's an extraordinary athlete. Lana Rogers, we'll definitely talk more about her. She has had the season of a lifetime. Gemma Smith is back. We will talk about her. Her race that she did against Lana was absolutely iconic. And we also have Tiani Massey from Maroochydore. So we are set now for the Open Women's. I'm nervous, excited. Do I want to be out there? Maybe a little bit. But at the moment, we'll leave it to these girls, and I'm just so excited to see what unfolds.
Off and away, ladies, Coolangatta Gold for 2024, presented by Shore & Partners, and they are off to an absolute flyer. Watch for Gemma Smith in the middle. There's Tiani Massey on the blue. Lucy Derbyshire trying to go with her as well. Grace Giblett hanging on. There's Gemma Smith, pink ski, white hat. Have a look at her go. She is flying out in the middle. Former world downwind ski race champion. This is her weapon, and she said she's going to use it. She's got to get out in front. She had about 3 years off to try and go to the Paris Games for kayaking, has only been back for the last sort of 6 months. I think she's underdone for the Coolangatta Gold, but if anyone can do it, it's Gemma Smith. Tiani Massey on her side wash trying to go with her. Third place, Lana Rogers, Lucy Derbyshire. That's first and third from last year. Grace Giblett doing a great job. She's on that far left-hand side, hanging in on the ski there, trying to hold on. And the ladies, that pack's formed, but Gemma Smith is not hanging around. She's absolutely flying. The women's field, we've got Lana Rogers, Derbyshire, Massey, Gemma Smith, Phoebe Savage from Newport, finished 6th last year, Giblett from Surfers Paradise, Claire Van Kampen from Surfers Paradise, Victorian originally, then Britt Hooton from Emu Park, Fenella Gibbs-Beale from Noosa, Laura Campbell from Christie's, Sunita Lencole from Kurrawa, and Annabelle Patterson from Bondi. Watch for Annabelle as well. I got a little bit of inside knowledge on her. Swam at Harvard. Has only been 2 years into the sport. She is one to watch, the Kiwi there, to work her way up into the podium. But we always knew it was going to be a race in 4, didn't we? It was going to be Gemma Smith, Lucy Derbyshire, Tiani Massey, and the defending champion, Lana Rogers, is under the pump already in 4th place. And have a look at Gemma Smith go.
All the girls knew as soon as they saw that name of Gemma Smith lining up for this race. I feel like it was going to be all the attention on Gemma, definitely in this ski. We know how incredible she is as a ski paddler. So as we see the women's, we'll go back to the women's in a moment. Gemma Smith leading out. We come back to the men's on screen at the moment.
Yeah, Ali Day out in front, Matt Bevilacqua inside or outside him on the red. There's TJ Hendy just having a drink. You can see him pop that up. Jackson Borg, he's on the grey ski with the green nose. Sean Riley, the white ski with the red nose there. So he's a young gun in just only his 2nd race, 21 years of age, giving most of these men well over sort of 10 years experience. Kendrick Louis on the blue there in 6th place at the moment, and then a couple more of the boys just drifting out of screen right now. But this is, to be completely honest, this is how I thought this race was going to play out. Ali Day, Jackson Borg, Kendrick Louis, Matt Bevilacqua, TJ I thought would be there or thereabouts, but you can see how much that pace has blown this race sky high. There's no groups formed, there's no guys working together, they're just cutting all over the ocean. They would be redlining at the moment. The heart rate's at 180, and as we head back to the ladies, Lana Rogers is working her way back into it. But if I'm anyone, I like where Lucy Derbyshire is sitting at the moment. She is just tacked onto that group as we can see them shooting past there. The shots from the top of the hill there. She's sitting on Gemma Smith. She's got a little gap on Tiani Massey and Lana Rogers. That's where you want to be. But have a look at the difference between Gemma Smith and the rest of those girls there. She just looks oh so comfortable.
Oh, she's an incredible ski paddler and an incredible endurance athlete as well. She actually led, it was a couple of years ago, led the run leg. She put her shoes on, she had her headphones on, and she actually lost the race by 2 seconds, or maybe even just under 2 seconds to Lana Rogers, who actually just ran past her up the ramp. So for me, Gemma Smith, the fire's in the belly. I think anyone who's lost by 2 seconds in this race and led that run leg the whole way, I think you want more. So for me, I think she's definitely, she's one to watch at the moment. The girls' race, I thought it would play out like this. I feel at the moment no one really wants to get out in front and take a lead. I think it's all about trying to sit in on Gemma Smith this whole way, and I think trying to do as less work as possible. That's how I'm kind of seeing the girls at the moment, as you see Lucy there, Lana, Tiani there as well. Looks like they're going to let Gemma Smith just stay out in front and try and just stay with her the whole way. So for Gemma, it's really trying to break those girls. And as I just said, a little bit different with the boys. They're a little more clustered together and potentially trying to swap that lead around.
You can see the water there. There's just a little bit of wind on the water. It's a little choppy, and that's why they're not actually surging as you see Bevilacqua go to the front. That's them picking up those little runners coming out of the south and sort of going side by side. So we talk about weathering the storm. That was what we saw over the last sort of 10 minutes from the boys, and now they've started to settle down. They've established a group of 4 where they'll probably work together for a bit until 1 or 2 of them decide, I've had enough of this and I'm going to go again. And you can see Ali Day on the black in the lead there. TJ Hendy, the white ski, pink nose, Bevilacqua on the red, Jackson Borg, and that's your top 4 right now. No Kendrick Louis, Sean Riley's just dropped off. Way through. There's a few others that I'm pretty keen to look out for. Noel Lombard, we spoke about him at the start. He's a South African. He does all his work on his own in South Africa. 60-kilometre sessions, 70-kilometre sessions on his own in South Africa in the cold, cold water over there. He came out to the World Championships a couple of weeks ago, went to Northcliffe to train with Matt Bevilacqua and the rest of the crew, and has decided that this is his event, this is the event he wants to win. So big shout out to the South African there. We've had a big change in this ladies race so far. It is Gemma Smith out in front, Lucy Derbyshire going with her. Lana Rogers and Tiani Massey have dropped off. If you're Lana Rogers, are you panic stations at the moment, or do you know that you've got a good enough swim leg and the experience in this one to sort of take the pace back, settle yourself down and get ready to go again?
Yes, it's really interesting. I think dropping off at the moment for both the men's and women's, I think, you know, you get a bit flustered, you freak out a little bit. So we've obviously got a long way to go, but Lucy Derbyshire is doing a phenomenal job. I know that, speaking about the fire in the belly, Lucy has that this year. She really wants to win it. She was 3rd place last year. Her first time doing it, she was incredible. She held onto the ski the whole way, and at the moment it looks, you know, like her plan, which is very smart, is to sit with Gemma Smith, because Gemma Smith is frightening on that ski. I've done this race against her in this ski, and she's incredibly not only fast but strong as well, and she can really handle that pace. So for Lucy, if she can sit in there and stay with Gemma, she's going to set herself up really well. So yeah, I mean, both girls are incredible across swim, board and run. That's one thing that Gemma Smith also does very, very well. She's a state cross-country runner as well. So all girls was one interesting thing I thought about all those 4 girls. They all pretty much trained by themselves this year. Lana didn't have Georgia Miller from last year. Gemma's in New South Wales, also a full-time teacher. Lucy, basically being only one of the girls with her squad. But we go back to the screen and Ali Day in front. Yeah, we jump from the girls to the guys the whole way down on this course. It's going to be interesting to see them going back and forward. We have on the beach a lot of our former champions, and the 2022 former women's champion, Carla Papak, is on the beach. Carla, what have you got for us?
Hey guys, I'm down on the beach with Trevor Hendy, father of TJ Hendy and also legend Ironman himself. Now, TJ has taken a very early lead right now. Was that part of the game plan?
Yeah, TJ and Al, the surface crew, they train to get the heart rate up at the start and do a big sprint and carry that for 3, 4, 5 minutes and then calm it down after that. So if he's calming down now, it's a good start. But it's funny, isn't it? It's a beach and some sea, but you introduce the Shuram partners, Coolangatta Gold, and it's like so full of nerves and everything else. So it's pretty cool, these amazing young, healthy men and women doing this for 4 hours. It's incredible.
Yeah, it certainly is. And TJ's had a bit of a mixed bag with this race. He's had 2 DNF and then a few top 10 finishes. How has that, do you think, affected his mindset going into this race today?
I think it's a bit of a journey of his life. Like, he's a bit more of a, traditionally he was like a sort of sprinter, 12 minutes, 25 minutes, which is not sprint, you know, but in Ironman it is. So I think he's developed as he's got a bit older to be able to do the endurance. He's definitely trained and prepared and learnt from every single one of those things. So he's in the best shape I've ever seen him. And he certainly mentally, emotionally, physically, you know, everything, nutritionally and spiritually, really. So he looks great.
Yeah, and we know that he's just become a father to gorgeous Adeline. How do you think that's affected his preparation, his training? You know, you can't commit as much maybe to training, but do you think he's still focused as ever? Yeah, I think more focused than ever. Actually, I think he's got a really beautiful relationship with her and she just adores him, and it's nice to be adored, you know. And yeah, he shuffles training and he's got grandmas and grandfathers and all that sort of stuff that help out. But I think it's actually probably made him a better human, having a little girl and, you know, not being so stuck on self and thinking about yourself all the time. So I think we'll probably see the best version of TJ this year. Well, we can't wait to see how he goes today. Thanks so much, Trev. Thanks, Carlos.
Well, one of the all-time greats of the sport down there, dropping absolute knowledge on us. And he said those Surfers Paradise boys were going to go at it, and we've got 2 in the top 4 at the moment. We saw in the background before a couple of those boys trying to fight back on. I think it was Jesse Coulson, you said, from Surfers Paradise, but the former Victorian, great ski paddler, very, very good ski paddler. So, well, at the moment, the 2 big guns in a race recap 15 minutes in. It was TJ Hendy early who led this field, and then his training partner, Ali Day, took up the pace. Now it's Day and Bevilacqua 1 and 2. Jackson Borg has hung around in the perfect position, if I'm going to be completely honest. 1 off, 1 back from our leaders. And the southerly at the moment, and that southerly swell has caused the field to break up, and it's put pressure on a lot of the athletes very early on in this race, and there's not the groups that have developed that we thought there would be early on. That's Borg there. There's Coulson working his way up onto the field there. He's done a fantastic job to get back into this one. So the boys doing a fantastic job out there, starting to go to work. Sean Riley not too far away either, and that is the men's field and how strung out they are. Normally you're going to see groups of 5 and 6, 7 and 8 guys working together, but that swell pushing up the coast from the south has caused this race to blow wide open.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's learn a little bit more about Matt Bevilacqua.
It's our season, so it's the culmination of the entire winter preparation. So you finish up summer in kind of March, train all through winter, 20-week prep. And it's a 4-hour race against the elements, against the best, endurance guys on the planet. And yeah, you've got surf, you've got wind, you've got tides, currents, and you're out in that for 4 hours. So it's diverse, and you can't really prepare for any singular conditions. You've got to prepare for what's on the day, and it can be anything. It can be really gnarly storm weather, it can be flat and hot and dry, it can be just a variety of things. It's years of effort to prepare for the gold. Anyone who's not done it has no idea of the debilitating pain and fatigue during the race, so it's really mentally grinding, and it's brutal.
Well, he is one man who loves this race, and he is very, very determined. He is in the absolute prime position right now, 1 off, 1 back from the 9-time champion, Ali Day. What a day it would be if he could win 10, but Bevilacqua is going to be the man to, well, maybe spoil the dream for him. Ali Day, he's about a ski length out in front, and you can see the pace just starting to rise again. I don't know if Jackson Borg can go with him at the moment. And Courtney, you know this better than anyone. You're a 4-time champion here. This race it's a race of moments. You think nothing's happening, you think you're cruising along, and then all of a sudden it blows wide open. And I think TJ plays on your likes of Connor Maggs, your Kendrick Louis, your as you head further down sort of the field, your Sean Riley's, your Lukey Chapman's, how much of an impact that really has. And now on the women's side of things, Gemma Smith, she's blown this race wide open early on. Gemma Smith, that's a race in moments, isn't it? It's nothing's happening until it is.
Absolutely. I think the likes of, Lucy Derbyshire at the moment, she would absolutely, loved that opportunity that Gemma had there and really blew it open, because it's the same with Ali Day and Matt Bevilacqua as well. If you have a competitor who really takes it out and really sets that pace, and you can roll with that, as you said, it's going to break up the field, and you kind of, I guess, drop that from 5th to 10th straight up instead of potentially maybe carrying them for the 10 kilometres. So at the moment, Gemma Smith, Lucy Derbyshire sitting in the best spot at the moment. She looks fantastic and very, very relaxed. And Gemma Smith, we haven't heard too much about her, what she's doing. Trent Herring, her coach from Newport there, she did commit to the 20 weeks. She is a full-time school teacher, but she committed to swimming, board, run, ski paddling. So I tell you what, I definitely watch out for her, but also Lucy Derbyshire, only the age of 21. She is an absolute rookie, and I think the fact that Lucy can keep up with these girls who are, Lana Rogers being the age of 28, 2 times champion, for her to get in there and get this experience and be right up the front. Her race last year, she was always going to be better for it coming into this year.
Yeah, you're spot on there. She lost 4 minutes on the run to Lana Rogers, and she's been the most improved Ironwoman, which is shocking because she's also been one of the best Ironwomen in the last sort of 12 to 18 months, it's been an incredible journey for Lucy Derbyshire, and she will continue to get better and better and better as not only this race goes on, but as her career goes on as well. So it's just the beginning for Lucy. You talk about Gemma and her swimming. Her swim and board are going to be the big issue here. How much work she's done. She's only been back in the sport realistically for the last 6 months. She's only done 6 races in the last sort of, I would say, 5 years. Tried to go to Paris as a kayaker, didn't quite get the spot or didn't quite get the seat over there, has turned her attention back to racing, and she's done a couple of rounds of the World Ocean Series, the World Championships and the Australian titles, and was okay, finished 15th, 16th, 17th, but I think this really suited her a lot more. And someone who's raced Gemma Smith a lot in the past is Carla Papak. Carla, on the beach, who have you got for us?
We're on the beach with Kingy, head coach of Burleigh Mowbray Heads Park and also winner of the 1991 Coolangatta Gold. Now, you've had the pleasure of coaching Sean Riley this season. How's he looking for this race?
Yeah, Sean is looking really good. He's exceptionally fit at the moment. He's done a hell of a lot of work in this preparation. He's done the event a couple of times, so that sort of gives him a little bit more experience as well. So, you know, the first couple of legs, we just got to try and get them out of the way in good shape and then definitely look at coming home at back end of the race.
And you've obviously done this preparation yourself. How has the preparation changed from back in the days when you trained for this race as opposed to now with the new technology, with the new science?
Yeah, a lot's changed. You know, particularly the course itself, you know, is a completely different preparation to what we had to set up for. But, you know, now with all the recovery processes, all the science and the coaching, you know, the equipment, the gear, you know, it's really scientific now, and you got to make sure that the preparation's spot on for these young guys. So when they get out there, they're ready to race on the day when it counts the most. Back in our day, it was just all hard work. You just went till you got sick, you know, and today's a hell of a lot better than what we did.
Still definitely a lot of hard work, though.
You still need to do the hard work, you know, and that's probably the best thing about Shawnee is his mental toughness. You know, he's done a lot of the preparation on his own. He loves getting out there and just grinding on his own. A lot of the time I actually have to pull Sean up. He just loves the workload, he loves the volume, and just loves the race itself. So, you know, it's going to be a great test for him today, and I know that he's going to enjoy it.
And we know that his best legs are probably at the back end of the race. What was kind of your tips leading into this first part of the race where he may be a little bit nervous for that, for the pace of the ski and the swim?
You know, he's ski paddling really well. So the biggest key for Shawnee is to get into position and actually settle in as quick as he can. The more efficient you are front end with the first 2 legs, whilst trying to hold a great position, the better it's going to be for the back end, particularly on that board leg. If you have a little bit more energy and a little bit upbeat in that leg, you can make some real serious ground up there. So I'm just hoping he gets a really good sit, gets a good wash in the swim, and go to work in the board and run. So he's done the work. His back end will be very strong.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Kingy, and good luck to Sean.
Yeah, thanks for that. One of the all-time greats down on the beach, Michael King, the 1991 champion. He had some absolutely enormous battles with Darren Mercer. Those 2 races in 91, 92, both those men led at different times, and it was a battle of the absolute Goliaths. And we talk about the men out in front. Michael King's coached both Ali Day to his first title and Matt Bevilacqua to his first podium in the Coolangatta Gold. They've moved on to different clubs in the past, but there are very few coaches who understand this race as well as Kingy does, and he's had a role to play in a lot of champions. Alicia Marriott, I know someone you know very well and you raced, coached her to the title. Ali Day, Rhys Drury as well. He won the race himself, and myself included there. So Michael King, one of the all-time greats of this sport and of this event, and good to see his insight there. And he's got another young charge in this one in Sean Riley. So we watch for him and wait to see how he goes in this field. And it just looks like TJ Hendy's starting to drop off, and Ali Day continuing to push the pace. Jackson Borg sitting there very pretty. Matt Bevilacqua as well, and the rest of the field strung out at the moment. We know that Sean Riley is there along with Kendrick Louis holding on at the moment. Looks like Jesse Coulson's having a great paddle as well, but plenty of work to do. We're sort of 25 minutes into an hour 45 on the ski, and one thing I want to talk about while we're out here now and before we get too deep into the race is Bailey Williams. Bailey Williams from the Alexandra Headland Club up on the Sunshine Coast. He's out there, well, he's racing for the Gotcha for Life charity, and he's had a few tragedies in his life with men taking their own lives, and Bailey Williams has decided to raise money for the Gotcha for Life charity, and he's done the prep for the Coolangatta Gold. He's got out here and got involved in the race, and he went from 115 kilos. He's lost about 20 kilos in the preparation. He loves it, and he's raised well over $10,000. And he's doing a great thing. So if you want to donate, head to the Gotcha for Life or Bailey Williams Facebook page and Instagram page there. Back to the women's race. This is Lana Rogers sitting in third place on her own at the moment, and she hasn't had the last couple of weeks she would have liked. She had to pull out of the World Championship final because of a bit of injury and illness, and at the moment she's well down on our leaders. She's probably lost maybe a minute and a bit at this point. Not too sure exactly, but close to a minute. But she's trying to get back on at the moment. But Lucy Derbyshire and Gemma Smith have really put her under the pump.
They certainly have. Lana's got a lot of work to do at the moment. She looks a little bit uncomfortable at the ski at the moment. You kind of saw her fixing her water pack there, and it's something that, as you said, the girls, they're about 20 minutes into this race at the moment. You don't want to be doing that at the moment. So for Lana, she's looking a bit uncomfortable. Her legs look maybe a bit cramped. She has had a neck and back spasm. She actually experienced that over the World Championships when she was competing for Australia there. She has had the year, as I said before, we were going to talk about that. She won the Coolangatta Gold. She went on to the Iron Woman Series. She went on to the Australian titles, the Summer Surf Series. So this was one that she was really trying to cap off. So she said it's definitely been a harder program for her this year coming into it for the 20 weeks. She said she's feeling her age a bit, being 28 and a little bit of injury. So for Lana, hopefully gets a second win and feels good and kind of works into the race.
Yeah, that is exactly right. She had, I would say, one of the greatest seasons you could have. Sitting next to you, it might be a bit disrespectful to say, because you've had similar seasons where you've won almost everything the whole season through, and only you would know how tough that is to do. But to come off the back of a World Ocean Series, Shaw & Partners Ironman Series, an Australian title and a Coolangatta Gold, it does not happen often. And there's a few of you, yourselves, Liz Plumers, Lana Rogers, Georgia Miller, close in different forms as well, have done it. It's something truly iconic. But the hard part about it is there's only one way to go. And if you win everything for so long, the other girls start coming for you and coming after you and trying to beat you. And it's one of the most important, things in the sport is how long you can manage that top level. And Lana Rogers is in the thick of it at the moment. Let's find out a little bit more of her thoughts and the thoughts of all our athletes on the ski leg.
I kind of was a little bit concerned coming into this, having to pull back on what I've been doing across the past couple of years, and if my ski paddling would kind of drop off, or what would happen if I was increasing swimming and board paddling and running and that kind of thing. But I've been really happy with my prep that I've put together, and I think, going out tomorrow, I definitely got to try and capitalise on that strength that I have. And I think it'll be a really interesting race because we've all got such different strengths, so it'll be really interesting to see how it plays out. But looking to probably just go out and put as much pressure on I can at that front end of the race and see what happens from there.
But mostly the ski and the run. I felt like they were the two areas that I could improve the most from last year. So, I pretty much kept everything the same, except I tried to do more on the ski and more running. The goal is to stick in there on the ski, have a really good transition run. I've been working on that.
Yeah, that was Gemma Smith and Tiani Massey there giving us insight on the ski. And at the moment, Gemma Smith sitting pretty out in front. Tiani Massey back in fourth place. So tough one there. Lana Rogers, she is in the hurt locker at the moment, and your ability to overcome those dark moments. And we speak about the race like it's a roller coaster. There's going to be low points, there's going to be high points, and your ability to overcome the low points and really ride those positive waves when you are feeling good, that's the key to being successful out there, isn't it?
Absolutely. As we said that about Lana Rogers, looked a little bit uncomfortable on the ski. Doesn't mean she's out of this. You can have a ski paddle that may not be what you wanted to have, but you get second wins throughout endurance racing. It's a really interesting time out there. Go when you feel good. If you're not feeling that good, just kind of settle in, grab some wash if you can, take some nutrition, take some hydration. It's endurance. It's almost a lifetime out there that you experience. So for Lana Rogers, it's still an opportunity. We're only at the start of the race, and as we look back to the men's now, they've now hit Currumbin. So this is when we start to stretch out to the coastline, and this is where the southerly swell will be at its strongest.
And you can see how chopped up that water is there, and they're just coming past the back of Currumbin Creek. So that water's going to be moving as the tide sort of changes as well. There's going to be a lot of water back and forward, and for the first time today, Bevilacqua goes to the lead. He's absolutely putting the hammer down at the moment, and you can see Ali Day one off him. There's TJ Hendy. Jackson Borg winds back into shot. I spoke to Bevilacqua this morning. He said he felt good about the fact that there was a bit of southerly in it and he's got a bit of pace, but he didn't want to go away from the field. He said he's got to trust his swim because guys who go away tend to get themselves into a little bit of trouble. He said he wants to be on the front, he wants to push the pace, but to sit in the group and to conserve a little bit of energy for that swim leg, because he knows it's so important, is his race plan out there. And he knows what Ali Day is going to do. He's going to force the issue on the ski, go to work in the swim. So Bevilacqua has to be ready for it. TJ Hendy hanging in there on the back end at the moment. He's looking very, very comfortable. I've been impressed with TJ Hendy. This has been better than I thought he'd be. I thought he'd be second group, sitting in there somewhere trying to grind his way through. So this has been fantastic. Here's Lucy Derbyshire. She's in second place at the moment. So the women's field, they've rolled a grenade into it and it's been blown sky high, and that grenade is Gemma Smith, because I think everyone thought maybe they could sit with her on the way down, but with this southerly and the way the sort of swells played out, that has just played into Gemma Smith's hand, and she could get 5 minutes on these ladies at the end of the 23 kilometres. So Lucy Derbyshire, what should she do now? A few of us have been in this position. You're on your own, you're solo, you're a little bit vulnerable. What's the key things she's going to be saying to herself and trying to do, Courtney Hancock, when she's in second place like this?
Yeah, it's very interesting, the women's at the moment. Usually it's a big group out there, but it looks like the top four have really stretched out. Lucy Derbyshire, as you said, Josh, on screen, she's just got to keep Gemma inside at the moment. She would have been used to doing a lot of ski paddling by herself, being with Surfers Paradise, Zane Hemmel there. And she would have been taking tips, obviously, from, the likes of Ali Day and TJ Hendy out there. But at the moment, she's really got to keep Gemma in sight because it is a long way to go. We're not even halfway on the ski at the moment. Lucy looks really good at the moment. She's just taking a bit of hydration. As I said, she got so much from last year. She raced so well. So for Lucy, I like where she's sitting. Gemma is incredible on the ski. And if you go with Gemma on the ski and you overdo and you cook yourself, you can put yourself in a really bad place. So for Lucy, she looks like she knows where her limits are. She's sitting there. She's just got to really eyeball Gemma at the moment and just try and keep that gap as small as she can.
I guess for Lucy Derbyshire, the thoughts are that maybe Gemma Smith's not going to swim and board paddle as well as she did in 2019. So maybe if I can just stay close enough, I'll get her. So I think that's the internal conversation she's got to be having with herself. Just stay close, limit the damage. I'll swim and run. I'll swim and board paddle her down. And I think moves are being happening in that top. Well, I just thought TJ had dropped off, but he found a little runner and got himself back onto the tail there. That's the lead group of the man. This is the chase lady here in the women's race. And at the moment, it's still Gemma Smith in 1, Lucy Derbyshire in 2, Lana Rogers in 3. In 4 is Tiani Massey. And then behind, chasing very hard, I think it is Grace Giblett, Phoebe Savage and Annabelle Patterson doing a fantastic job there as well. Britt Hooton not too far behind as well. We'll try and bring you as much of those ladies as we possibly can out on the water. But you can see Lucy Derbyshire just starting to grind, just starting to go to work and still chasing Gemma Smith.
As we just look at Lucy's ski there at the moment, I noticed that in the men's as well. I could be wrong. We might get this information from Carla or Harold out there. It looks like, obviously, we've got the southerly, but the current actually could be going the other way. I just see the skis, Lucy's ski and also the men's just flip up every now and then. And so that means on the way back, they will be coming into the wind, but they might be going with the current. So this is, I'll put it out there, this is actually my favourite conditions because whatever way you're going, you have some sort of assistance. You have some kind of, I guess, it's a bit more interesting than just having a dead flat, perfect Gold Coast day, which obviously the spectators would absolutely love. But as an athlete, it mentally gives you something to focus on. You focus on the current, you focus on the runners. So for me, I think this is one of the most interesting ski paddles we've seen go down the Coolangatta Gold.
Yeah, and with that, you can see it on the water. The swell's coming from the left-hand side of your screen there from the south to north. The tide pushing back out as that sort of low tide starts to hit in a few moments' time. And it's really, at the moment, that's what's creating that water bumping and bubbling around. There's the man we heard from before, Trevor Hendy. He's a nervous man. I don't know if it's harder being a nervous dad or a nervous coach or just someone on the beach who's an absolute champion of the sport who understands better than anyone what it takes to do this sport. And a move has been made on the men's side of things. Matt Bevilacqua has gone away from Ali Day. He's got 2 or 3 ski lengths on him at the moment. And, well, to be completely honest, this happened last year as well. Bevilacqua got away, and in the final sort of 5 kilometres of this ski leg, Ali Day ground his way back onto the lead. And whether it's going to happen again, I do not know. Jackson Borg hanging on to Ali Day. TJ Hendy there, you can see the rating's really gone up, and that's a sign when you might be struggling a little bit if that rating really starts to skyrocket compared to what we've seen. And Ali Day, the rating's gone. Jackson Borg, the rating's gone up as well. Bevilacqua looks comfortable. He's just sitting pretty at the moment, so doing a fantastic job and really looking good at the moment. So we love it as they start to work their way down the coast. They'll head all the way to Talabudra Creek, make the turn and start to work their way back. And that is the view from the start line there. Plenty out on the course at the moment. There's not just the Coolangatta Gold race. There's the Masters event, team events as well. We had the short course yesterday, the Race 1 junior event as well. We had the Youth Challenge and the Downwind Challenge. It's a festival of surf sports down here at the 40th anniversary of the Shore and Partners Coolangatta Gold. There's something for everyone, and it's one of the best weekends of the surf sports calendar.
Oh, it certainly is. It's so exciting to be down here, and excited that we are going live as well a little bit later with SBS, so we'll talk about that in a moment. But we move back to the leader of the women's. It's Gemma Smith, and you spoke about, Josh, about that stroke rate. And I tell you what, if there's a stroke that you can copy, Gemma Smith is certainly one of those. She looks so composed, so relaxed, and her stroke rate is so low. So she's going to be really saving as much energy as she can. And she's also a downwind paddler. So Gemma is used to this side chop. She's used to going into wind. And I think the scary thing for the other girls, for Lucy, for Lana and Tiani, is the way home, because Gemma is so strong.
Into it. Yeah.
I think that's actually where Gemma paddles her best, and that's into wind. So it would have been nice to, tuck in behind Gemma there, but Gemma's done very well, and at the moment she deserves the lead. She went out really hard, broke the field, and I think, but as you said, Josh, it is a long, long way to go, and you know, for Lucy Derbyshire, incredible swimmer, board and runner, so she will be coming home very strong.
You can see there great shots of that swell cutting across from the right-hand side to the left-hand side of the screen. The boys, so you want to chase those waves. You want to push down towards the headland there. That's Talabudra, that's Burleigh Heads in the background. But if you go too far down, you're going to have to work your way back up and around. And Ali Day's worked his way back onto Matt Bevilacqua. Jackson Borg, he's forcing the issue. TJ Hendy hanging around and hanging around. It's what we like to see. And great shots there. Bevilacqua starts to wind up on a little runner. Ali Day goes after him as well. And I think what you said about Gemma Smith, that relates perfectly for Ali Day as well. Bevilacqua knows that on the way back, pushing up into it, Ali Day is going to really work hard and he's going to be fired up. You can see not too far back, Kendrick Louis there, I think that's him on the blue, maybe Sean Riley as well starting to go to work. They're doing a great job. They're hanging in, not that far away. I'd say about a minute and a half behind. So close enough if they're good enough. They'd like to be in this group, but there's nothing they could do about it now. So Louis doing a great job there, working very, very hard. It didn't. It looked like Sean Riley there hanging in as well. He's on that bright pink ski there going to work. So good to see him in the mix. And you know, a Michael King coached athlete, Kendrick Louis as well. He was former Michael King coached athlete. He's going to be very, very good on the way home. He's going to have a lot left in the tank, that is for sure. And then the rest of the men's field has been blown sky wide. You can see them spread out all over the ocean, just scrapping for anything they can on the way down. I've been there. That is a dark place to be. You do not want to be 3 or 4 minutes down already in the race and you're only 40 minutes in.
You don't want to give Ali Day an inch. You don't even want to give him 1 second. You'd have to be right there. We know how good he is, especially his weapon leg. Everyone knows it. Who's ever watched this race before is that swim leg. So from what I'm seeing at the moment, I guess going through the mines, and we just went past Pacific Surf Club there, they're not too far away from Talabudra. I feel like the top 4 men there are going to work together. I feel like Jackson Borg and TJ Hendy are really going to make sure they push themselves up to Ali and Bevilacqua, because if they have 4 of them working together into that wind, they want to work together well, because you've got Kendrick, you've got Sean not too far behind. We know how fast they can board paddle and run on that back end. So these 4 men, I feel like what we're going to see not too far away is them all working together. I can't see Bevy kind of trying to shoot off and charge that win by himself. I think the smart thing to be would, because they're so close going into this turn and no one's broken ahead, I really think that's what's going to happen. So for the men at the moment, they've got to try and make the most of enjoying this last little bit of those runners.
Yeah, that is exactly right. The boys starting to go to work here side by side, and all week, and with no disrespect to everybody else, the story was Ali Day, Matt Bevilacqua in this men's race, and it's starting to come to fruition. They've done it more times than anyone else. I think those 2 men have basically done the race individually more times than the rest of this men's field sort of combined. Like, you've got Kenj with 4 and Jacko Borg with 3, and a couple of the boys on debut. TJ's had 6, but these guys are 8, 9, 10 on their own. So that's what makes this race special. You need to lose one before you win one for just about everybody except Guy Leach, Kane Eckstein and Ali Day. So it's a tough way to learn, but you've got to get out, you've got to get into it, and you've got to put ego to the side. That's where they're headed. The 2 orange cans off in the distance as they pass the markers down the beautiful Gold Coast here. And what an event. You can make your way along the beach and watch this entire race from start to finish if you want. Boys are starting to fly now, and I don't think Ali Day is under pressure, but he's just drifting off and working his way back onto it. So it'll be interesting to see here, and a big move from Ali Day to go up alongside Bevilacqua. Bevilacqua looks over the shoulder. I've spoken to Bevilacqua a bit. He's really worked on his swim this off-season. He's been going out and doing sort of 40 minutes in the ocean after swimming in the pool in the morning as well. So he's been 3 and 4 sessions a day for the last 16 weeks and really making this a point to work on his swim. And that's because Ali Day's swim, it might be the greatest swim we've ever seen, and that's saying something with the likes of Kai Hurst in there. Nobody has been able to swim in the Coolangatta Gold like Ali Day. He just continues to put them to the sword. So Bevilacqua understood it, and that man there, the only one to ever swim with him, Jackson Borg, he did it once. It was something special, but he cooked himself. He had nothing left, and he fell off the podium. He's done a lot more work. He's feeling happy and confident, and these are the big 3 out in front. And TJ Hendy, he's hanging around, and you get him close and you give him a bit of confidence, and he can do amazing things.
He certainly can. He's such a naturally gifted athlete, and he'd be loving these conditions out there. TJ loves surf, so this is the most kind of surf you're going to get in the Coolangatta Gold. They've got a little, as we spoke about, that side chop, bit of wind. TJ's a very strong athlete as well. He's got a lot of power, so he'll find coming into the wind, I think, he'll be really strong coming back. And I have to speak about Jackson Borg. He's doing a degree at the moment, and the one thing I have to say about him, he's a fighter. He will grind and grind, so he will make himself stay there at the moment. And even if he's hurting as much as he can, he really shows emotion on his face, when he's excited, when he's happy. He's definitely one of the smiliest on the beach, but don't I guess, trick you in that one, because he will fight to the end. So that's one thing about Jackson Borg, and that's why he keeps coming back to this race, because he will do that 20 weeks in the cold, and he will rock up to this. So definitely watch out for him. But as we're getting closer to that halfway point for the ski, that 23-kilometre, be really interesting what the men do at the moment. Do they take a little bit of nutrition, something to eat, a gel, hydration? What are they going to do at the moment? Because as soon as they turn, they just see Matt Bevilacqua just putting his arm out and relaxing there. There's one thing when, both of us are commentating athletes that we like to look at, and is that their bodies. So what colour is their skin? Have they got a little bit of swelling around their arms at the moment? Are they moving their legs? So moving their legs around, they might feel a bit of cramping there. All the men at the moment, I have to say, I don't see their arms or their forearms very swollen at the moment. So everyone is looking very, very good. And, if we saw a little bit of swelling, we might, how you said before, the rating goes up and they've kind of blown up their shoulders or their forearms. All of the men on screen at the moment, they all look really good, and that means it's going to be a very scary race on the way home.
Yeah, TJ just dropping off ever so slightly. You can see the boys hanging around in the background there. Sean Riley, he's on that pink ski there in, I think, 6th place at the moment, starting to work their way on. Kendrick Louis was there as well earlier on, but we'll take a look back in just a moment's time. But this is the key moment. They're coming in towards that turn. They're roughly at the halfway mark. It'll take them about, I would say, 50-odd minutes to get down. They'll go down a little bit quicker than what they'll come back, you'd expect, due to that swell. So Jackson Borg knows it's moving time. Heading into that first can, it'll be another sort of key moment on the turn here, and they're starting to come together. Bevel Aqua just eases back, and Ali Day goes to the lead. And so far, only 3 men have led this race. TJ Hendy out in front from the start, Ali Day for a bit, and Matt Bevel Aqua for the last sort of 10 to 15 minutes. And these 3, they might just settle into a pace into that first turn and start to wind it up on the backside, and that'll give them the first opportunity to have a look at the rest of the field, see where everybody is. Where's TJ gone? Where's Kendrick Louis gone? Where's Connor Maggs? Where's Sean Riley? Where's Luke Chapman? Where are the guys that they're not all that worried about, but they know they can be on the podium if they have a great day. So they'll take a look back, they'll have a look at how they're feeling, whether they're looking comfortable, and Jackson Borg goes to the lead. He knows it's moving time.
That is a great point. We look at the old course where we saw the likes of Guy Leach win the first 3, and it was up and back on the coast, so you actually never got to see the other athletes. So this is where it can really mentally break you. It can really mentally give you strength. So these men on screen at the moment, they are going to know where the whole field is. And I think what's going to happen for them, they're going to see, we said it potentially might be Sean Riley and Kendrick Louis, which we'll be able to see in a moment, who was sitting 5th and 6th at the moment. They'll be able to see how much distance they've got and know that, okay, that's about 90 seconds. We can't muck around for too much longer. So it's going to be really interesting. It's really nice to actually see. We'll just see maybe Kendrick Lewis. He might actually drop back.
So he's dropped out into 7th place there. Sean Riley just in front of him in 6th. We'll wait and see who's that racing in 5th place. Got a little bit of work to do. Connor Maggs maybe just sneaking into screen there as well. So boys have got a bit of work to do, but that's not an insurmountable gap to the first 4. The way home's going to be tougher. These 4 men, they make the turn there. You can see in the background, all the nippers out there taking a look. That might be Clado out there having a look at the guys and girls. Yeah, Phil Clayton, one of the former champions of the sport, out there taking a sneaky peek. And as the boys turn and start to go to work, they'll get some words of encouragement from the general public. And that's what makes this race truly great, is the ability to go out and see this race for what it is. There's plenty of boats around, plenty doing it. I think Phil Clayton, the last time he did it, was 2007. He might have finished 5th or 6th. And he coaches at Tallabudja. Oh, the Tally Nippers are out there at the moment checking him out. So something very close to your heart, Courtney Hancock. But the boys have turned. They'll take a look at the rest of the field, still working their way down the coast. And this is where it's going to get interesting. You see almost immediately they've come back together as a group of 4. They'll start to wash ride. Being on the lead will be using the most energy out of those 4 guys, but they know this is the time to really get yourself going.
Yeah, this is it. You don't want to be, for TJ, he's done really well to hold into that 4th position.
Well.
Yeah, you don't want to be that 20 metres and just kind of seeing the back of the top 3 in front there. You really want to be, it looks like we might have actually Taddy McDonald out there.
He's come round. He's done a great job there. Fantastic performance from the big fella. Really starting to wind up, and he's been in this race a lot. And very, very good ski paddler, a very, very good runner and a hard man of the sport. So he's wound his way up into 4th place. We hadn't called him all that many times. I just saw the blue ski. I thought it was Kendrick Louis, but McDonald's done a fantastic job to be sitting in 5th place at this point.
And he's definitely got a lineup of handlers, Taddy McDonald. He's got Nathan Gray out there. He's got Corey Taylor. He's got Max Beattie. So he's going to have all the boys. And we just see Kendrick Lewis there going now halfway point. He doesn't look like Kendrick that we usually see. He might look like he's cramping up a little bit and kind of coming around there, not looking...
Piran Phillips, that's the great British athlete making his way in and around, a great job. And there's Connor Maggs on his own in the hurt locker at the moment. You can see the grimace on the face. He's doing a good job. He's only young. He's in that top 7 or 8 at the moment for these men. But if I was that group, I would get together. I would start to work together, because you might drop back maybe 5 or 10 seconds, but if you've got some allies, you're going to be quicker on the way home.
Absolutely. They are not too far away at the moment. We just saw Kendrick Lewis You know, he might have had a few cramps on the way, but if he can get back up to the likes of Taddy McDonald, work in there with Connor Maggs, Sean Riley, if they work together as we see TJ, Ali, Borgie and Matt Bevilacqua, if they can do what they're doing, they are really going to either keep the same distance or make distance. But at the moment, the 4 out in front, that pace I think looks probably some of the quickest I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's very, very good. This is moving time now. Ali Day's gone to the lead there. TJ Hendy's worked his way back up onto that side wash, so he's been fantastic so far. Continues to impress. We don't know how deep into the game it's going to go, but we wait and see what is going to happen now. It's moving time. The guys are going to go to work, and they're really, really going to fire up here because the work on the way home, we see the boys making their way down. There's Jaden Erskine. He led very, very early on. Bailey Williams not far behind him as well. So that's Jaden Erskine on the white, Bailey Williams on the red and the blue side by side. The big boys are going to war. That's the 100 kilo plus division there. A couple of the big men. So you love to see it. And so it is Ali Day, Matt Bevilacqua, Jackson Borg, TJ Hendy, Taddy McDonald, Kendrick Louis, Piran Phillips, Sean Riley not too far behind as well. And then Connor Maggs. That is your top sort of 10 at the turn. Yeah, well, there's some big names there, isn't there? And it's really, really going, as you said, I like what you said, it is going to war at the moment. They all kind of, I really feel like, as soon as they turned, they went, okay, we are going back home. We are really making this the end of this ski paddle at the moment. Yeah, and this is a key moment in the race. Let's hear what the athletes thought pre-race about the opening ski leg.
I knew the pace would be fast, but I didn't know it was going to be that fast. It's literally like a short course Ironman. The first 4 to 6K is ridiculous. You know, you're paddling like 4-minute 30Ks, which is just absurd, and then you have Ali and Bevy and these other amazing athletes that are holding on to this pace and doing then spurts on top of that. It is quite tough physically and mentally, and yeah, you have to be 100% all in.
People don't realise how much of a part that IRB wash plays in it, so straight away you want to turn that can and be in a position to have those first couple of washes and stuff when they're filming. It happens every year.
We say smooth is fast, so you've got to be nice and calm to get going, get in the boat clean, get that rating going, and really just focus on yourself. There's so much going on the beach before you get in the water, then there's so much going on in that shore break and around you that if you get out of the moment and you're worried about anything else, chances are there's going to be a mistake. So just come back to you, focus on the process, get after it, and then, you know, you might be a few minutes into the race before you really need to focus on those other athletes and make sure that you're positioning yourself well and, you know, following your own plan.
You know, the best paddlers are there off the start, and the gap can get big if you're not there. So for me, a couple of years ago when I was like kind of fit for this race, I was like 50 metres back off the start and I paddled over all those washes at the start. I'd love to use that energy later in the race.
You've got to believe in yourself and you've got to stick to your plan. And I think just a good, honest pace is part of that. You don't want to get caught up playing games of cat and mouse with other people. So back the work that you've done, stick to your process, and everything else will take care of itself.
Using guys like Ali to sort of go beside but not sit on his wash, because at the end of the day, that 15% going a bit easier sitting there. I've just kind of let myself do the work beside them, and I'm open to sitting on wash now. So, you know, if there's someone there to do the work, I'll let them do the work, but otherwise I'll go the whole way.
Yeah, about halfway through the ski leg, it does tame down a little bit. Everyone gets into a bit more of a rhythm, but when it gets to that last sort of 5K again and everyone's gearing up to get ready to go into the swim.
It could be on wash, it could be going by myself, and I just know my heart rate so well, and I know my kind of threshold so well at the moment that, yeah, I'll be happy to lead and happy to be at the front, but as well, if someone's willing to do that leading for me, I'll save the legs.
Paces back up, they're jostling for positions around the can so they don't miss any runs off the turning can, and then it's pretty much a sprint transition again and straight into that swim.
Well, that was some of the Service Paradise crew there. That was the world champion Finn Askew. He's been in the mix before in this one. We heard from Ali Day's coach as well in there, Zane Hamill, and he is in the lead at the moment, and a good authentic pace is what he said, and that is what they're setting at the moment. TJ Hendy on the tail. He is yo-yoing off and on. That is not a good sign. Been there before as well. That's when you sit in, you feel comfortable, and then the pace is just not enough, so you drift off and you head back on. One lady who's not yo-yoing out the front of this race is Gemma Smith. She is blowing this one absolutely sky high at the moment, and she looks like she might have at least 2 minutes on Lucy Derbyshire, another minute and a half or so back to Lana Rogers, Tiani Massey another sort of minute and so further back, and then there's a bit of a group of the ladies sort of starting to form. You can see the men going back up the coast, but Gemma Smith, I knew she was going to be good. I didn't know she was going to be this good.
Yeah, I think she was definitely the scary athlete coming in here for the girls, and she's certainly doing that at the moment. As I said before, she's talking to her coach, Trent Herring, through the week. She's a full-time school teacher, so at the moment we can't say she's a full-time athlete, but she did commit for a full-time athlete for this, as well as a full-time teacher. So, she's so humble, she's organised. As you said before, she does kayaking. She's a very multi-talented athlete, and using that word humble, she just goes about her business really quiet, and I think a lot of the athletes actually didn't know that Gem was doing this race because she's in Sydney. She was just pushing herself out there in the cold while doing her work and really going together. Look, I mean, it'd be an amazing achievement being a full-time teacher and also doing it from New South Wales. I don't think we've had anyone from New South Wales in the men's and the women's, and we just see Tiani Massey over the other side there passing the men's on the way home. So the girls will really be able to see how challenging it is on the way home. They'll see the men, can see the flicking up of the water in their faces, and Ali Day doing most of the work at the moment. Matt Bevilacqua sitting on the side, and Borgie just probably in this best spot at the moment, flicking up the back there, but it'll definitely be sharing around. I don't say Ali will do all the work, I'd say he'd definitely share it around out there, and we just see TJ just sitting in the back, which TJ's done incredibly well to stay there, because if he comes off in this top four, he's set himself up, and he's definitely got that gap on the rest of the field coming through.
Yeah, and we speak about TJ. A couple of years ago, he did this race, and he came off in the second or sort of third-ish group, and he got into the swim and swam that entire group back up onto Matt Bevilacqua, and so he's got a swim. He's not a known swimmer, but when it comes to a swim after a 2-hour ski leg, TJ Hendy is as tough as nails, and when his old man's out there on the board, which he will be, sort of guiding him through those currents and rips, that's what you want. So TJ Hendy's in this one up to his eyeballs, that is for sure. Ali Day looks over his shoulder, just eases back, says one or two of the other guys, your turn, take up the lead. And his coach, Zane Hamill, said they didn't want to get into cat and mouse, and that's exactly what that is. That is looking over your shoulder and saying, hey, boys, you need to take a lead. You need to do the work. I'm the champ. I've got the titles. If you want one, come and get one.
If they do cat and mouse at the moment, it'd be a very silly decision, because the likes of Taddy McDonald, Kendrick Lewis, Connor Maggs, Sean Riley, they are all behind there, and they're not going to be playing cat and mouse. They're going to be working together because they see the goal. The goal is the 4 of these men out in front of them, so they really do have to work together. It's actually insane. It's the men's race at the moment is completely different to the women's at the moment. I've never actually seen the women's, for as long as I've done it, break out
like this, yeah,
like it has before. So men's and women, very different at the moment. The girls are all going to be extremely lonely at the moment doing their own work, and most likely are going to turn. And as I just speak of the women, we see Gemma Smith, she is on the way home, and Lucy Derbyshire. So from looking at that distance, that is Talabudra Surf Club where she's just gone past. So it's going to be a couple of minutes. I'm going to say about 2 minutes at the moment that Gemma Smith has on Lucy Derbyshire. Again, we know how good Lucy is, so she's going to be, as I said, eyeballing her the whole way. But you saw Gemma Smith ski, and you can see the men at the moment bouncing up and down and flicking. I can't tell you how difficult that is. It is very challenging at the moment, and their arms are going to be absolutely burning when they get off this ski.
Yeah, and no sign of Lana Rogers, that is for sure as well. So a lot of hurt there for the ladies, and the pace is going up on the men's side of things. We're just waiting to see where Lana Rogers is, and she didn't look great, did she, on the way down? She looked like she was really struggling, and she's fought some demons in this race before. She's led and had to pull out in the past. I think she's had, this is her 7th attempt at it, and she's been champion before in 2019 and 2023, and some of the toughest races I've ever seen, to be completely honest. She has won some fantastic events, but she's also had some dark times in this event. She's really struggled in the past, forced to pull out in the lead on the final run. So sitting in third at the moment, we wait to see her come back, and no sign of her yet. Interesting, probably, what would you say, 2 minutes from Gemma Smith to Lucy Derbyshire? I think that will I'd almost guarantee it a double if it is that at this point, because coming back up the coast, Gemma Smith's going to go further and further away from the rest of the field. So 4 to 5 minutes, I don't know if it's enough for Gemma Smith to stay away from Lucy Derbyshire, but we're going to find out. And just at this point, Matt Bevilacqua just easing off at the moment. Jackson Borg, Ali Day taking up the pace here, and they know they've got Bevilacqua slightly hurt, and he's going to have to burn a match or two to get back on.
Yeah, he's definitely going to have to try, and I think what's happened here is the pace has definitely lifted. Jackson Borg's come in, Ali's gone with him, and then unfortunately for Matt Bevilacqua, he's just been left behind. But these are, you spoke about moments, Josh. This is a crucial moment. As we see Matt Bevilacqua red ski, he's pushing really hard to get back on there at the moment. So you don't want to be in that spot, because once you make it 5 metres, 10 metres, 15, 20 metres, it can definitely push back from there. So Matt Bevilacqua definitely doing the hard work at the moment. But we haven't spoken about, I guess, sacrifices. And Ali Day told me something really interesting. So you talk about sacrifices, you give up going to friends' weddings and, maybe eating some chocolate and pizza and all those kind of little things you do. But the one sacrifice that he has made this year is, and he was happy for me to share this to everyone, his wife, Kel, they've actually been sleeping in a separate bed for the last 6 months.
He's got young kids. I understand.
Due to having the kids, not for any other way. They've got a beautiful relationship, but that was purely to get Ali ready for this day. So the sacrifice of all they've gone through has been huge. And Gemma Smith on screen, her sacrifice, who's been looking after kids, full-time teacher. We see Lucy Derbyshire not too far away. I think the distance, I said about 2 minutes. I reckon it's only about 90 seconds there. So she's done very, very well, Lucy, to really keep those metres, those seconds as close as she can. And Gemma Smith, she's still looking good. She has such a slow stroke rate, and it definitely doesn't mean she's going slow. That means she's pulling so much power.
And back to Ali Day, I've got kids exactly the same age. They're up all night, they're sick. Sometimes you've got to do what you've got to do. And Kel, she's such a wonderful supporter of both Ali and that family. She does everything right, and she's an amazing partner for him. And like you said, it takes a team, and the team has to sacrifice, because it's a hell of a lot of work to come here, and he's done it so many times. I think people just assume it's easy, and it's not. He has to battle, and he fights, and he trains, and the family time takes a hit, and it's what he does, it's what he loves, and that's a special thing for his family. I saw Mum this morning. She was worried, as always, as all mums would be. So he's done a great job, and they're a special group, and a big shout out to all the supporters out there, because it's not just Ali Day, like you said. Every single one of these athletes has made sacrifices and not been able to do things, not been able to experience things, or just had to go through stuff in the lead up just to get to the start line. So men's race still 3. TJ Hendy hanging in on that back side there. He's just out of shot on the right hand side. Women's side of things, Gemma Smith, 90 seconds, 2 minutes to Lucy Derbyshire. No sign of Lana Rogers. Tiani Massey a little bit further back as well. I'd say in that 3 minutes to 4 minutes behind our leader at the moment. And that's dangerous territory for them, because you start to get 5 or 6 minutes, and here's Gemma Smith catching one of the back markers of the men's race. So that is how good she is. Gave him 5 minutes head start, starting to work her way into the back end of the men's field here. But that is, it's interesting to see. You can see how hard she's sort of battling into that pace at the moment, and that is brutal. An hour into this race, you're forced to punch into that wash every single time. So there's Tiani Massey making the turn, and no sign of Lana Rogers. We've got a couple of little scouts out looking for her in the ocean. We don't know where she is at the moment, but that is Tiani Massey working her way back and around. So at the moment, all we can see is Smith, Derbyshire and Massey, and no sign of Rogers.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting story at the moment with the women's, and super tough for all of them out there by themselves doing this. They haven't got any wash at the moment. They've got a long way back, so they certainly had to make the most of those runners. But yeah, Lana Rogers at the moment, as I said before, she just had a really, a tough 20 weeks. She definitely enjoyed her prep last year, and you saw her. She was very ready to go, and yeah, I just think with her, a little bit of injury at the moment, you kind of saw she felt a little bit uncomfortable on the ski there. And I asked her going into this, who's your biggest competitor? And she said, it's definitely myself. Myself going to this, she said, this year she did kind of feel she almost had those little dark moments where she did training by herself. She really loves training with a group, so I think she found it really difficult not having that squad as much this year. But in saying that, she just has such a I guess, a way about her at the moment that at the moment her biggest goal is being happy in life and enjoying herself. So to see Lana out there and having one of the greatest years we have seen, and as you said, it's very hard for her to keep going and winning and winning. You know, it's she's only human, and if she has got a little bit of injury going to this, definitely don't not back her. She's incredible in this race. So we'll get back to Lana in a moment, see where she's at, but we move to the men's, and they are quickly approaching that Kira groin at the moment.
Yeah, and a little grind in the background there. You can see Sean Riley, Taddy McDonald starting to go to work, starting to come back, and Jackson Borg out in front for the first time in a little while, takes up a lead. Ali Day looks comfortable as always. Bevilacqua, he's got a bit of a grimace on the face there. TJ Hendy, those hands are starting to drop, and it's starting to sort of, well, the pressure's starting to come on there. You can see there a little adjustment in the seat there. That was when the back's getting uncomfortable, the legs are getting uncomfortable. They spend that much time in these skis, but still on race day, it's never under so much pressure as it has been now. You can see the girls starting to work their way round. This is the third pack of girls. They're turning and working their way back up the coast. So we're gonna wait and see. Still no sign of Lana Rogers on the pink ski there. That is Grace Giblett out of Surfers Paradise, one of the younger girls getting into this race on debuts. Done the short course before. A few of these other ladies doing a fantastic job out there. They're at the halfway mark. I think that's Britt Hooton on the right-hand side of the screen from Emu Park, that green and white. Third time she's done the race. She finished 9th last year. She did the Open the year before in 2021. So she finished 6th in that, so she's been very good, and getting it done from up north in far north Queensland. We love it. And we wait and see, and a few words are just starting to come through. Lana Rogers has officially withdrawn from the race, so the defending two-time champion is out. Huge news out on the course. She's made her way into the beach and been assessed by the medical team. We got sort of no more information at the moment, but she has officially withdrawn from the race. So that has blown this one wide open. We couldn't see her for a little while there. Word was starting to filter in the background of where's Lana, what's she doing? We can't see her. And she's fine, but she's made her way into the beach, and I don't know why, but she's decided to pull the pin. She pulled out of the World Championship final. She said she had a bit of illness and injury and a bit of a bulging disc in her neck. Maybe she hasn't been able to overcome it in the last couple of weeks. So the defending champion is out, and that puts an entire new look on this race.
Yeah, I feel so much for Lana Rogers at the moment. We've just spoke about how incredible not only her year has been, but her whole career as an athlete. And you know, I've raced Lana many times, and she's incredible at this race. She's so gutsy, and it very difficult to beat as well. So for Lana to be out, that is massive. She did talk about her prep not being as well, and potentially that neck and back spasm. We'll definitely keep you all updated on that, but unfortunately our defending champion from last year, Lana Rogers, is officially out. So the girls at the moment, we've obviously got Gemma Smith out in front, Lucy Derbyshire still in second place, and Tiani Matthew all doing it tough at the moment, all by themselves out there. No wash riding, and as we look to the men's, a different story at the moment. Obviously our defending 9-times champion Ali Day out in front, looking the goods with Jackson Borg and Matt Bevilacqua. So this is really, they're getting closer to the end, and definitely they're all looking really good at the moment. I haven't seen any sign of fatigue within these three men at the moment.
No, they look comfortable. Bevilacqua looks under pressure without a shadow of a doubt, that is for sure, but he's hanging in there. TJ Hendy under the pump as well. They're coming back past Currumbin. That's Currumbin in the background there, so they're sort of halfway back, I would say, at this point, a little bit over the 10 kilometres to sort of go there, and or maybe a little bit less, to be completely honest, maybe 5 or 6 kilometres left to go. This is the moving part for Ali Day the last couple of years, and there's plenty of work left in this race, that is for sure. The guys and girls out there in the water, interesting for the ladies. Seen her, and she won't know, so it puts a whole different game on a whole different sort of tone to this race. Gemma Smith all of a sudden isn't worried about Lana Rogers coming over the top of her. She's in the lead with, let's say, 90 seconds to 2 minutes over Lucy Derbyshire. She thinks, maybe I can win this race now, and she'll only find out that Lana Rogers is out. Her handlers will tell her when she gets to the beach, and watch the attitude change. She will go. She'll know she's a shot. Same for Lucy Derbyshire. Same for Tiani Massey. Tiani Massey might have actually seen Lana Rogers take the left-hand turn and head into the beach, so she might know that she's in the hunt for a podium finish here. And that's really blown me apart because Rogers didn't look great without a shadow of a doubt on that ski. She looked under pressure. She was sitting in third, looked reasonably comfortable, but not fantastic, not the Lana Rogers we've seen in the past. Now, this race has turned on its head. We're going to crown a new champion today, one way or another. None of these ladies have won the title before. We're going to add another name to that trophy. Is it going to be Gemma Smith? Is it going to be Lucy Derbyshire? Is it going to be Tiani Massey? I think they're the only three who can win today.
Oh, it's an exciting feeling, isn't it? And as you said, the girls won't know until they hit their first step on the sand. The handlers will give them an update, and just mentioned Lana Rogers is out. So they will just know to give them a little bit of an update, but definitely at the moment we won't see them. We see this next pack. This is the pack behind Tiani Massey. We see Claire Van Campton. She's from Surfers Paradise leading the way. Grace Gillip's in there as well. And I have to mention Fenella from Noosa Heads. She's actually been an ocean water swimmer. She's actually taken on this Coolangatta Gold. She only started the ski about 6 months ago, so she'll be around there and expect a very big swim leg from her.
Yeah, one of a great sort of junior open water swimmers in the country. Annabelle Patterson there as well, so only her second time in the race. First half of this is very, very good. She'll be competitive in the second half as well. She's got a great swim, swam at Harvard in the US, one of the great learning institutions, that is for sure. And from him, I just wonder how many matches has he burnt this early in the race? Has he used up too much trying to tack back on every time? He's doing the right thing. He's doing what you've got to do. But Ali Day, Jackson Borg, putting Matt Bevilacqua and TJ Hendy under pressure.
There's one thing I have to definitely mention watching this ski leg. I felt on the way we saw the current a little bit through Currumbin there was definitely moving potentially against them. But at the moment, I feel like the current's just changed just a little bit. It just looks like it's the men are paddling very, very well as the women. But it looks like it's a really gritty. It almost looks like they're kind of pulling through mud at the moment. So we can't stress enough that this ski paddle at the moment is very, very tough, and they've definitely got no assistance out there. And as I said, it literally, when you're going into a current and going through a wind like they are, they're so open, it can feel like that mud.
Yeah, they're deep in the hurt locker at the moment, that is for sure. We can see a couple of the locals trying to get involved. They're finding out just how tough this speed can be. Ali Day goes to the front. Jackson Borg under pressure. Bevilacqua as well. Still in the background, Sean Riley, Taddy McDonald. They're not that far away. I thought they were going to go further and further away, but they haven't. They're still in 5th and 6th. Kendrick Louis and Connor Maggs. Piran Phillips. Let's talk about Piran Phillips. He's from Portreath in the UK. He came out here a couple of weeks ago for the World Championships. He led the Open Ski Final at the World Championships. An absolutely unbelievably great paddler. He's been working with North Burleigh here on the Gold Coast over the last few months. Great ski leg. He said he's going to hurt a little bit on the back end, but he wanted to put himself in this race, and he wanted to find out just what it takes to race the Coolangatta Gold here in Australia. He's a great young guy. His first ever race in this one, and he's sitting inside the top 10 pretty comfortably at this point. I don't know where he'll finish. He's going to have a tough time in that back half, that is for sure, but he is one of the best international athletes we've ever had come out. There's a couple as well. Watch for Niall Lombard from South Africa. His back end, his board, his run will be very, very good, and he'll work his way into the top 10. I can almost guarantee it.
Oh, you talk about the stories in this Coolangatta Gold, and there's too many. I tell you what, we don't have enough time in the day to talk about all of them, but we'll certainly do the best we can. I have seen something for the first time I have ever seen watching this Coolangatta Gold, and I just saw Ali Day look behind, say some words to Matt Bevilacqua. I can't be 100% on it, but I saw him turn around, and I think that's because we've seen Matt Bevilacqua just around here at the back there, Jackson Borg obviously out the front there, but I think Ali Day could have potentially been saying, come up and take a lead, so because they're really pushing into it, and we know what Matt Bevilacqua was doing there. He really just wants to sit in there and try and feel the best he can for the swim. So there's different tactics going on there at the moment, but that's the first time I've ever seen Ali Day get a little bit flustered.
Yeah, and that's sort of a I'm doing all the work, do your share kind of comment. And And Ali's he's got the right to say that. He's won the race that many times. He is the king of this event. And if he gives you an order, if you're young and you're inexperienced, you probably do it. If you're Matt Bevilacqua, you look at him, you smile and say, nah, mate, I'm going to do what I'm going to do. And that's what racing is. And I think Jackson Borg knows that they've sort of been pottering around a little bit back and forward, and he's just decided to take up the lead. Ali Day sitting back, sitting comfortably, and Bevilacqua locked in there. I don't think Bevilacqua looks that comfortable in there. He's just off and on and off and on, and nobody's comfortable at this point, but I think the other two look much better than he does at this point.
Well, I think that's it. With what's happening out there, obviously we don't have any audio at the moment, but it's, Matt Bevilacqua could be having a moment where he's not feeling very well.
Low patch,
yeah, so a low patch. That's a great way to describe it. So he has to really sit in there and can't actually have that energy to take a lead. So, but then for Ali Day and Jackson Borg, as you said, they have the right to kind of go, come on and, take a lead. But for Bevy, he might go, okay, well, I want to help, but I can't at the moment. So, as I said, everyone's got their stories coming into this race. They've got their stories into it. Sad news, Lana Rogers, as we mentioned before. You just don't know in endurance racing how your body is going to react at different times.
And you said maybe he can't, and maybe he doesn't want to. He just said, you two are leading up, you can take the pace, I'll back my back end in and my run leg. So if you want to force the pace, you go up and do it. And he's got every right to say that as well. And at training, it's a little different. If someone's not taking a lead, you give them the, come on, let's go, and they sort of go up the front and take their turn. But in racing, all those rules go out the window, and if Bevilacqua wants to sit in and sit off, that's fine, and that is what has happened so far. Ali Day goes back to the front after a little rest. Jackson Borg is there. TJ Hendy hanging on, and every stroke that he hangs on to these leaders, he's going to be building confidence, feeling better about himself, feeling better about what he can possibly achieve in this race. And he's been close in the past. He had a 6th place on debut. Next year he didn't finish. He had a 5th place. He had a couple of years away from the sport, had another 6th place there. So he's always sat around just off that podium. And then last year he had a DNF in the swim. And I think it's been the swim both times is where he hasn't finished the race. So if he can conquer that swim, who knows? He's one of the best board paddlers in the sport. He runs really, really good for a big lad. And have a look at the beautiful Gold Coast out there. One of the most iconic stretches of sand anywhere in the world, and we love it. That's what makes this race so special. And a big shout out to Tourism and Events Queensland and the Gold Coast City Council who make this event possible. The Shore and Partners Coolangatta Gold for 2024, the 40th anniversary. A big hello and welcome if you're just joining us in here today on the live stream. I'm Josh Minogue, Courtney Hancock here with us as well. We are an hour and 17 minutes into this race, and we've got a little bit over 2 hours 45 still left to go. So plenty of time, plenty of racing and plenty of action. The big story so far, a top 4 in the men's. Lana Rogers is out in the women's, and that race has been strung out by Gemma Smith. She leads Lucy Derbyshire in 2nd and Tiani Massey in 3rd, and then a massive gap back to a group of Claire Van Kampen, Grace Giblett, Annabelle Patterson is there as well, and Britt Hooton from Emu Park. So that's the lay of the land so far. We've got plenty more action, plenty more racing to come over the next couple of hours. The Coolangatta Gold never fails to produce drama.
Oh, it certainly doesn't, and I feel really sad for Lana Rogers. We know how great of an athlete she is, and yeah, it's pulling out, it's it seems not simple, but pulling out and she's done. But the emotional, I guess, distress that's going to give her post this race and recovery from that, it's going to be really tough for her. So I really hope, sending Lana a lot of love out there, and hoping she's okay physically and also hopefully mentally after this as well, because she's got a big season ahead. We love watching her race. We know she's a champion at everything she does. So lots of love out there. But we move back to this men's, and they're really just sticking together like glue. This is, I think, coming off this, everyone is going to be waiting what happens in this swim leg.
Yeah.
Everyone's eyes is going to be, I believe, on Matt Bevilacqua. We've seen Jackson Borg. There's a big opportunity that he's going to go with Ali again, which potentially could make that wash riding a tiny bit easier for Matt Bevilacqua, because not only will he have Ali's feet to try and keep up with, he'll have Jackson Borg, so there'll be a bit more splash, a bit more wash. So for Matt Bevilacqua, for me at the moment, he's sitting the best spot in the men's.
Yeah, it's exactly right. But we've seen so many guys go in with Ali Day in the past. He just produces a swim that nobody can stick with. The only man to ever do it sitting on that grey and green, that's Jackson Borg. And that's 9 races, and I would say there's been 15 or 20 men who've got off the ski with Ali Day, and only one of them has ever been able to do the 3.5 kilometres in the water at that pace. And to put it into perspective, I think he swims around that 104, 105 kind of speed for that ocean swim after 2 hours. The best triathletes in the world, the best open water swimmers in the world, the best open water swimmers maybe 5 or 6 seconds per 100 quicker. The best triathletes in the world are slower. And that's after 2 hours on the ski. He is truly something special when it comes to a Coolangatta Gold swim. He can produce. And Jackson Borg, again, Ali Day looking over his shoulder, just giving him a few instructions, and Bevilacqua does not even react. There's not a push. He doesn't care. TJ Hendy, exactly the same. I'm not coming up to help. It's up to you guys.
Yeah, he really, Matt Bevilacqua and TJ Hendy, they got the steely eyes on. They are just keeping straight, and it would be really hard to, for all men here to really focus, what do I do? Do I help and take the lead? Do I sit back and kind of relax? And as we both mentioned going into this men's race, we said, what are the men going to do? Are they going to go out and do their own race like men have time and time again? Or are they going to be really base themselves off Ali Day? Where is he? What is he doing? I feel like at the moment it's Ali Day's pace at the moment. We are going with you, Ali. We are sticking to you like glue. And, for Ali, he's such a champion and he just handles everything perfection. But for him, it would be very difficult and challenging to go, okay, I'm going for my 10th, and right now I've got 3 incredible athletes around me. He's got to really stay calm, relax, and really back his swim.
And that's the thing. Does he fire up and go, well, don't worry about it, I'll do it myself. I've done it before. You're the ones who are coming to try and win a title. We'll wait and see. Down on the beach, 2022 Coolangatta Gold champion Carla Papak. What have you got for us, Carla?
I'm down here on the beach with Jackson Borg's Dags. Now, we know that Jacko is currently in that lead group. That's really exciting. What are you kind of saying to him when he comes in from the beach leading into that swim?
We did talk about that last night. We know everyone's going to be hurting, and just reminding him that everyone's hurting more than he is, and he can push through it. He's all his training, all his racing is grit and determination. So this is the perfect race for him, and we learned a lot of things from the 2 years ago, and he's done a lot of work getting that right this year.
Yeah, we know that Jacko is typically a faster athlete. He's definitely a bit bigger built than, say, maybe Ali or Bevy. What are some of the things that you learned from 2 years ago that you have implemented into his training this year?
Well, I think the biggest thing would be nutrition that he learnt from 2 years ago, and so he's done a lot of work with Maddie, his partner, support from the club. Harriet's giving him some tips as well on nutrition. So we've done a lot of work to get that right, making sure that he's fueled up beforehand, coming into this week, and then also through the race.
And we know that he have his training partner Gemma Smith out there currently leading the women's. Have they done much work together, and do you know about any of Gemma's preparation as well?
Gemma is an absolute weapon, and Jacko's so lucky to have a training partner like her. The whole Newport Academy, the Gold Squad have been training together for this race. They push each other, and it's a team event really from that perspective leading up to the training. Getting up at 4 a.m. in the morning. It's not just to do the work, but to be there for your mates as well. So a big part of the race.
Yeah, for sure. And I think they'll definitely have that advantage over the rest of the field. We know that a lot of these guys have had to do a lot of their training solo. So having that big team around should surely help coming into the back end of this race. Well, we can't wait to see how the boys come in and what state they're in, and we'll be keeping an eye out on Borgie.
Fantastic. Thanks for the support.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, one of the nicest guys on the beach as well. Mr. Borg down there, they do a fantastic job down at the Newport Club, and they've got one in the lead group of the men's and one out in front of the ladies' race. This is Tiani Massey from the Maroochydore Club on the Sunshine Coast. The Massey name, so famous in surf sports, and the family so synonymous with the sport as well. We love to see it. Tiani Massey is one of the toughest competitors in the sport. She stands at 4'0", but she is huge in heart, that is for sure. And she's done a lot in the last 12 months, made her debut last year, finished 4th place in that race behind Lucy, Lana, and someone sitting in the booth with me here. How tough is it to race Tiani Massey? Because she does not stop, does she?
Oh, she is. She's such a fighter. And she had a couple of goals last year. She wanted to win the Shenexine Classic. She won that. She wanted to win a race on her home beach. She hoped for Aussies. She wasn't too far off that, but she won the Marucci Classic there. So she's been ticking off goals, and she's definitely due for the Shaw and Partners Iron Series. We'll see her later on in the season, but she's just getting better and better. And I know with her little size of pocket rocket, she has one of the biggest hearts. And I did speak to her a few weeks ago, and she realised, I said, you know, what's your goals for this one? And she said, I want to be in the ski, and I just want to be in the fight. So at the moment, she does have a bit of work to definitely, I guess, pick up on Lucy and Gemma at the moment. But she said, I absolutely love this race. And she said for her, it's this race, what she loves about it, it gives her an opportunity to prove how tough she is, not to other people, but to herself. And just speaking to her, I know I was incredibly inspired. She just wants to push herself as hard as she can. She said she learned a lot from last year. She said she now knows how she can push herself, especially in that last run leg. So wait and see for Tiani Massey. Her best part of this race is definitely going to be her swim, board and run.
Yeah. And she had the fastest board leg last year. Only lost a minute or so to Lana and yourself in the run leg as well. So you're spot on there. Tough in the back end. Very, very good at what she does in that tail end. I actually thought she'd be a bit further up on this ski. I thought she was going to have a better ski leg, but sometimes you just get a bad day. You're not feeling 100%. And Ali Day goes back to the lead. 1, 2, and 3. These three men absolutely flying at the moment out in front. No dramas at all. We're waiting for something to happen. They're about 15 minutes away from hitting the beach. They normally get there around that 148, 149, 150 mark for the 23 kilometres there, depending on conditions. And you can see the handlers looking out to sea. There is a couple of men who know this race very well. The two men on the right-hand side have stood on the podium. Joey Collins, Max Beattie, Mitchell Trim. He's had a 5th in that one as well. So they're all part of the handling crew. Trimmy handling for Jackson Borg. Max in there, I think, for TJ. The last sort of 25% of this ski, he starts to wind the pace up, he forces the heart rate through the roof, and then he really takes advantage on the swim. And the advantage that Ali's got, if he's in front, coming around that Kira groin, he gets that opportunity of that first wave, and there have been a few waves about at Coolangatta at the moment. And moving ahead from that, the amount of potholes that are going on at Coolangatta at the moment, I know it doesn't seem a lot, but the fact that the athletes have to get off their ski on the sandbar, wade across those potholes and get going again. This race is always going to be a test of how strong you are and your fitness as well. But just those little intricate things that happen with those potholes, it's a really, really tough day. It's looking like it's going to be one of the toughest races weather-wise, because it's going up to 35 kilometres that wind by the time they get into that last run leg. So the men at the moment, Ali Day, he's definitely doing all the work out in front. I'm actually surprised that he is out doing a lot of the work. I thought he'd maybe try and mix that up a little bit, but at the moment he's going out in front and a place he knows oh so well. Yeah, that is spot on 100%. And I guess the other boys have said, oh, it's your race, you're going to go and get it. And I don't know if it's the right plan. Put him under pressure. That would be my plan, but it's very easy to say that sitting up in the box. Nick Malcolm there on the left-hand side. He's part of the handling team in there as well. I think for TJ Hendy and Ali Day, part of that surface crew. The man out in front, Ali Day, doing a fantastic job at the moment. 10th race, 9 wins. He's got 5 Shaw and Partners Ironman Series, 3 Australian Championships, a World Ocean Series as well, 34 years of age. He's starting to go to work. You can see the gaps opened up on Jackson Borg. Matt Bevilacqua as well. This could be a key moment. He looks across and he's got a ski length on the rest of the field. We were reading his resume. He looked around and I thought it was the Ali Day of old, because he's talking about this being his last season, this being his last Coolangatta Gold. And we don't want to see it. We want him to go forever. We want him to continue to race year on year on year, but he's got a young family. He's got a business that's thriving on the Gold Coast here as well, outside of sport, and Father Time is undefeated. The end comes for everyone, and are we seeing Ali Day for the last time? And wouldn't it be something to see him go out on top after being so dominant in this race for so long?
Yeah, we know that Ali could definitely go forever and be on top forever as well, but as you said, every athlete has to make that decision. Two little young boys at the moment. I think he did hear you saying his resume out loud, because as soon as you said that, Josh, he went up and he really kicked it up to another gear. So I'm loving the way Ali's racing at the moment. He said, you know what, I'm not going to wait around for you guys. I'm not going to play cat and mouse. I know what's behind and who's coming, and I know those young guys can run fast. So I like the way he's racing at the moment. He knows how to race in front, and the one thing about Ali Day that we all are so inspired by is he backs his confidence, his fitness. He backs himself in this race. So, and speaking about backing himself, we've seen Matt Bevilacqua, and we kind of guessed what the plan might have been, and at the moment he's really sticking to that plan right now.
Well, I think Bevilacqua thinks that Borg maybe is starting to hurt a little bit, so he's coming up alongside him. He's seen that gap open up once or twice, and he's going to sit on that side wash. It's not probably as efficient on the ski, but he's afraid that Jackson Borg will drop off, the gap will open up, and he'll have to make a huge effort to come up and around. The beauty of Matt Bevilacqua, and you can see, I think that in the background there, that's Sean Riley starting to work his way. Have a look at that. That's unbelievable from Sean Riley. He's gone past Taddy McDonald, and he's really worked his way back into this race. An unbelievable paddle from the big fella there, who is absolutely on fire. That's the gap. First, second, third and fourth, back to 5, a lot further back. Taddy McDonald there, maybe Kendrick Louis as well. Connor Maggs a little bit further behind, but they're the gaps back, and it's not huge to Sean Riley, and a great paddle for him so far. But Bevilacqua's gone past Borg to sit on his tail. He thought maybe a little bit of yo-yoing for Borg's not that comfortable. You don't want a huge effort, and the pace has died down again for Ali Day. And the beauty of Ali Day's race plan is it's no secret. Everybody knows what he's going to do. Everybody understands it. Everybody comes up with theories on how you can overcome it. And Ali Day just does it better than everybody every single time. He pushes the pace on the ski, but not that fast. He just forces you to be uncomfortable for 2 hours. He then blows the race wide open on the swim, and then he's fit and fast enough to bring the race home. And everybody has an idea on how they're going to beat it until they have to do it. And that is when it becomes super tough, because saying you can do something and getting out there and doing it are two completely different things. And Ali Day, he doesn't hide the fact. He just does it better than everybody every single time.
He certainly does. He's definitely, if you want to win this race, he is the man to watch. And also for the young athletes coming through, what an opportunity to race against the best of the best. For example, Sean Riley, he's out there. He's not only doing a phenomenal race, but he's learning so much about knowing this pace, knowing the way that Ali Day races. And Ali going into this knew this. He knew, I know everyone knows my race plan. They know how I race. I've been doing it for 9 years now, and it's worked, it's worked every single time. So for him, he knows that. He said that he actually has a deeper purpose to win this year. He really wants to win this, and the reason being, he said potentially this is going to be my last one ever. So his motivation inside is absolutely on fire. He does feel a little bit more pressure than he said ever before this year. He said, I have to be honest and say that, going for his 10 and never being beaten before, you've got to feel that pressure. But I think for Ali, to have pressure as an athlete, it's not only a huge compliment, but it's also a form of great respect. So he'll hopefully use that to really fire him up.
Pressure is a privilege without a shadow of a doubt, and a huge move in that moment. Ali Day has just taken a massive inside line compared to Bevilacqua, and he's sick of dragging these men back up the coast. He's decided to go all the way down and really hug this bottom can here. I think he thinks he's got to go on the inside of it there. I don't think he has to, but he's decided to take a massive line away from Bevilacqua and the rest of the field. They do have to run through that gate, so you've got to go through the gate. I think for a second maybe Ali Day thought he was going to cut across, and this could be a key moment. They're over 3/4 of the way home here. You'll start to see a couple of other cans as well. There's the turning point for the run on the beach, so that's how far down they're going to run at the moment. So to be completely honest, they're just 4 or 5 Ks from home, and this is the move. Ali Day has gone away from Matt Bevilacqua, Jackson Borg and TJ Hendy, and it's now or never for these men, and you can see the ratings start to wind up for Bevilacqua. He knows he's got to try and get back on.
Oh, he certainly does, and as you said before, you made the good point that he felt like maybe Jackson Borg might have been tiring a little bit, and Bevy can't afford that. He can't afford to be behind Ali Day going into that swim. He needs to be right on his tail, breathing down his neck. We move back to the women's field, completely different to the men's. Gemma Smith out in front. We expected this was going to happen. Her best leg is the ski leg out in front at the moment. So she's looking really, really good. She's, as I said before, her stroke rate is a bit slow because she pulls so much power, so much great water. She's got perfect stroke tech at the, well, not only at the moment she has, so for the moment she sat on a ski, she's also been incredible Iron Woman, also in the Iron Woman series. So there's nothing this woman can't do. You said it's the question. She's been out of the sport for a few years now, so swim and board I think is going to be her toughest. I'd say more so the swim, but we'll see how she goes. As I said, she's committed for 20 weeks and the girls are doing it hard at the moment. They really, I can't tell you that probably the last 10 years, the women's has been a group forming together and taking wash leads. At the moment, our top 3, Gemma, Lucy and Tiani, full credit to all the girls out there by themselves. I tell you what, it's definitely mentally extremely tough doing it out there. Go back to the men's, as I said, completely different. Ali Day just turning around at the moment. They are very, very close to getting into that swim leg.
That's the lead pack out in front. I've just got word that in 5th place, it looks like Sean Riley there, then Kendrick Louis, Piran Phillips and Taddy McDonald has dropped right out of this one. So he did a lot of work early, and then, well, it's been a fantastic performance there. These boys have got to go to work. They've really got to get in the thick of it there. We can see Gemma Smith. She's gone past another couple of the guys out there on the ski. I think that's Lockie O'Grady from Bulli there. So she's done a fantastic job. She is absolutely flying at the moment. And like you said, she's blown this race wide open. The gap has really, really exploded out to Lucy Derbyshire. It's not enough for Derbyshire to think, I can't win this one. That is for sure, because there's a lot of racing to go, and we know how limited Gemma Smith's preparation has been. So it's going to be interesting to see what she is capable of. She's still maybe half an hour away from getting back. And Ali Day, he comes back to the group, and I think the time there is Sean Riley there in 5th place. So he's doing a fantastic job. And I think I'm getting word as well, Taddy McDonald, he has pulled himself out as well of this race. So he was sitting with Sean Riley in 4 and 5 at that turn. Not what you want to see. The big fella, he loves this race. He works very, very hard, but he's dropped out at Tugun on the way home. So disappointing for Taddy. His 4th attempt at this race. He's had a 4th place, a 7th and an 8th in the past, and this will be his first DNF. He does all his work out of Brisbane. He trains up there. He trains on his own. He's a tough guy, but this pace was too hot. Maybe he wasn't feeling 100%, so we say goodbye to one of the top 10 likely favourites in this race, and unfortunately for him, he'll have to come back next year for the 41st anniversary of this great race. The Shaw and Partners Coolangatta Gold 2024. They can see the lead pack off in the devices. They'll need drinks, they'll need gels. There's a 1 kilometre run up and down the Coolangatta Beach. That is the best time to get some food and drink in, isn't it? And it can be a stressful time for the handlers because you've got to get it right.
Absolutely. And they'll be having radios and obviously their phones all throughout the coastline, getting word of where their athletes at and going. But the one thing they want all their athletes to say is answer, do you feel good? And say, yes, let's bring it on. Let's bring on the swim. So we'll wait and see how that ends up. But at the moment, these 4, I tell you what, you couldn't split them if you tried to at the moment. Very, very close and tight, and it's definitely shaping up to be an incredible, incredible race. But feeling very sad again also for Taddy out there, missing that one. He, as you mentioned, he does love this race, but and he will be back. But this just shows how tough this race is, and we don't know all the stories behind all the athletes. We try to.
Going through and are they injured? How much work have they done? You do not get to the start line of the Coolangatta Gold without some little niggle, a sore shoulder, a little bit of fatigue, maybe your feet don't feel great from all the running, the legs, the arms, all that sort of thing. That was the view left. I would say less than 10 minutes on the ski for these four men. And do you think Ali Day has just decided that, oh, well, they're going to sit on, I'm going to make sure we get all the way back to this finish line as a group? He might push one or two little efforts, and then for the first time we get to see these men go into the run and what kind of run form they're in. We know Ali Day can run, but he's had leg issues in the past. Bevilacqua has looked good on the run without a shadow of a doubt. Jackson Borg, super quick across the sand, even though he carries a little bit more weight. And TJ Hendy running as well as he's ever run I've ever seen him. Sean Riley, just off the back, he will be the one. He will close the gap on that 1 kilometre. He can go. He's a little whippet.
Yeah, you look at Sean Riley, his times generally throughout training, it's 3:15, 3:30 at slowest, which is like incredibly fast across the sand. I'm talking about soft sand too, not hard sand. Yeah. So for Ali Day, he can't think about the run leg at the moment because he's never actually been into a run leg with anyone else before. He's always had 4, 5, 10 minutes going into that. Matt Bevilacqua, he's been in sprints with Corey Taylor, the likes of Taddy McDonald.
Matty Poole to win the race. He ran the whole run leg and then had a sprint finish. He understands it. No one's ever tested Ali on the run. It's a scary thing that we may not know how good a runner he is. We just assume that he's always injured, but maybe he's just easing off and cruising home for the win every time. That's the scary thought.
That is so true. We have never seen Ali Day actually do the Coolangatta Gold run at his flat out, at full steam. So that is scary. He's actually just taking his paddle down there really low and just looked behind, actually stopped and just said a few words. So there's definitely rivalry going out there between Matt Bevilacqua and Ali Day at the moment. But that is sport. That is all about being an athlete. And these rivalries are created through racing after years and years and years. We know they're good friends, but certainly when they get out in the water, they both want to win this. Bevy's won it once before. He wants more. Ali Day going for his 10th. It's both two great stories there.
And there's no friends on the start line. They're respectful. They do the right thing. It's all happy days. But there is no friends on the start line. This is the lady in second place on that pink and blue, Lucy Derbyshire, just 22 years of age, a huge future in front of her. And I don't know if she's going to get a better opportunity to win this race. She's got Gemma Smith out in front, I'd say 2 minutes, maybe a little bit more. It's probably blowing out a little bit at this point. But Gemma Smith's underdone, without a shadow of a doubt. She's done a hell of a lot of work over the last 6 months, but is it enough? She's had those years out of the sport where she hasn't been board paddling, she hasn't been swimming as much as she normally would. If this is 2019 Gemma Smith, the race is over. But it's not. It's 2024. We're going to find out two things. How much can Lucy get it together, focused, go after Gemma? And how tough is Gemma Smith? To do this race underdone is something truly terrifying. She has set herself up for a huge performance here. Can she bring it home?
Yeah, I definitely think Lucy, she's in a great position at the moment, being second place. No one's on her tail at the moment. She's got a gap on Tiani Massey. The one thing I have to say about Lucy, and she's very much like Tiani as well, she's a fighter. She's a grinder, and she's one of the hardest trainers as well. She really wants to win. And when you have an athlete like that, especially, as you said, she's only 22 years of age, she wants to win the Coolangatta Gold. I know how much she loves this race, and, you know, she's just one of the hardest trainers. So when you have an athlete like that, you know they're going to be incredibly tough to beat. So she's not going to give up, she's not going to stop, but I think for Lucy at the moment, it's trying to keep that gap as short as she can. Yeah,
without a shadow of a doubt, that is for sure. Looks like Noah Lombard down there on the lead there of the ski. That's a South African athlete going to work, doing his best. Connor Maggs maybe sitting one off him there, trying to get into the rhythm of this race. This is probably the group of the fifth group on the field. That's maybe 9, 10, 11 or 10, 11, 12 out there at the moment. Plenty of work to do for these boys to get back into it. It's going to be a long, tough road to work their way back, because I would say they'd be 5 minutes down, 6 minutes down at this point. Noel Lombard, he was 11 minutes down last year on Ali Day off the ski, so he's put in a massive performance comparatively to that. It's a much better position for him to be in, but it's still a hell of a long way to come back into this race. and we saw Ali Day, Matt Bevilacqua pass that can. I think it was at 1 hour 38, so it's 5 minutes 40, I think, to this group here with plenty of work left in this one. But they're sitting pretty, they're looking comfortable at the moment, they're doing all the right things with the South African there on the front. They'll be cheering him on at Christie's Beach in South Africa, and Clifton Beach in South Africa, and he's come out here and he really wants to make an impact.
Yeah, and Clifton Beach, they did so well at the world titles that just were about a month ago. So incredible what they're doing there, and we'll definitely see them throughout many races throughout our Australian titles and obviously coming into the world titles in a few years' time. But we look at that coastline and the wind is not slowing down. It is going to stay there. It's not going to be easy on these athletes, and it's really all coming. I'm feeling nervous again. It's almost like the race restarts again. So every time you know, see they're going to go into that short run and then they go into the swim, it's kind of restarting, hydrating yourself, really trying to get that energy and lift your body. But it's at the moment we just see they take, you know, this is actually sharing the lead, what we were talking about before. One stays in front, little Indian file comes behind, so that's they're all working together and going, okay, it's going to be a really tough paddle for all of us. Let's all take a lead together.
Yeah, that's spot on. They're chasing these men out in front who are making their way into Coolangatta. 1 hour, 45 minutes worth of racing so far, and we are almost at the finish of this opening ski leg. Just a 1K run, 3.5K swim, 6 kilometre board and 8 kilometre run left to go. If you thought this one was big, you have no idea. We are just at the halfway mark in terms of distance, a little bit short in terms of time. And Ali Day, he's gone up and down, played a bit of cat and mouse with the boys, but in the end, I think he's just dropped the heart rate right down, and I think that's what's allowed Sean Riley to close some of that gap in 5th place. And it'll be a welcome sight for all the handlers to see their athletes come round, but not all the handlers. You got to feel for Lana Rogers' team there at BMD Northcliffe. You got to feel for Taddy McDonald's team there and the support crew he has. And they're just a couple of the big names. We're going to have some others pull out throughout the day because this race is oh so tough. Bevilacqua hasn't looked great throughout that ski. He's looked okay, but hasn't looked spectacular so far. But for him, I think job's done. Forced the pace early, put the heart rate up, he put the cue in the rack, sat in the whole way, forced Ali Day to do most of the work. We are about to find out where this race goes. We're about to find out how much swimming he's done, whether TJ Hendy's fit enough, whether Jackson Borg's improved, and whether Ali Day has enough left in the tank to make it a perfect 10 at the Coolangatta Gold.
And this is the moment, when you spoke about moments before, how are they going to look off the ski? How are their legs feeling? Are they a little bit wobbly? You know, do they feel their look in their faces? Do they feel fresh? So this is going to be a really interesting moment. For Matt Bevilacqua, he's ticked off one piece of the pie.
Yep.
He wanted to stick with Ali Day. He's done that. And we just look how there's some beautiful whales out there, out the back. Absolutely stunning.
I don't think they'll be looking around.
Take a moment. Take a moment. But we've got our man in the sand there. We'll go down to Harold. Just see if we can grab Harold. If he's down the beach there.
I don't know if he is. Harold's maybe on the beach. We'll wait and see if we can have a chat. He's in the thick of the action down on the sand. He's really doing a good job. Those whales absolutely flying past at the moment. So he's in the thick trying to have a chat. Harold, are you there, mate?
I'm trying to be. Now we're on. Cool. So we're down here with Matt Paul. We spoke earlier, the guys on screen saw that at the front, the work wasn't getting spread amongst the group. Top 4, what are we thinking?
Yeah, look, it's the ultimate game of elimination, this one, and Ali does what he does best. He goes to the front, and he doesn't like to take along guys for the ride. So you could see...
Well, we've just lost the guys on the beach for a second there, so we'll try and get back down to one man who knows this race very well, Matty Poole. He finished second in 2019, the year Matt Bevilacqua won, and we can see he's got insight better than anyone down there. He's a true champion of the sport. He's done great things in the past. They turn and start to work for home, and you'll see Bevilacqua lift the rate as well. He'll start to really go to work, and we'll try and grab Poole again because he knows these men better than anyone. He's been training partners with the two men in the lead, and he's had a bit to do with the other boys as well. You can see them going left and right, trying to chase a wave on the way home, and it's been an interesting ski leg so far, but this is where this race is going to start to get truly special. We head off the 23 kilometre ski into that 1 kilometre run and 3.5 kilometre swim. The boys who've sat in on that pace there, they'll have been using maybe 50 to 60% less energy than our leader. It takes a lot of work to drag that pack around, and you can see Ali Day look across, look behind and think, oh, well, boys, you owe me one because I got it done. We say goodbye to Courtney Hancock for just a little while and hello to the 2022 Women's Coolangatta Gold champion, Carla Papak. You've been down on the beach in the thick of the action. We're just getting to a critical moment now. How nervous were all those handlers with these boys coming in?
Yeah, definitely. There was a few nervous handlers down there. I think people underestimate the work of the handlers. It's so pivotal, their role right now. They have to really try to get a gauge of where their athletes are at, how their emotions are, what they need. Do they need extra fluids? Do they need extra gels? We can just see Kel King giving her husband, Ali Day, his fluids right now. And this transition is going to be so important. They've actually extended the transition in the last year to add a bit of a soft sand component, which I really felt and struggled.
Mistake.
Ali Day just dropped his drink bottle there.
That happens, doesn't it? You got it. It's the little things there, and it's not a big mistake. Oh, in the big scheme of things, over 4 hours, what's a metre or two? But it's just every little metre adds up, and Bevilacqua looks the best of these men so far, without a shadow of a doubt, onto the run. Ali Day, super confident, as always, coming off the ski. Jackson Borg and TJ Hendy, they've just been left behind ever so slightly, so they're going to have to burn a match or two to get back on. You've been here, you've done this course. How tough is this 1K run for the athletes coming off the ski? The arms will be burning, the heart rate will be super high. How difficult is it to go from ski to run?
Yeah, it's so hard. Your legs are cramping up, your forearms are burning, and you just know that you're about to go into a really brutal 3.5K swim. And you can just see TJ and Borgie just a little bit further back there. And it's really pivotal that they don't let the boys out in front gain too much ground here, because it's going to be really hard to swim them down. As we know, we've got the two best swimmers out in the field out in front. Ali's just taken a little bit of a lead here from Bevy, but Bevy doesn't look too phased right now. It's a ding-dong battle with two of the heavyweights of surf sports out in front. Bevilacqua went to the front as Ali Day was taking on nutrition. Ali Day saw Bevilacqua taking on nutrition, and, well, he replied with the same sort of vigour. And we always, every year before the race, you wonder how are Ali Day's legs holding up. He's had injuries in the past. He's really struggled with sort of the shins and ankles and knees, and he's just sort of injured every now and again. And, well, this is a real warning signal to the rest of the field. This is a shot that, no, I'm going good, I'm running well, I'm feeling comfortable, and you boys, you're going to have some gap on me into that run. This is third and fourth. Jackson Borg with the black, TJ Hendy in the red. Hendy looked comfortable. I thought Borg was hurting, but he's run back into this one very, very nicely. Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see what Borgie and TJ do here. They know that the top two guys are out in front, that they know they need to make up some ground here. So I want to see if they choose to just stick together or if one of them makes a move here. Sean Riley on the beach. That's Piran Phillips on the white skis from Portreath in the UK. So he's made his way out here looking very comfortable on the Gold Coast. Maybe a full-time move. Kendrick Louis there as well. So that might be 6 and 7. Taddy McDonald was sitting in front of these guys at the halfway mark. He's pulled out. The pace was too hot. Maybe he's got a little bit of injury and illness, but he's called it there. And our UK athlete there showing us how it's done, and a man who's been in this sport for a long time. He's the Australian champion. He's done basically everything in the sport except claim a Coolangatta Gold. That's Kendrick Louis. In the past, I've loved what he said about the race. He said he was scared of it. He said he didn't want to come here and not win because people would think less of him. It was about ego. He threw all that out the window last year. He said, I don't care. I'm coming as prepared as I can. And if you don't line up, you're no shot at winning. So that kind of chat makes me super excited about what Kendrick Louis can produce in the last couple of years of his career. Yeah, I love that. You know, Kendrick has always been not an It's probably a little bit further back than where he wants to be in this ski, but we know how strong his swim leg. We know that he's a good runner. So I really do think that the boys can't be too complacent knowing that Kendrick's a little bit further behind, and I think he will start to see him make a big move into this swim. Sean Riley in 1 and 2. Sean Riley chasing 3 and 4 there. We saw him go past a little earlier, so he's in 5. Bevilacqua, Day 1 and 2.
Jacko Borg in 3, TJ Hendy in 4, Sean Riley in 5, Piran Phillips, Kenj Louis 6 and 7. The rest of the field very strung out and a long, long way to get back into this one. We knew at some point it was going to be Dame Bevilacqua. We've got it very early in this one.
For sure. I think, in the past few years we've seen Ali take that early lead, or even last year Bevy took a little bit of a lead and Ali took it right back and settled into his lead pretty comfortably. This is the first time I think we've seen them side by side really battling it out. So I think we're in for a really interesting race here. And I think, Bevy's plan will be going into this swim trying to stick with Ali as much as he can. I think predominantly we've seen that Ali's been the strongest swimmer coming into these races, but Bevy looks so strong right now, and I know that he's been doing a lot of work on his swimming, so it'll be interesting to see how he approaches this swim leg.
Strap yourselves in, surf sports fans. It's the key moment in the Coolangatta Gold. They head into the swim, the 9-time defending champion up against the 2019 champion. Only 2 men in the field to taste victory in this event. This is the moment that Ali Day gets away pretty regularly. This is the moment that Bevilacqua knew he had to work on. He's been doing extra swims. He'll swim in the morning in the pool at Miami, go to the beach, do another 3 or 4K in the open water. He knows that's his weakness. He's worked damn hard on it. How much has that work paid off? We're about to find out. TJ Hendy's had a couple of great swims in the past. He's had a couple of absolute shockers in the past as well. We're about to find out. It's rocks or diamonds with Hendy. We are about to find out which it is today. And Jackson Borg, the only man to ever come out of the swim with Ali Day, goes in third, and you can see him start to accelerate. He knows he needs to find feet.
Yeah, we've seen him just drop TJ just by about a metre, and you might not think that's a lot, but going into a swim, if you don't find that feet straight away, that could be the end. It's really hard to accelerate and make up ground in a swim. It's not as fast as the ski and board legs. So we'll see here if Borgie tries to keep his lead. If TJ can close that gap, which we see him really starting to up his pace here, he knows that he needs to at least get on the feet so he doesn't have to battle out this swim by himself, because I can talk from personal experience. There is nothing worse than taking out that swim all by yourself, battling into the chop.
There's Noah Lombard. He's jumped up off the beach, done a fantastic performance as well. Around not too far behind him, a great paddle out the front. That's 2.76. Ryan Green, I should have known Ryan. He's a young gun, an up-and-comer on debut. He's at the North Burleigh Club, so North Burleigh having a day out. Ryan Green, Piran Phillips there, all sitting inside the top 10. Noah Lombard from South Africa, the Clifton Club over there. They do a fantastic job. And at this point, just a kilometre behind. So let's say 4 minutes, 4.5 minutes
huge.
off that ski.
That ski leg is long.
Yeah.
So to only be a kilometre behind is a huge achievement. And, we don't know what type of training he's doing over there in South Africa. I'm not too sure what the temperature's like over there, but he's definitely given it a good shot. And we've got a few more boys coming through here. Yeah, starting to wind up, work their way home. The boys really doing the best they can. A little wave on the tail end of that. That is super helpful, isn't it? We love to see that at the moment. The boys starting to work their way back down the beach. Out in front. Nick Middleton out behind from the Wonder Club. New South Wales boys waving the flag for Wonder there. We know that their training is always a little bit colder, a little bit more brutal. So I'm wondering how his mental toughness will be going into this race. I had a little chat with him. He seemed excited. Apparently he's been swimming really well. So I think watch out for Nick Middleton's swim leg. He's going to go into this swim really quite strong, and he's been happy enough to get a wave here.
Yeah, he's been a great swimmer for a long, long time. Just a young gun on debut as well. He's finished 21st overall in that sort of World Ocean Series over the last couple of years, and he is very, very good at what he does. Benny Zool there as well, the man from South Australia. We love to see him. He's done this a few times, Big Benny there. He's very good at what he does. He starts to get a grind on there. He swims and boards very well. So he's had, 3 attempts at this race. He's had an 8th, a 4th and a 7th in the past. He's a perennial top 10 finisher year on year on year, and he's just sitting outside the top 10 right now, so doing a fantastic job. And we love to see it, these boys. They're going to work at the moment. They're fighting very hard, and Charlie Hewitt not too far behind him from City of Perth there. So the West Australians are on fire, and get used to it. This is the view we're going to see for a little while now. Ali Day trying to drop Matt Bevilacqua, who's trying to hang on, has that hard work. And there's Spoon there from the Northcliffe Club paddling alongside on Bevilacqua's board. They've each got a handler. They have to sit alongside. They can't sit in front. In the past, we've seen a few of the handlers there. I'm not going to mention any names.
Trying to sit nice and close.
I could if I would. They'd sit out in front and sort of drag the athletes along, and that's not what you want. So Bevilacqua in one. Ali Day in 1, Bevilacqua in 2, Jacko Borg in 3, and then TJ Hendy is really dropped. I do not know where TJ Hendy is, so that is not where you want at this point of the race, and he's starting to go out the back, and we can see that top 7 starting to filter through up there at the moment. They're doing a fantastic job. And here is our ladies leader. Have a look at the gap. It is ginormous. There's no Lucy Derbyshire in the background. Last word I got, it was over 4 minutes between Gemma Smith and Lucy Derbyshire, and then another 4 minutes back to Tiani Massey. Carla Papak, how much is too much for Lucy Derbyshire to make up?
Oh, you just never know in this, and I think that's the exciting thing about this race. We've never seen this a lead this big going into the rest of the legs. Gemma has a huge lead right now. Now we don't know where her swim and board paddling is. We haven't seen her race that much in the Iron Woman races lately, so we're not too sure. Is her swim and board good enough to hold off the other girls? I want to say it is. I've raced against her in the last few rounds in the World Ocean Women's Series. Ocean Series. And yes, her ski is definitely phenomenal. Her swim isn't where it used to be, but she's been doing the work. I had a chat to her mum on the beach, and she said that she knew that swimming was her weakness. She hadn't swum in 4 years. So she's been away from, and you know how long that is. You lose the feel for the water. You do lose a lot of feel, and so she's back now. She's been swimming for the last 6 months, and I'm super keen to see how she attacks this swim leg. And now we're back to the boys. We can see that Ali has held off the boys a little bit, but they're still right on his tail, and we've seen a huge move from Borgie here to come back onto the tail of Bevy.
4 years out of swimming, and you always say if you take a week off, it takes 2 weeks to get back. So you take 4 years off.
We're looking at 8 years
just to try and get back to that spot. But Gemma Smith's a special talent, and she's going to do something special here if she can hang on. And we're about to find out how much work she's done. We're about to find out whether that work will pay off. And Lucy Derbyshire, it's not over without a shadow of a doubt. She is in this one up to her eyeballs from here. 4 minutes sounds like a lot, but with a race this long and this far to go, it is truly a gap that she can make up. And how much has Gemma Smith cooked herself on that ski? Because she is the best ski paddler in the world, but it still hurts. That's
for sure. And she had to do it all on her own, and so did Lucy, and so did Tiani. So they're actually all in a really similar boat where not one of them had a wash, not one of them could get comfortable and take a little bit of a rest. Now we're going to see Gemma come into this swim leg, and she's going to attack it pretty hard. As we mentioned, 4 years of swimming, but one thing that people might not know about Gemma is that she was an amazing swimmer back in the days. She used to be winning swim races. I'm pretty sure she has a few rescue swim titles to her name. So I think you'll be surprised at the natural ability that Gemma has with swimming. And yes, she's taken some few years off, but we've seen it in the likes of, say, Cody Simpson, where he took many, many years off and came back into swimming because of his natural ability, trained really, really hard, and was able to actually go all the way to the Olympic trials.
That's it. You can't shirk the work, that's for sure. You've just got to get it done. And if anyone can do it, Gemma Smith. And maybe it sounds like I'm a bit negative on Gemma here, but it's actually truly incredible because a lesser athlete, someone like me, someone like your regular Joe Blow, wouldn't be able to do it. There's no way they would come back into this. But Gemma Smith is one of the best ski paddlers, one of the best downwind ski paddlers, kayakers, surf iron women, just all-round athletes we've ever seen in the sport. She's truly something special.
We've seen such a gutsy performance from Gemma. We knew she was going to go out strong in the ski. There's no doubt about it. And I think the girls knew it, but I don't think people knew just how hard she was going to go out.
I was one of those people. I said, I don't think you understand how good Lana Rogers is or how good Tiani Massey is. They'll stick with her. But boy, was I wrong, and I'm happy to admit when I'm wrong. And she blew them apart early on, and I think that had a lot to do with Lana Rogers. I think if that paces off and Lana Rogers isn't feeling great, maybe she just manages herself through it a little bit more than she probably could. But when you're put under so much pressure so early in a race by a ski start like that, all of a sudden you start to go, this isn't going well, and it starts to go south. And let's talk about being put under pressure. Ali Day, Jackson Borg, Matt Bevilacqua. Ali Day is turning the screws.
He has just pulled away. He's probably got a body length or two just out in front. I just saw his kick start to speed up there. I think Ali looks fresh right now. His arm stroke is a little bit faster than the rest of the boys, and we've seen Borgie pull up to Bevy, which means that Borgie is feeling pretty good right now, enough to catch up to the boys, enough to have that spurt. Now it's still early days in this swim leg. this can really play out in a few different ways, and we've seen a lot of people make a few big moves into the swim leg. We've got Sean Riley trailing behind. We've got TJ Hendy trailing behind. Maybe they will group together and try and catch up with the boys, and that's the best thing about this race is you might feel like you've hit a wall or like your race is over, and then someone comes up behind you and it just gives you this kind of like mental push to be like, all right, let's do this. I've got your feet, you've got mine, and let's try and work together to catch those top guys.
And you take the expectation off falling behind and just go, I'm going to focus on feet for the next 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and then all of a sudden you forget and you feel a little bit better, and I think that's what Bevilacqua has to do here. He's got to focus on Jackson Borg's feet. He's got to swim back on and just hang on. If he wants this race, this is a key moment. When we look back, when the trophy's being handed out, when the prize money's being handed out, I think the next minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes is where this one's going to be decided, because if Ali gets away, you almost write it off. If Jackson Borg hangs on, maybe today's the day the big fella can get it done. There's Tiani Massey starting to work her way back into it. We love to see it. And she's doing a fantastic job of getting herself to this finish line in third place.
Yeah, and we can see her stroke rate. It does look a little fatigued, They are pushing into the wind right now, so that way back really is quite brutal. These girls naturally have quite fast stroke rates, so to see them a little bit slower just shows how brutal that wind is. And we're just seeing Gemma come off her ski now, and it's still early days, but she looks good. She's taken off her top now, and she's getting ready to go into this 1K run. And I will say they have introduced a soft sand component into this soft sand run, and it is brutal. And so if the legs are a little bit fatigued, if she is that little bit tired, this soft sand run is really going to slow her down, and it might just open up that door for Lucy to come through.
Yeah, love it. She looks comfortable there. We'll run you through a few of the boys as well. Jaden Erskine just behind Zool in 14th. Bailey Williams in 15th. Nick Middleton, that was him in 16th. Osborne 17th. Ethan Jackson, Lisa Knapp, Sebastian Ferguson, Jesse Coulson, Tim Senior Skinner. That's the top 22 for the men. Gemma Smith out in front for the ladies. That is what we like to see. And we start the clock now, and we'll wait and see how big a gap she has on Lucy Derbyshire. We saw Tiani Massey. She looks so uncomfortable there on the ski, but that's nothing against Tiani Massey. It is so uncomfortable, that final 2, 3, 4 kilometres. You can see the finish. You just want to get there. All you want to do is get out of the boat and onto the sand.
Yeah, and I think these are the moments that are the most brutal in the race. You're finishing off one leg, and you almost have this elation. You're like, yes, I finished off one leg. But then very quickly that elation turns into a lot of fear, knowing that you've got another leg in front of you. And we've got a good look here now of Tiani. She hasn't even reached the rock wall yet. So
long way.
Huge gap. Gemma has a huge gap, and we don't have eyes on Lucy yet, but we're keen to see where she's at and how far that gap is.
Yeah, massive gap there for sure. Angus Mackay goes through in 22nd place. The men's. You think if you're sitting on Tiani, give her a hand, mate. I know
I was just about to say that. I was just going to say, come on, man. You're a big, strong bloke.
Yeah, give her a hand, brother. She's fighting it out for the title. Come on, mate.
And
give her a hand.
And I think that's the interesting thing in this race. The boys go off first, then the girls. Yeah. Then you have a few team events
start to work their way through, don't
they?
So
you start to get some of the boys catching up to the girls. They normally don't reach any of the boys, the elite boys.
Yeah.
But I know that in a few of my races, I remember finishing off one of my runs being so fatigued, and just having a boy come out in front of me, and I just slipped in behind him, and it does help, and anything helps in this race. You take anything. And here we see the girls. I think that's Gemma, and that's Lucy starting her on it. Lucy's still on the ski.
Yeah, Lucy's starting to work her way back. So the gap at the moment is just short of 2 minutes. It's going to end up blowing out to about 3.5, I think, by the end. And it's a lot. Let's not lie. It's a lot of space. But when you get to the Coolangatta Gold, 8 minutes, 9 minutes is not uncommon to see in the past. You can see Derbyshire there. She still looks comfortable. She still looks focused, looks real good.
She looks good, and I don't want to speak on behalf of her, but I think that Lucy's approach is she's a very strong ski paddler. She managed to get that burst out with Gemma. How much did it hurt her? I'm not sure. She's had the rest of the race to recoup, and I think even just knowing that she's in second, knowing that Tiani's in third, she's basically got a podium finish here. Even that itself, that is the best motivation to be like, whatever happens here, I've got a second place or I've got a third place. And she could either go two ways. She could either be happy with that, stay content, or she could have that fire to be like, you know what, I'm not content with second, and I'm going to push this till the very end.
Yeah, we love to see it here. We take a look at her starting to grind, and you know when the head starts to dip, the hands drop a little bit, that's pain. And Lucy Derbyshire, she's sitting a little bit
nice and
better
upright.
technique. Yeah, nice and upright. Their hands are nice and high. Comes around the corner there. She'll try and catch a runner on the way home. 1 hour 54 was the men's time onto the beach. The ladies not too far behind that either. Our top 10 into the swim was Bevilacqua, Day, Borg, Hendy, Riley, Louis, Piran Phillips, Noel Lombard, Ryan Green, Connor Maggs sitting hard. So those groups, it was, well, a minute from the lead group to Sean Riley, 3.5, 3:45 back to Kendrick Louis, Piran Phillips, 5 minutes to Lombard, 6 minutes to Connor Maggs. So 6 minutes over the top 10, and it looks like we're going to have 5 or so minutes over first and second on the women's side of things. It's blown wide open, hasn't it?
Blown wide open. We haven't talked a lot about Connor Maggs. I know he talked a big game going into this race. And we know also that his back end of the race is probably his stronger leg. So be interesting to see where he comes through. He is quite young, you know. It's easy to get in a negative headspace, but we see Lucy here now. She's just looking behind her, waiting for anything to help bring her through.
Give me something.
Yeah,
Give me a
that's
wave
the worst.
through.
You want to wave through. She knows she needs anything to help close that gap. She looks quite frustrated now looking back. And what's going to happen is now she's going to come off her ski and she's actually going to see Gemma go into her swim, and it's either going to go two ways. Either that's going to give her a little source of hope that maybe she's not that far away, she's only a K run away, which in the scheme of things is not that much, or it could really make it I guess obvious to her just how big that gap is.
Yeah, that's it. And it's all mindset. You spoke about it. You can either take it as a positive, glass half full, take it as a negative, glass half empty. And Lucy Derbyshire's going to find out one way or another how far behind she is. And we do the clock at the moment, and that was a 4:25 kilometre for Gemma Smith there. And Lucy Derbyshire,
not slow at all.
No, and not through transition yet as well. So that gap's starting to verge up on 5 minutes. You can see there she'll be getting instructions, and they'll lie to her a little bit. They'll say she's hurting, she's not looking good, you're still in this one, let's get going. She looks over the shoulder there, and the clock stops as she goes through at 4 minutes 44. So that's the gap off, almost 5 minutes through from first to second, and then I would say another 5 minutes back to Tiani Massey there. And this race is Gemma Smith's to lose, but just like the men's, we are about to find out how much work she's done, how much swimming she's done. Can she hang on? Gemma Smith is in the box seat. Lucy Derbyshire, she is trying to get back into this race.
And Lucy's looking strong. She's taking in her nutrition, and I think this is such an important aspect of the race. This is probably the biggest transition that you have from the ski into the swim. Generally, when you go into the swim, into the board, and into the run, those transitions fly by, and you almost don't even have time to get a gulp of water in. So this is so pivotal. Lucy needs to really prioritise taking into her nutrition, making sure that she's getting her gels in, and she looks quite strong here. She's running quite well, and we're going back to the boys here. We can see that Ali still has a bit of a gap in front. It looks like, and I want to say Borgie. Borgie in second, he's got that pink cap on. I think Bevy doesn't have a cap on.
No.
So they've dropped Bevy, which is huge. Huge work from Borgie as well to be slipping past Bevy and just off the feet of Ali Day.
He's the only man to ever finish the swim with Ali Day. We've said it multiple times, and people at home probably think, oh, that's no mean feat, he just hung on. But nobody else has ever done it. 9 races, hundreds and hundreds of men. Nobody have been able to sit with Ali Day, let alone finish in front of him. Where is Bevilacqua? He's just drifted off at the moment, and now it is, well, manage the damage. That is the mindset for Matt Bevilacqua at this point. Manage the damage. Don't let him get too far. 1 minute's okay. 5 minutes, your race is over.
For sure. And I think Bevy knows he's about to go into his best leg, into his board leg. That may be Borgie's probably weakest leg. And for Ali, I mean, I don't think he has a weak leg
at all. No.
But I think for Bevy, you're probably happy that it's Borgie that's in front of you rather than someone else. He probably knows that he can paddle him down and run him down. And I think for Ali, he's probably happy that it's Borgie behind him and not Bevy. We've seen their run splits. We've seen how fast Bevy can run in that final run leg. And we've seen him get pretty close to Ali. I think it was 30 seconds last year or the year before that he finished behind Ali, and he caught that up in that run. So Be interested to see. He's got to stay close though, because if you let Ali run away with it, he will just run away with it.
Yeah, you're spot on there. And there's been some close finishes, and probably the two closest finishes ever in the last 2 years. For sure. Less than a minute, 45 seconds.
Baby's getting
and then
closer.
2.5 minutes maybe last year. So that's going to be the interesting thing, how much damage, and all that damage was done on the swim, all of it. The winning gap has come out of the swim every single time. So thank you very much. The big fella there dragging Tiani Massey up the beach.
Finally, he's come to the front.
Yes,
and
we love to
Tiani
see
can
it.
get a little bit of wash, which I think, anything helps in this race. If you can get a wash for 30 seconds, it just gives you a chance to bring your heart rate down, calm the nerves. If you're feeling a little bit anxious, it lets you kind of curb that anxiety a little bit. I think that's a bit of an unspoken topic coming into this race. You're so nervous. You've done 20 weeks, and then you get onto the line. If something happens, especially at the start of the race, it is so mentally hard to come back from that. And I can speak from personal experience. I got dropped last year very, very early on in the race, and it ruined me. I couldn't come back from it, and there was a huge pack out in front, and it was really tough.
It can get really tough, and somebody who's having a very, very tough day out there is coach of BMD Northcliffe and of Lana Rogers, Naomi Flood. I think she's down on the beach with Harold with a bit of insight.
All right, thanks, Josh. Down here with Supercoach Floody. Update, Lana, how's she feeling?
Yeah, she's devastated, very frustrated. What we're going to assume is that she couldn't hold her paddle, so her body was breaking down on her today. Had a really good prep leading into this, really great 20 weeks, obviously full of ups and downs like every athlete, but was ready to go today. The band hadn't snapped in that ski leg. She was happy from her. She was happy where she was sitting. She was ready to go. Been working on her run to swim, so she was keen to get stuck into it, but today just wasn't a day for the body to work for her.
She's finally showing that she is human.
Yeah, it's hard, but, Lana's won 2 races, 2 Coolangatta Golds. It's huge. So for her, it's about trying to regroup now and move forward, and it's a big summer ahead and lots on, so looking forward to seeing what she can do, but definitely looking after herself. She needs to rest, recover, be nice to herself, and move past this.
Yeah, word to everyone at home too, be nice to yourself, rest, recover. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the day. It's going to be some hot racing.
Yeah, it should be good. The boys' race is going to unfold really nicely. Looking forward to that.
Thanks, mate.
Thank you.
One of the great coaches there, having a tough day out. You've got to feel for Lana Rogers and the entire team there. It's just part of sport. Some days it just doesn't work for you, and very, very difficult for her there. And thank you to Naomi for taking the time. She's got a million things going on, a million athletes in the water, so we really appreciate taking the time out there. There's Lucy Derbyshire making her way into the swim, and the gap, it's over 10 minutes from Gemma Smith to Tiani Massey. So that run from Lucy Derbyshire, she was about 36 seconds slower over the 1K than Gemma Smith. So for us to wonder whether Gemma Smith's got enough in the tank, she's running very, very well.
Yeah, and I think that's something that I was thinking too is, we know she's a good ski paddler. I know she can swim. She's swum in the past, but it's just her running. I'm not too sure how much running I don't think kayakers do a lot of running, to be honest. So you're just wondering, does she have that last run leg in her? But it looks like, even just going off that 1K transition, she ran at like a 4:35 pace, which is not slow at all, especially when there's a soft sand component, especially when your legs are fatigued after just being cramped up in the skis. So I'm interested to see. This is just getting juicier and juicier, really. And now we see Tiani Massey coming through, and the gap is almost getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, 11 minutes now for Tiani Massey, and that was really something. She's starting to get the drink in. She'll get rid of the flotation device there. One little shore break to negotiate. No dramas at all there, and she would have paddled past Gemma Smith on the swim. She knows exactly where she sits. Top 3. For her, a podium finish here would be a great way to kick things off. But I think she had hopes and aspirations of sort of being a little bit closer there. Dumps the PFD there on the ground and gets rid of all the stuff. The handling
bucket
team
of water
there,
over her.
Yeah, to get the salt water off her, because you've sat out there for so long and the salt is up and on you and you sweat a bit of it out. There's Dad there handing over the gels there. He'll be giving advice. Time, keep going, you're doing well. Rogers is out. And for some of these girls, this will be the first time they'll understand the defending champion is gone, and we're going to crown a 4th champion in as many years. Courtney, Carla, yourself, Lana, and now one of these ladies today. So it doesn't happen often. You normally go on runs, and this is the first time in a long time we're going to have 4 different winners in 4 different years. So I think the last time we did that was back in 2010, 2011, when we had 4 different winners.
Yeah, and I just anyone that wants to go into this Coolangatta Gold, it's not run and done before the race starts. You know, you might think, oh, I don't want to do it. Ali's just going to win. Bevy's going to win. But I think the girls is so exciting because it is honestly anyone's game. We've seen that Gemma hasn't done this race in 5 years, and she's coming back and she might win it. That's crazy talk.
Bevel Aqua there, he's starting to go to work on the way home and really hurting. And Ali Day, we saw a shot of him just a little while ago out in front, starting to grind, and that wind and chop making things very hard. And as the wind gets up, the top of the water gets a little bit more sort of choppy and runny. The better swimmers have more of an advantage. So you can see them there starting to work very, very hard, and they're really going to work at the moment. That's Ali Day, a long, long way down, starting to push at the moment. So just a bit of a move in there for Day, starting to work. Or maybe that's TJ Hendy, sorry. He's starting to work down in 4th place. So we're chasing Hendy. The rest of the field is on the way back. He looked very, very similar to Ali Day there. So very, very comfortable.
Yeah, and we just see a few of the other girls.
Phoebe Savage there from Newport.
Savage. She's had a good ski paddle, and I think, you know, for her, it's probably just an achievement being here. Yeah. She's not too far away. I think she's sitting in 4th place now, which is huge. Yeah, she's probably really happy with that.
We love to see it. She's on fire at the moment. Another one from the Newport Club would have done a bit of training with Gemma Smith, and she's doing a fantastic job in there at the moment.
Yeah, and I had a chat to Borgie's dad on the beach, and I kind of just said, what's the training been looking like at Newport? You know, have Gemma and Borgie been working together? And he only had the best words to say about Gemma Smith, and he said that Borgie and her have been training together, so we can imagine that Phoebe's been hopping in within their sessions. And there are some clubs where there is only one person doing the gold, so a lot of their sessions are solo, like we saw with watching him go off and do his sessions by himself. He joins in sometimes, but majority of his runs, his ball paddles are by himself, and that's really mentally tough. So when you've got a team behind you, like the team at Newport, I think it really does work to your advantage.
Here is Ali Day. I thought that was him before, but it was TJ Hendy working very hard. He's broken away from Jackson Borg as well. So that is how tough it can be out in front for Day. Look at him start to go to work, and it's all about timing. How big's the gap?
Yeah.
1 minute, I don't know if it's enough. 3 minutes, that's more than enough.
For sure.
It's that fine line.
You can just see how tough that swim is. For anyone that normally swims in a pool, it is so different swimming in the ocean. And then add on fatigue. You've just done a 1 hour and 45 minute ski paddle. You can see the chop down, and the wind has picked up. I was just outside. The wind has picked up a lot. You probably wondered that in the ski, and you can feel every chop behind you. But look at Ali Day's stroke here. It is not slowing down, and he just looks so strong right now. It's not even, he's like gliding through the chop right now. This is quite spectacular to see, honestly. He is so strong in this swim, and I think he knew that the swim was his superpower, and he's really taken it out.
Isn't it incredible? I spoke to Chris Mooney, someone who'd been doing a lot of swimming, coach of Kaylee McEwen,
of course,
past, Olympic gold medalist, that kind of quality. So he knows what's up. He said he's never seen anyone like Ali. Keep it going, keep it going. He said he hasn't seen anything like it. He said he could be an open water swimmer at the Olympics. He's that good, but he's just come from a different place. He said his ability to just settle in at a threshold, hold it in there, and he's not swimming the fastest anyone's ever seen, but damn, it's good.
Can hold the
bang,
pace
bang, 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 bang.
And that's the best thing about open water swimmers. I've had the pleasure of swimming and training alongside Nick Sloman, and it's the same thing. They're doing 2 hour to 3 hour sessions. They're doing, 2400s in a session. It's crazy stuff, and they're holding under 110 pace. Which, for anyone that's a swimmer, you know how hard that is now. We're just seeing Tiani Massey come into her swim now. So Gemma's probably maybe a K into her swim already, and we're seeing Tiani go into her swim now. She looks good. She looks calm. She's getting a few encouraging words from her handler now. She's done this swim before. I went into the swim with Tiani last year, and she blew me out of the park. So I know she's good. She's a good swimmer. She's a good swimmer, and I think she's she's really going to push the pace on Lucy here, and it's up to Lucy to see how long she can hold her off, but I wouldn't underestimate the power of Tiani Massey right here. She's small in stature, but she's big in heart, and she's going to really try and push his pace and catch up to Lucy here, and that's going to give her that extra motivation.
A couple more of the ladies making their way into the beach as well. Good to see. So that group sort of from 3rd, 4th, 5 and 6, super competitive. Don't count that one out. You can see the girls starting to make their way up there. They've got to get rid of the PFT. Yeah, that's the hardest part. Annabelle Patterson there, she is the Kiwi. She's done a fantastic job. Great ski leg so far. Training out of Bondi with Joel Bevilacqua, that's Maddie Bevilacqua's brother.
So he knows a thing or two about the gold.
He's pretty good at what he does, and a big shout out to the Bondi crew. They're putting in a fantastic performance. She's a Kiwi, only 2 years into paddling, and he said she'll go well. She's a very, very good first half of her race. Her ski into her swim's great. Doesn't love the run, as we can see a little trip there, but she's going into her best. Yeah, she's going into her best leg, and
I think, like I said, this soft sand is so brutal, and I don't know whose idea was it to add the soft sand component into it. I vote we take it back out. Speaking of people who have only had a little bit of ski paddling under their belt, I just want to highlight Fenella Gibbs here. We haven't seen her come onto screen yet, but she is a dolphin swimmer, open water representative for Australia. We've seen her do big things in the open water world. She turned around last year and said, you know what, I want to be an Iron Woman, and I want to start off with the Coolangatta Gold.
And I think she's had a couple of years where it probably didn't go right for her in the water. She struggled a little bit sort of to find her place, and it's good to see she'll be coming up in a minute. There's Grace Giblett working her way up into this one as well, and for Claire Van Kampen. So this is really the race for those. We're paying down to 6th place in terms of prize money here. This is the race for the prize money. The girls are going out through transition there. I think they're, 6 and 7 at the moment. So plenty of work for these ladies, and they'll work their way into it. They're young, they're fit, they're very light on their feet, and I think they'll run a few down in those final run legs.
For sure, and I just saw them exchanging a few words together. I wouldn't be surprised if they really work together in this swim and for the rest of the race. You know, we know that they're training partners. They've lost one of their other training partners out to the front of the field, Lucy. I think that they probably expected that, but I really do think that Zane will probably be encouraging these girls, work together, share the lead, try catch up to who's in front of them. I think it's Tiani. Try catch up to whoever is in front of them, and who knows how they'll go. You know, when you've got someone out working with you and the other girls are all by themselves, I do think it's a huge advantage.
Yeah, you're spot on there. TJ Hendy maybe still working his way down the coast of that turning can there. Plenty of work to do. He's really drifted off the pace. It is a long, long swim. They leave Coolangatta. They go all the way down to just south of Kira Surf Life Saving Club. So at 1.75k turnaround, make your way back. It is long, it is cold, and it is lonely out there in the swim. That's the best way. If you've ever done the Gold, you understand how lonely it is, and it's shocking how lonely you can feel but be surrounded by hundreds of thousands of people on the beach, different athletes and everybody, but you're out there on your own. It's deep, it's dark, it's miserable. I loved swimming. I didn't enjoy that. That is for sure. One man who is enjoying it, though, is Ali Day out in front. He's broken away from Jackson Borg, and you can see the rating, the height of those arms compared to the rest of the men's field.
For sure, and I think this is where the handler comes into play. You know, it's up to the handler to decide if they want to tell Ali, hey, you've got this bit of a lead, or if he wants to keep him hungry, he wants to keep him in the dark. And I think there's a bit of tactics. I remember looking over to my handler and really struggling in the swim part of the race last year and just begging for some insight, begging for some positivity. How far away am I? Because you really can't tell out there. It's so hard. You just see cans that all look the same. You can't tell how close you are to halfway point. You might have a watch on, you might not. So it's really hard. And we've got a good list here now to see where we're at with the top 15.
Yeah, that was heading into the swim, these guys. So that's obviously changed a little bit. It's now Ali Day in front. Matt Bevilacqua has drifted down to third. Jackson Borg still in second. TJ Hendy hanging in fourth. Sean Riley, if he can get through this one, his board and run is going to be where it's at. He's very good at what he does. There'll be a shake-up in that sort of 6 through 15. I can almost guarantee it, but you can see the gaps. Over 10 minutes separating the top 15 there on the ski.
For sure. And we haven't seen Jaden Erskine and Bailey Williams come through yet. And I want to talk about them because, you know, they've had a little bit of a rivalry on social media. They've been quite vocal about it. And we know that Bailey Williams is fundraising for Gotcha for Life, a charity really close to his heart. And they're both kind of joked about being in the heavyweight division for this race.
Yeah, they were just behind the 15 play. They were 16-17 on the beach in there. Jaden Erskine and Bailey Williams side by side. Harold on the beach.
Two special guests with us here this morning. Charlie Verco, team's champion yesterday.
Yeah, it was pretty fun yesterday. A bit nicer weather, warmer, but it was good to have a win with the team.
Solid win. But then speaking of winning, across to our left, we've got the Open Ladies Champion short course yesterday, Piper Harrison. That was pretty amazing yesterday.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a good race. Nice hit out for the start of the season. And then I'm just excited to be down here watching the long course today.
Winning is momentum that helps the club go through. Borgie looking really strong out there at the moment. But let's get to Gemma in that ski leg. She was dominant. How much more she got in the tank, and talk through us the work that Newport has done through the winter.
Yeah, all the Newport crew have just had such a big winter. It's been really inspirational, the work they've been putting in, and I think everyone knew Gemma would need to take that ski leg out really hard today, and she did just that. She's so far ahead, and she's done so much work, so we're confident she can hang in there.
Gemma is a special person. You actually roomed with her for a little while. What did you pick up on living with someone that is so meticulous with everything in her life?
Oh, yeah, that's the perfect way to describe it. She's so diligent and so focused. Every day she'd go straight from the pool to work and then come home and get straight into her sessions. And often it was on her own because she couldn't match the schedule with other people around her work. And she's so focused and so motivated. It's impressive, and she deserves any results she gets.
So if she possibly could take this one out and Borgie, you would have lived with both of the champions. That'd be pretty sick.
Yeah, that is cool, actually. Might have to claim it for both of them.
Maybe that might be the secret sauce. So if you want to win a Coolangatta Gold, get this man in your camp. Thank you, legends from Newport. Back to you.
Thank you.
Down on the beach with two of the best in the business, without a shadow of a doubt. Gracie Giblett there working her way through that 1 kilometre run. I think she'll be the one that'll move through the field a little bit here. I don't know if it'll be straight away, but in that final run leg, a couple of the ladies looking really, really heavy on the feet, to be completely honest. They were struggling through that soft sand transition, and you've trained with her for a couple of years. She's a good young athlete and on the come up, only 19 years of age and big, bright future.
Yeah, hey guys, I'm back.
Oh, sorry, Dr. Courtney Hancock back in the booth.
In case my voice changed a little bit, I just got out there and we were just doing a few things for some sport TV back then, but I just saw looking out there that, all the handlers are up on the kilogram. We just see Gracie, she's just having a little bit, maybe just reaching, and maybe needs to do a little bit of vomit, which a lot of athletes out there, you may not see it, but you sometimes have to do that, and it actually makes you feel a lot better. And that's a bit of the lactic acid in the gels and all sorts of things. But I was just having a look, and you've just updated me, Josh. I was trying to look out in the water, but a lot has gone down since I have left in this last kind of 20, 25 minutes.
Yeah, you're spot on there. Ali Day has grabbed this race by the throat. A bit of a stranglehold there. Jackson Borg chasing very, very hard. They're going past the Kira Surf Club there on the way back. Bevilacqua, he's drifted off the back as well. You can see the handlers looking over their shoulders, just trying to give him a little bit of insight as well. TJ Hendy, Kendrick Louis will be the one to watch. He'll be the big mover in this swim. He went in 6th place. I expect him to maybe make up some ground, but he still had sort of 3.5, 4 minutes to catch on our leaders, and we knew he was going to do it. We spoke about it. Ali Day, this is where he likes to go. This is where he likes to put the hammer down, and he's done that, but will it be enough? We wait and see. We do not know how much pace how much of a gap he's put into the rest of this field, and once they hit the sand, that is what we're going to find out.
Absolutely, and when you see the athletes hit the sand, keep a close eye watch on their faces and how they're looking. It's a really good way, I guess, of how their family members and handlers really go, okay, how much nutrition do they need? Do we need to put the Coke into their bodies early? Do they need some snakes? What's going on? So there's a lot happening, but there's a lot of nervous handlers out there at the moment, all watching on, and you can just feel the intensity down there. And it's really, I guess you could, speaking about a movie, it's been 40 years since that movie was made. We could make a movie about what's unfolding at the moment today. There's been, as we said, a few athletes have pulled out. There's been, a little bit of chit-chat out there in the ski. The girls has absolutely, been a really tough race for all of them, really spreading out in the ski. So it's been a very dramatic day already.
If you'd have said to me at the start of the day, this is how the ladies' race will play out, I would have called you a liar and said, no way, that is not going to happen. And you can see we're just working our way back through the field there. There's a couple of the back markers, maybe Piran Phillips there. We saw him for a little bit, but this is our leader without a shadow of a doubt. Ali Day, you can see the groin at Coolangatta there, or at Kira there. They're starting to work their way around there. He knows he's 3/4 of the way done in this swim, and while the gap's big, that time can be deceiving. At the moment, it's only 30 seconds, 40 seconds back to Jackson Borg, and I would say a minute and a half back to Matt Bevilacqua, but we wait and see once they hit the sand, because that'll be the big moment. And We know how it's going to we know how it was always going to play out, but it's whether anybody could do anything about it. Jackson Borg was confident. He said, I can swim with Ali Day. Matt Bevilacqua was confident, said, I can swim with Ali Day. TJ Hendy, he was wild. He said, I'm going to swim in front of Ali Day. And they all have a plan until they get punched in the face. It's a great Mike Tyson quote, but Ali Day has absolutely delivered. Well, it could be the killer blow here in this swim leg.
He absolutely, he just every single time he just drops that hammer down, doesn't he, and absolutely go for it. We won't call it a secret weapon because everyone knows about it, but it is a weapon that he has used time and time again. And I think if we, interviewed him, he would say, my swim leg has been the one that's got me. You have to put all of them together, but it's certainly been the one that's made the most distance. And if we move towards that next leg, the board leg coming up, Matt Bevilacqua, you can imagine his plan would be to try and catch Borgie, work with Borgie to make as much distance up in that board leg. But at the moment, they've still got a long way to go on the swim. The reason being it's so long is it's a tough swim. This area of the coastline, if anyone swam around here, there's a reef going on. There's so much water movement.
Yeah.
It is very, very challenging. And the strip of the Gold Coast, this is always the hardest part to swim in.
Yeah, and traditionally the water runs from left to right on the screen. It pushes down towards Balinga, and in the past, in the different sort of iterations of the Coolie Gold, it was great. You paddle down to Coolangatta, you jump in that sort of flow down to Balinga and just get a wash the whole way down. This is where it gets interesting because they're going to have to push back up into it, and this part especially on that Kira break wall there, that's where the water really, like you said, really starts to move and really starts to push against you. So you've got to be able to fight it, and Ali Day has delivered here today. He's doing what he always does, and we love to see it there. The pace has gone up, and it's been too hot to handle for both Jackson Borg, Matt Bevilacqua, and the rest of the field, to be completely honest. We were a bit worried about him coming off the ski. He was looking around, asking questions, asking people to take a lead, but we shouldn't have been because the champ continues to deliver. He has 9 titles. He wants a 10th, a perfect decade for Ali Day. And, well, at the halfway mark of the race, if we're being completely honest, ski and swim almost done. He's looked like he's going to go away with this one.
Oh, we're watching greatness happen right now. We have been watching greatness happen for the last 9 years, and we just saw Ali, he just did a little bit of a kick, a little bit of a 6-beat kick then. He's just waking those legs up. So he's just making sure his body just wakes it up, makes sure that everything's in check, because if you let those legs go without kicking for a little while, it can certainly make you feel not so great. So he's just throwing those legs in every now and then just to keep the legs awake and making sure they're ready to go for the board, and also that 8-kilometre run at the end.
He's the ultimate professional, isn't he? It's the little things that make the big difference in getting that circulation flowing through the legs before you get to the end of that swim, because you know you're going to have to run on them, then you're going to sit on those legs for a long time on that board. You sort of kneel up and lean on them. They're the little things that make a massive, massive difference for the best athletes in the sport. You can see he's starting to make his way back towards Coolangatta Beach and into the transition zone. No sign of Jackson Borg in the background. That's Day there as he cuts Handler. Just takes a little look, giving him the hurry up, telling him to get on, keep going. But you don't want to stop now, and he'll have looked down at the watch and the clock will start. But where is second place? Where's Jackson Borg? Where's Matt Bevilacqua? Where is Sean Riley and Kendrick Louis? Because I expect Kendrick Louis to make the big move in this swim leg. He was 4 minutes down off the ski. He's really got to grind his way back into this one. If anyone can do it, it's Kendrick Louis. These two men, Louis and Ali Day, they're on the back end of their career. They are headed towards retirement without a shadow of a doubt. Just how quickly will it come? And we can see in the background there's Jackson Borg starting to wind up there. No sign of Bevilacqua either. So Borg, I would say that's maybe a minute and a half, 2 minutes. Bevilacqua, I don't know where he is. He's just out of shot as well. So very, very tough for these men. And maybe 90 seconds, a little bit more back to Borg, and that is a big, big lead when you're the quality of Ali Day.
Absolutely, and there's one thing about Ali Day. I've noticed his transitions off the swim it's like he's doing the Shaw and Partners Iron Series, isn't it? Yeah. He just goes up, winds himself up and goes. You spoke about heart rate earlier on this morning, and that's one great advantage Ali Day has, his heart rate. He can really steady it. He keeps it very low and doesn't really spike it too much. So that's why Ali Day, part of why he's so good, he's really learned about his heart rate, and that's all about endurance racing. You just see him coming in now. he's got that right arm, which we're so used to seeing, just kind of flicks up in the air. I almost feel like that's his kind of little wind up that keeps him winding up and go, go, go. So, and also, if he can get a little body wave coming in here, he just might stretch an extra 10 seconds.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt, it makes a huge difference there. Borg starting to wind up towards that turning can. He's not that far behind, but he's got plenty of work to do. That is for sure. You're spot on. You hear the analogy about burning matches. And every time you spike that heart rate, it's a match burn. You're using up more energy than you need to. And Ali's ability to keep it sub-threshold for 4 hours in a row is truly incredible. There are very few athletes out there that could do that, especially given the conditions. You're not only fighting the other athletes, you're fighting Mother Nature out there as well. You can get hit with a wave and the heart rate can go up and you can start to get stressed. Not Ali Day. He just continues to grind and grind and grind. He is a special athlete. All our leaders are out on course. Gemma Smith, Lucy Derbyshire and the rest of the field as well going to work in the ladies' race. The men's side of things, Ali Day has broken away. We knew it was coming. We didn't know it would be this good, and he's looking for a little wave now. Is this going to be something he can get down? No, he doesn't. As you said, Courtney Hancock, you've been here before. You've led off that swim. What is the thought process from here on out? Obviously get into transition and out onto that board, but when you're leading the Coolangatta Gold and the swim is done, where does your head go to?
It's really being aware and resetting yourself. So being aware of waves coming through. As I've just talked about waves, we just see Ali Day. He could get a little bit. And that's how good he's feeling at the moment. He spoke about heart rate. He just managed to lift his kick up there for a moment and really get into his strength. But at the moment, it's all about getting that cap off, getting those goggles, getting the nutrition in as quick as you can, but not rushing that process that you miss your hydration, because they've been out there for a long time. The swim is where your head's down. The athlete's a little bit delirious when they come out. But if Ali can get in here and get himself moving, you don't want to stop in this race. That's one thing you don't want to do. You see a lot of athletes might bend down and kind of, fix their shoes or something like that. They come up and they don't feel so well. And as I just said, here we go, Ali Day. He has just busted out a body surfing wave just then and looking very good at the moment. Okay, this is this moment, Josh. All right, how is he looking?
Yeah, looking very comfortable there. I've seen him do it a lot over the last couple of years as well. He just gets that speed up early. A little pothole there. Kel, his wife, hands him the drink, goes with him, gives him a few instructions. You get late in a race and you start to forget where you should be, what you should be doing, and all those sorts of things. So he's done a great job there. He's up into transition. He looks comfortable. There's a grimace on the face, but I'd be grimacing as well if I was 2.5 hours into a race like this one. So he looks pretty good. The legs look light. That's the thing I'm looking at. What do his legs look like? And at the moment, he doesn't look like he's going to lose any time on that run, and that's a scary thought. You can see Cart's there giving him the big hurry up. Doesn't he love it there? He's giving him times, he's giving him encouragement, and a few course words in there as well. So the boys are doing a great job. He's got the same handling team he seems to have every single time, and they do a really, really good job of getting him up and going. They know what he needs, they know what he likes, and it's a full team effort there for Ali Day.
Yeah, you need to have some great handlers who know exactly what they're doing. Just see Kel on screen there, Matt Mosey before. So just get a little tap on the bottom. That's just keep pushing him, giving that positivity, words of encouragement, and the direction of exactly where to go, because you just said a little bit delirious. They've had their head down for almost an hour. We just see Jackson Borg. He looks really good at the moment. His legs look really light. He's just going to go across those potholes now, take his nutrition in, and there he has. He's got his partner, Maddie Spencer, on screen there as well. She's going to be giving words of encouragement. And at the moment, it's about being really positive with your athletes. They don't need any negative, you're this far behind or this is happening. It's about really lifting them up and giving that positivity into it, because we now go into the back end of the race.
Bang on, well, just over a minute in between the two there. And you can see Jackson Borg looks a little bit more, heavy on the sand, if I'm going to be completely honest. And going in and around, he looks a little bit more tired. He looks a bit, I'd say a little bit less positive than Ali Day did, that's for sure. You can see he's a huge boulder of a man. Look at those shoulders there. He's a lump of a lad, and he's starting to go to work, and he'll look over his shoulder, wait to see where Bevilacqua is, but the gap was 105 in that transition, and I think he'll be disappointed with himself, but he's still in it. This race has a long way to go. He's a great athlete, and he's got to go to work.
Yeah, absolutely. No, Borgie's a phenomenal swimmer, and a minute you know, I mean, you don't want to be behind Ali Day by a minute, but certainly he hasn't lost too much distance. And I think everyone now on the beach and watching this on screen will be, where is Matt Bevilacqua? How much time, how much damage has Ali Day done in that swim leg? So he's out and about on the board, and I think for Matt Bevilacqua, it's trying to get as soon as possible to that beach, get on his board and get going.
Yeah, that is exactly right there. That's our leader, Ali Day, out and onto the board leg. He'll make his way all the way out to those white cans, take a big left-hand turn and start to work his way down the coast. 6.5 kilometres on the ski. They'll work their way all the way down to, well, I think a little bit past Balinga, and then they'll turn around and come back. So anyone who is local on the coast and understands how long that is, there is Bevilacqua there. So the gap is starting to grow. The gap is starting to grow. He lost 3 minutes when he almost ran Ali Day down. That gap looks to be almost exactly the same. He gets some words of encouragement and a little wave. He'll look over his shoulder and he'll know now or never. If he's going to win this race, he needs to produce the back half of his life, the best board leg, the best run leg he has ever produced, because he's lost that time. You can see, he knows that the pace is gone. He gets a couple of photos. Brielle, his fiancée, comes down. He'll give him a drink, give him a gel, and she'll give him the update as he goes through this one. And Matt Bevilacqua, he looks angry. That's the best way I could describe it.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say, you took the words out of my mouth. Angry, fired up. That's exactly what's going on in Matt Bevilacqua's mind right now. But that's probably what he needs right now. He can't the damage has been done. He cannot do anything about that. That has been done right then and there. So at the moment, he needs to get out there, get on his board straight away, and be fired up and know that Borgie at the moment, maybe give that a goal and then look towards Ali Day.
Let it go and then light it up. That is the plan from here on out, because you can't do anything about it. You've made your bed, you're lying it. There's no sooking and sulking here. You can pull the pin, sit down on the beach and let it all go, or you can try and fight your way back into it. That would be the message to Bevilacqua as he goes into it. So 1, 2 and 3, Matt Bevilacqua, Ali Day, Jackson Borg, Ali Day. His old man hands over the board there, and he's off and away and into it. Got some drinks and gel on there, and nutrition's so important in this back half of the race. We've still got, well, I would say an hour and 15, an hour and 20 still left to go. And have a look at Ali Day, absolutely flying there. He's got a bit of a run, maybe a boat came past. He just got a little bit of wash as he's working down the hill. There's no better board paddler than Matt Bevilacqua. There's no tougher human than Jackson Borg, but Ali Day is truly something special.
He is something special. He's making the most of the way down at the moment. The runners off Kira Point around here are really, that we see a lot of surfers time and time again using these waves, and you can see Ali Day doing that at the moment, just sitting back, and he looks really good. As you said, he looks really light as well. He doesn't look like he's bogging down in the water. He just looks like he's in a nice kind of feathering along.
Yeah,
so
looks fantastic.
He's going to be really hard to beat. And Matt Bevilacqua and Jackson Borg, they are going to have, they can't sit around and be like, I'm going to have 30 seconds of having a breather. They have to get into their work ASAP.
Yeah, that's it. There's no waiting here at this point. They've got to get going, because it is truly the race being decided in these moments. And what's going to happen is they're going to run down super quick. But as they turn, they're going to punch back into it. Just like on the ski, it'll be all about work. So you'll see them. They'll take a rest. The rating will lift for Ali Day here, up, get that nose running, get the board running, take a big rest, and then do it again. That's called chasing runners. That's what these athletes will do. Really good example of it there. Ali Day finds a little runner, pushes, gets himself on a little wash, working down it, and then takes a rest. There'll be none of that on the way home. It'll be head down, constant rating, constant paddling, really starting to go to work. And this is our leaders. It's not side by side. It's Gemma Smith swimming up on one of the men there. I think that's Trimmy, her handler on the board. She is absolutely flying. She hasn't been caught by Lucy Derbyshire. The gap is still as big as it was.
Yeah, Gemma looks really good. She's just going to work there, and you just see the handlers there just looking pretty relaxed and thinking, I'm glad I'm not out there. But at the moment, Gemma Smith, and we spoke about her a little bit this morning, and as soon as I heard she was doing it, I thought to myself, you know what, if I was going to this race, that is someone I definitely would be incredibly threatened by, because she is incredible. I don't think she's spoken up because she's had a couple of years off, but the year she raced I think it was 2019 up against Lana, she put on shoes, socks, glasses, hat, and her big earphones, and she probably lost about 10 seconds. So if she's putting on shoes today, she will not lose any time. I don't think I've seen anyone put on that amount of gear in a very, very short time. And yeah, as I said before, Gemma, remember she's a school teacher. She's been fitting this training in as well as doing that. And I think whatever happens today, it's inspirational. But behind her, she's got a tough job because Lucy Derbyshire and Tiani Massey, they are two of the toughest, hardest trainers that you could, I guess, ever know.
Yeah, you're spot on. Our 22 champion is down on the sand. Carla Papak, who have you got for us?
Hey guys, I'm down here with Maddie Spencer. We have Jackson Borg's girlfriend and handler for today. How did Borgie look as he went through that transition there? He's sitting in second place just behind Ali Day.
Yeah, he looked really strong. I'm really impressed that he's really strong and positive at this point. So, yeah, I hope he can keep his focus on the board and, yeah, keep the speed up.
And just how stressful it is being a handler, not just a handler, but also being Borgie's partner as well.
Oh, it's a little bit stressful, but he's made it really easy this year. He's got a lot of confidence. He's done it a couple of times. He's well practiced. So, yeah, this morning the nerves were low and the confidence was high. And, yeah, it was really exciting.
And running typically hasn't been Borgie's strength. How do you think he's feeling going into this run leg? What's the preparation being like? You know, he's not too far behind Ali. If he's got a good run leg in him, he could come close to taking out this title.
Yeah, definitely. He's done a bit of running. The calf's been a bit interesting over the last couple of weeks, but I'm hoping that can hold it together. He's going to put some shoes on, so that should give it some support. And on this hard sand, I'm really hoping the shoes will help and he can finish it off.
Yeah, you mentioned that he had the big foamy shoes, inspiration from myself. I think I was the one who started the big carbon plate shoes, so he's got the shoes on and we can't wait to see how he goes in this run leg.
Yeah, thanks. I'm excited.
Thank you, Maddie.
They're having a blast down there. We love it at the moment. We can see many more of the guys and girls. Maybe Ryan Green working his way out onto that board leg as well. So the guys are doing a fantastic job. They're really starting to go to work. And he's had a great swim there. A couple more of the boys worked their way through that transition. And this is our leader, the ladies, out in front. Gemma Smith, that gap doesn't seem to be closing at all. And Lucy Derbyshire, it's now or never for her. She's really got to get going.
Yeah, it's almost what's happening, unfolding in the men at the moment. The chase pack, or the chase athletes, should I say, really have to get going now because you've got to take those moments, you've got to take those opportunities and work and work and work. This race is going to hurt no matter what pace you go, but now you've really got to know that, I guess, in the board, the one thing I really love about the board is you're not resting on the board, but you do get the opportunity to go on your stomach and your knees. So you'll be able to kind of transition yourself up and back, which is, in a race like this, something that you really look forward to. So once these girls, they get off this swim leg, they'll be feeling, okay, good, I'm really on the home run. And they've really only got just over an hour to go, an hour to an hour 20. An hour 20, should I say, with the board and run to go. But Gemma Smith looking really good at the moment and having a couple of years off the sport and coming in and doing this, it's incredible. So she's leading the way and looks really comfortable leading the way as well. For a lot of athletes, this could be quite daunting, leading the Shaw and Partners Coolangatta Gold. Even saying that sounds daunting, but she's out there and looking really good at the moment, and we'll see that gap in a moment.
I think for the best part for Gemma Smith is she's been here before. She's done this before. She knows what it takes. She's been out in front. She got run down in one of the greatest finishes we've ever seen of all time. And that will give her a little bit of confidence. She's been here. She's done that. And Ali Day enjoying a little run off the jet ski there. So the boys have got to stay away because that can be super helpful on the jet. It's happened in the past. You can see that little wash come down there, and that's, one of the benefits of being out in front. You've got boats, you've got cameras, you've got everyone around you there, and you can get a little advantage every now and again. But the boys are doing a good job and drifting off at the moment. He's just down on his stomach, and he's starting to go to work. I'm just getting word through. The gap is 3:45 between Bevilacqua and Ali Day, and then it's a 1:45 Jackson Borg to Ali Day. A little bit further back, Kendrick Louis had the biggest swim out of everybody. He's worked his way into fourth place, so we knew Kendrick Louis was going to come through, and he's had a massive swim. TJ Hendy has worked his way down the field into fifth place and didn't have the swim he wanted.
Yeah, it's really interesting. So Ali Day has gotten to work straight away as soon as he's got on that board. He wasn't happy with a minute lead over Borgie. He wants to stretch out as far as he can before he goes into that last run leg. And we spoke about it before. He hasn't gone into that last run leg with anyone before, but he knows what's behind him. He knows the pace that's going to be coming through. So for Ali, he knows that this is his race right now, just to keep stretching out. And I think Matt Bevilacqua would be a little bit disappointed, going into this board leg. He's won the Molokai multiple times, and he does love an endurance board leg. So he's going to really have to get moving now, and he can't afford to put any more distance on that.
You can see Day up on the knees. He goes to work and then down on the stomach. That's because his legs will be exhausted. He's trying to save them a little bit. It's probably faster for Day on his knees. I know there's a couple of guys who do lay down paddling. They're super quick, but Day doesn't. Faster up on his knees, but less efficient and probably more energy burning there. So he goes on the stomach, ticks a few off, gets maybe 100 metres, 200 metres, 300 metres on the stomach, back up onto the knees, goes to work again.
And every athlete, definitely when you're on the board on your knees, you kind of have a realisation of how your legs are feeling. You just kind of think, oh, I hope they feel good. I hope they feel light. So if they're not feeling good, I always think try and get on your stomach as much as you can, just to have a little bit of a breather there. But Ali looks fantastic, and I agree with you, Josh. He is a lot better up on his knees, but being such a long race, he will get on his stomach as much as he can as he goes down again. So he might be, some athletes even like to count as well. Some like to go 100 on my knees, 50 on my stomach, whatever gets you through at the end of the day. And some athletes, I know Ali Day likes to have a little bottle as well of hydration, because again, you are out there for your 40-45 minutes. So for him, he's just really going to be setting up for this run leg.
Yeah, you can see him there. He just sees a couple of little runs, a couple of little washes there. He cuts across to try and pick it up, especially with those jets floating around, and the boys are getting super close to him there. So they're giving him a bit of a hurry up. They're also giving him a little push along, so they better be very, very careful on that one. He gets a run, starts to ride across that, and really going to work. And he's probably sitting up more and more as he gets deeper into this one, but he wouldn't be alone. They'd all be doing that. Those times down on the pressure in terms of board paddling would be shorter and shorter, and the time of rest would be longer and longer, but it's about keeping that board speed pretty consistent.
Absolutely. You just got to keep your body moving, keep those strokes happening, going in the water, and he just got a phenomenal runner. He would have put on, I'd say, another at least 5 seconds on anyone chasing him behind. So yeah, he's looking really good at the moment. It's funny, I'm not used to seeing Ali on the red board at the moment. So he's got a new colour for that at the moment, obviously being on the black ski, but you can see he's got his hydration bottle there. So very smart to have that. It's you never know how you're going to feel. So if you can have that throughout the board as well, again, he's setting himself up for that last run leg, because when you've got 30 minutes to go in this race, hydration-wise, nutrition-wise, isn't going to help you too much. You just need enough sugar just to keep you, obviously, eyes open, legs moving, just to keep yourself rolling. So it's he's really smart with that nutrition.
Eyes open is a great one, because you can get very, very tired out there on the course. That is for sure. The boys doing a fantastic job. Gemma Smith still well out in front. The gap is closing. What we're being told is the gap between Lucy Derbyshire and Gemma Smith is closing, but not closing enough. They think it's gone down to maybe 400, 500 metres, or 400 metres at this point. So that would still be your 5 minutes, your 4 minutes, somewhere in there in terms of swimming, if you're swimming very, very quick. And one of the beauty of the women's race is you get a couple of the slower guys drifting through, and Gemma Smith just tacked onto a little bit of wash there and is doing a fantastic job to sort of hang in. And it's one of those weird things in the sport here that the girls don't get a clean run at it. You've got guys that are drifting back through the field. You've got girls working their way through, and it can be a huge advantage for some and a massive disadvantage for others.
Yeah, absolutely. It just depends where you're at, but you can just see Mitchell Trim just giving Gemma a little bit of a yell on there. Let's get going. Let's finish this off nice and strong, because we know for Gemma, again, saying she's had those couple of years out of the sport, it's a lot of time off swimming. So with the other girls, obviously Lucy and Tiani, really consistently swimming every single morning. This is where she knows she wants to get in, get it done, and get out and get onto that board.
Yeah, that's exactly right there. It's all about just getting this one done for Gemma Smith. You've got to get through it, survive it, get onto the board. You can take a look around, more awareness of where you are in terms of, well, I've lost a bit of time, but that's okay. It's still 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, whatever it is when she hits the beach. And you can see she'll be making her way to those turning cans, back into the transition zone, up and around. And It's a brutal, 100 metres up into the soft sand, back down, and it can become so tough, and you just burn a little bit more as you do it. So Gemma Smith still out in front of this ladies' race. Lucy Darby, she's swimming absolutely fantastically so far, getting herself back into it. No sign of Tiani Massey. She's got plenty of work to do if she wants to stay on the podium there, because a couple of those ladies were doing a fantastic job earlier in the day. Phoebe Savage was looking very, very good. Grace Giblett, Claire Van Camp, and Annabelle Patterson as well. So they're the girls that are chasing those 4, 5 and 6 spots to get paid out some of this huge prize money. Of course, $25,000 for first place, brought to you by Shaw and Partners Financial Services. We love it, but we're paying all the way down to 6th place as well. So those girls sitting outside the podium, they'll know where the paying places are, and they'll be fighting it out, because a little bit of cash makes that weekend a little bit nicer, that's for sure, doesn't it?
Absolutely, and just going in before Christmas, it's always nice to have that little bit up your sleeve, but a lot of money up for grabs. But certainly at the moment, everyone wants that title. That is the one that everyone wants to be crowned and be on that trophy. We know for the women's side of things, we're going to have a new champion, which is incredibly exciting. So at the moment, those top 3 girls, they want their name on that big trophy, and it's going to definitely come down right to the end. But Jackson Borg, he's just on screen at the moment. He's been on his belly a little bit more than what we've seen Ali Day. He's really just kind of just shaking around. Looked like he might have a bit of a cramp, I think, in his calf just there, as we've seen before.
And then Bevilacqua in the background there. We can see him paddling very, very hard. It's a big, big gap, but he's up on the knees. And so it's a good shot there to see the distance between these two men. And they've got a lot of work to do. It was 1:35, I think, between Borg and Day when they went onto the board. And I would say this is Jackson Borg's weakest leg of the 4. Ali Day probably has no weakness. Maybe if you had to name one, maybe his run, just pure out of injuries. He's very good at it. Bevilacqua's just come out of his weakness. So that's the difference between these men. And it's still Kendrick Louis worked his way up into 4th place. He's finished 4th a couple of times in this race, and he doesn't want to have another one on his record. He wants to stand on that podium, doesn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of the chocolate position, isn't it? Getting that 4th place. And no, Kendrick's done very, very well. He might have had a few cramps earlier on in that ski leg, but we look towards the women, and we still have Gemma Smith out in front. She would be happy because I know, well, both of us, don't we, Josh? We know that feeling when you turn that last can on the swim leg. You're just happy. You just want to get that cap off, those goggles off. You want a little bit of food and nutrition. So it's a nice place to be as soon as you get off that swim. So we just have a look. Gemma Smith, she's there with Mitchell Trim, just on that pink board there. So she's making her way through, and we'll see what she looks like, see how she's, try and see how she's feeling when she hits that sand.
A lot of people know what it's like to finish the swim. Not many people know what it's like to lead the Coolangatta Gold coming out of the swim. You're in a very special group in terms of that. Do you look over your shoulder? Do you have a look around? Do you wonder and want to know where everybody else is? Or do you just put your head down and go hell for leather?
Yeah, I think you just got to focus on yourself. Speaking to most of the athletes leading into this, they said their biggest competitor was themselves, and that is very, very true. You fight a lot of demons out there, and there's so much to this race. It's so technical with nutrition, hydration. We heard Jackson Borg's dad talking about he needs to get his nutrition better, and he's focused on it. That's been the main focus for him, and he's doing very, very well. So he's obviously done it right. And so if you don't do that nutrition right, it could really come back to bite you in that in that last run leg.
And it doesn't come back early. Like, it's not on the board that you'll feel it. It'll be the final 3 or 4K in the run, and you've got to hope that if you haven't done it right, you're far enough in front of whoever's behind you to get to the finish. But it can come back to hurt really, really badly there, and we've seen it in the past. So many have gotten to those final stages. The one that springs to mind, Liz Plumas, you get to those final stages, you've got nothing left, and you're absolutely exhausted. And it is advantage you can get on the way home is going to make a huge difference, but it just fills up on that inside gutter there, and I don't think it's going to be enough to get any of these ladies and guys to the beach, that is for sure. Out the back, we can see a couple more starting to make their way for home, but I don't think any of them are Lucy Derbyshire, that is for sure. So, Gemma Smith, can she steal this one? She went out, grabbed it by the scruff of the neck in that opening ski, starts to go to work. I think she's done everything right in this swim. She's just set a pace. She's found some feet. She worked really, really hard, and she might lose a little bit of time, but she's not going to lose a huge amount of time, and she is still leading this race pretty comfortably at the halfway mark.
Well, there's a few boxes to tick, and Gemma Smith's certainly done that. She knows that her ski leg's the best leg, and she absolutely exploded from the start and went for it. And I think that was really inspirational that she did that. She went out and went from the start and backed herself, and that's why she's given herself this lead today. So Gemma Smith come in there. I spoke about how great of a runner is, and you can see at the moment just how good her form is. She runs very compact. She's got a really, really nice technique, and she looks really good at the moment. You saw her mum down there, very supportive. She's grown up in Umina there, and she's done a lot of this work by herself. So I just talk about her preparation for this. She didn't do it easy. She did it very, very hard, and we know how tough she is. And at the moment, for me, Josh, she's looking really good.
Yeah, she's doing a fantastic job there. Absolutely flying up and around. We start the clock and we see how long it takes before Lucy Derbyshire hits the beach. She doesn't look super fast across the sand, but super consistent. She's got a background in cross-country running, a giant engine in there that'll just go all day. And without a shadow of a doubt, one of the fittest girls in the world in terms of ocean sports. She does those 20-kilometre downwind paddles. Just missed out on the Olympic Games in Paris in terms of kayaking, and she's back in surf sports. And she's looked as good as I've ever seen her, to be completely honest. And there was big questions around how fit she was, how much she could handle the swim, and what it was going to take for her to win this race. She's answered a few of those so far, but there's going to be a few more on this board and plenty more in the back half of the swim.
Yeah, she looked really relaxed too. Her face she just looked really calm, and she kind of asked, oh, where's my board? And when you see an athlete doing that, you know that they're feeling fresh and they're really awake and really, I guess, can take good feedback. As we move back to the men's, and Ali Day, he just makes everything look so easy. Watching on here, this race is one of the hardest races in the world. Don't let Ali Day fool you and make him think that it is an easy race. It definitely is not as well. Ali Day, he just had a little look over his shoulder, so he just wants to have a look at where he's at. Does he need to try and push the speed a little bit more? Does he need to be on his knees for a bit longer? He's just trying to, and I think that's really smart, to have a look and can I spend a bit more time on my stomach to rest myself to get straight into this run leg?
Yeah, he's done a fantastic job so far. He's absolutely flying on the way home, just going to work, really starting to grind. And we spoke about how there'd be a lot of big rests on the way down when he's chasing those runners. The way back, bang, 10, 15, 20 strokes. He'll sit up, rest the back, rest the legs, back down and go again. And those rests will almost disappear as he gets closer because you start to grind. And there was an old adage in this race that the race ends when the run starts. If you can get to the run with a little bit of fitness and a bit of work under the belt, you'll run that no dramas at all. Bevilacqua, he'll head down to these turning markers and have a look up and know he will need the board paddle and run leg of his life if he's going to bring back Ali Day. And we look up the coast, we wait to see where Jackson Borg is. So Bevilacqua still in third, no sign of Kendrick Louis in the background there. So the race for the podium, super tight at the moment. And let's take a look back up the coast. There's our leader. That boat is where our leader is. So that is the gap. Halfway in between is Jackson Borg. And I take a look at my clock right now. 3 minutes exactly. 3 minutes exactly. So Lucy Derbyshire took 1:45 off Gemma Smith in that swim. That's what she's got to do again in the board and again in the run. That's the way she's got to look at it. I got 1:45 back. If I can get 1:45 back in the next one, 1:45 in the run, I'll beat her by 15 seconds.
Lucy looks really good. Again, she's really awake. She's got her face, looks really fresh, and she's a really good runner as well. So she's working her way through this transition, and she looks like she's just started the race. Taking nutrition, very smart, getting that gel in. Just having a look, throws it off there, and I love the hair. She looks fierce and ready to go. So Lucy, she is absolutely still in the race right now. The gap is close enough. It's just like Matt Bevilacqua and like Jackson Borg, she's got to get into this straight away.
Yeah, that's it. There's no mucking around now. I think she's more of a chance of catching Gemma Smith than maybe Bevilacqua and Borg are of catching Ali Day at this point. But she's got enough time. There's the team from Te Anau Massey giving her a little bit of encouragement down there. They all love each other on the course, and you can see she grabs that board and goes off into work. Speaking of Bevilacqua, really starting to grind on the way home. He's the world board paddling champion, and he'll need to be every part of that on the way back. I think the gap maybe to Borg is closed. I don't think it's closed today. I think it's pretty hard on that 3:45 or what it was going in, and he's really going to have to go to work now if he wants to drag himself back into this one and have any shot on the run. You've been in this position before. I've been in it 1,000 times, way further back. But if it's not going the way you want it to go, how do you pull yourself out of it? Because sometimes it's just all in your head. You're actually closer than you think. It's not going that bad. You're close enough, but it can seem like a disaster at the time.
Yeah, I had one year, 2021, and it was Ali Bull, Lana Rogers, and Danielle McKenzie actually took off in the ski, and I'm not too sure what happened. As I said before, there's many things that can happen, but I just started cramping my legs. I felt terrible. I felt exhausted. It was a really strange feeling. I had the perfect prep going into it, and just felt really off before into that whole 2 hours. And when I got off the ski leg, my handler said to me, "They've got 5 minutes on you." And I had a moment, and there wasn't a moment where I went, "Damn, it's 5 minutes." I went, "I've got this. Let's bring it on."
Yeah.
So I kind of, in my head mentally, I went, "Okay, I'm really excited. I'm going to be the chaser."
Yeah.
And I just thought to myself, how good's this? I know exactly where they are. They don't know. They won't be able to see me coming. So I just kind of got into the swim, and I just stayed really positive. So every time I got off every leg, I had a little bit of a smile to my handlers, and I just said to them, "I've got this." And I kept saying that to myself, and then it really came down to the last run leg with Danielle McKenzie. But I think positivity was I know I learned a lot about myself in that race. So for Matt Bevilacqua, Jackson Borg, they've got to keep really positive. We saw obviously Matt Bevilacqua look really frustrated and a little bit angry at himself, but as we said before, that damage is done. It's looking forward, and anything can happen in this race. We've seen it before.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And I think it's one of those things where you get off and go, well, I was miserable and they only got 5 minutes. It could have been way, way worse, that is for sure. The man on screen, his fourth time in this race. He had a fourth in 2017, a 17th place in 2019, the year Bevilacqua won, a fourth in 2022. So he's just missed the podium so many times. He was the short course champion last year. He went on the Saturday. We do a shorter event there, and he's been close. He's a third at the World Championships just a couple of weeks ago in a sprint finish with Bevilacqua. He's been on the podium at the Australian Championships before. He's been around the mark. He's won Shaw and Partners Ironman Series races in the past as well. He's close, but he hasn't managed to have that major, giant win where you get one of the crowns of the sport. And today, sitting in second place, he's as good a shot as he's ever going to get, chasing the greatest of all time. He's right in that sweet spot of his career. 26 years of age. He's got the experience under his belt. He's fit, he's fast, he's strong, and he's confident. I think we're going to see a purple patch of form for Jackson Borg here at the Newport Club.
Absolutely, and he's a popular one on the sand, isn't he? Yeah. As we said, he's always smiling, he's always happy. He really shows his emotion on his sleeve, and he'd definitely be a popular winner for whatever race that may be. But in saying that, so is Ali Day, and so is Matt Bevilacqua and Kendrick Lewis. So it's there's a lot of love on the beach at the moment, but certainly that's not going to stop all of them going to war. As you said before, they all want this title, and unfortunately there can only be one winner at the end of the day. And speaking about Gemma Smith, that was the one time it could have almost been a dead heat, which was still to this day one of the most dramatic finishes we've ever seen. Unfortunately, Lana Rogers obviously pulling out there earlier this morning, and Gemma Smith leading. I mean, it'd be
7 seconds. 7 seconds was the gap between Lana Rogers and Gemma
wow.
Smith. So over 4 and a bit hours of racing, 7 seconds.
It'd be a fairy tale, wouldn't it, for her to come through and lose in those final moments, to then take out this years upon years later being out of the sport. It's no easy feat, but there is our man going for the golden 10 for this Shaw and Partners Coolangatta Gold.
Yeah, that's exactly right. He looks very, very good, doesn't he? Chest gets low to the board, arms nice and deep, hips up high. Well, he looks as good as you can look 3 hours, 10 minutes into a race. You don't look any better than this ever, that is for sure. And he's an absolute endurance animal, an engine as big as a V8. He's got a heart like Farlap, and he's one of the nicest guys in the sport as well. That's the gap from second to third. Borg closest to us, Bevilacqua not too far behind. I don't know if that's closing. I think the gap between Borg and Ali Day may be opening. I don't know if that one is there Matt Bevilacqua's got a lot of work to do if he wants to get off the bottom step of the podium and catch Jackson Borg. We know he's not the fastest runner. He's quick up the beach, but I don't know if he has that endurance, but he's definitely been doing the work. He's got that background. He's got the fitness. He's got strong legs. I wouldn't say he's got fast legs, and that's what you need on the back end. You've got to be strong, because after 3 hours and 11 minutes, 47 seconds of racing, you will be one tired lad heading out into that final runway.
And he knew that was the leg he needed to improve on, so he's done the work on it. Newport did a run through a couple of months ago. I was down here at the beach and saw them doing that. They did in some tough conditions as well. They did into a really, really strong northerly it was at the time. So Jackson Borg and Gemma Smith have both done this event in that, or sorry, should I say, done a run through in very, very strong conditions. So for Jackson Borg, it's really going to come down to how he's feeling this run leg.
Yeah, you're spot on, and that's the gap there. There's Ali Day by that jet ski off in the distance. That's Jackson Borg, and I'd say it's probably the same gap back to Bevilacqua, so maybe a minute 45 from first to second, another minute 45 from second to third, and then a big gap back to Kendrick Louis, who's still in fourth place there. Another couple of boys who had big swims working their way through. Sean Riley hung in, but Connor Maggs was a big mover in there. We saw Piran Phillips before starting to go to work on the board. He drifted ever so slightly. A couple of boys had a big drift in there. TJ Hendy hung in on the swim, but lost a few places as well. And, of course, that top 10 really got a shake-up in that swim leg. There was a lot of guys who dropped out. There was a lot of guys who worked their way in there as well. And as soon as we have those official results, we'll bring them to you. But this man out in front, you can see him working his way back up that Kira stretch of sand. He's gone past Balinga. He'll get to North Kira, and then back to Coolangatta Beach. And, well, maybe for the final time, we see Ali Day, and we see him work his way back in here on the board leg. To win the gold, it takes something so much different than what it takes to win every other event on the surf sports calendar.
Many have tried to win and many have failed.
Probably one of the hardest races in the world to do.
it is the pinnacle endurance event in our sport, and it's brutal, you know.
Male and female, they're the unsung heroes of Australian sport. The Coolangatta Gold's got to be up there with one of the toughest, hardest events I've ever seen.
It's something that is addictive, and you want to conquer it as many times as you can.
The beauty with the Coolangatta Gold is that it was born out of surf lifesaving.
The Coolangatta Gold became famous with the movie that was made back in the day.
This race became sort of immortalised off the back of the movie and is still around today. It's really cool. It's really cool.
See the steely look on their faces. The nerves are starting to rise now.
It's 42 kilometres, a marathon worth of ski paddling, running, swimming, board paddling, followed by another run at the end.
You have absolutely no idea what the conditions are going to be.
Surf, you've got wind, you've got tides, currents, and you're out in that for 4 hours. Anyone who's not done it has no idea of the debilitating pain and fatigue during the race.
Physical grind is like, it's just depletion.
You just got to dig deep and get it done.
It's the culmination of the entire winter preparation.
It's a long preparation, and you've also got to get your head around it mentally as well.
It's more sacrifice than it is surf race, that's for sure, and that's why the best guys who win it are the toughest guys, and they're the ones willing to sacrifice the most and get the most out of themselves in the end. Hello and welcome to the Shaw & Partners Coolangatta Gold, the 40th anniversary of the great race in 1984. A Hollywood movie created an event. The event defined a sport and captured the imagination of a nation. The Coolangatta Gold is truly an iconic race. A big hello and welcome to the beautiful Gold Coast, one of the most majestic strips of sand anywhere in the world, and it will play host to one of the great races on the surf sports calendar, the toughest test and the one they all want to win. Only 9 men and 8 women have conquered the beautiful Gold Coast and can call themselves Coolangatta Gold champions, and what a wonderful place to be. And what a beautiful day it's been so far down here in Coolangatta. We love coming back here year on year on year. Let's take a look at the race today. We start off with the 23-kilometre ski leg from Coolangatta all the way to Talabudra and back. A 1 kilometre run, 3.5 kilometre swim, 6 kilometres on the board, and an 8k soft sand torture test to finish it up. You win this event, you write your name into history alongside this man who is currently in the lead. We are 3 hours and 15 minutes into this race, and Ali Day has this one by the scruff of the neck. Hello, I'm Josh Minogue. Joining me in commentary is 4-time champion Courtney Hancock. Courtney, we've seen some unbelievable racing already today. Ali Day making his way back towards Coolangatta and onto the run. This is his race to lose right now.
Absolutely. We could write a book on the thrills and spills that have happened in this first 3 hours, but there is a man on screen. He is the golden man of this event. He's going for his 10th Coolangatta Gold title. He's got 9 under his belt at the moment, and he has looked fresh as ever. He looks like he has not even got his heart rate over 100 at the moment. So Ali Day, the man on screen, going into that last run leg not too far away.
He currently has a 1 minute 45 gap on Jackson Borg, another minute 45 back to Matt Bevilacqua in 3rd place at the end of the board leg. On the women's side of things, huge drama, and you'll get a full recap of the first half of the race coming up in a few moments' time. But Lana Rogers, the defending champ, the 2-time winner, is out. Pulled out mid-ski leg, was not able to finish. She had circulation issues with her arms, couldn't feel the paddle, couldn't hold the paddle, got dropped. Called it a day. That's opened the door for Gemma Smith. She led by 5 minutes off the ski, still holds that lead after the swim. She's out on the board leg ahead of Lucy Derbyshire and then Tiani Massey in 3rd place. So that's your top 3 as it stands at this point in the race. We are now 3 hours 20 minutes in. A big hello and welcome to everybody who's just joined us. It has been one of the races to remember. The drama already, the head-to-head battles on the men's side of things, the way Gemma Smith's grabbed this one and really, well, blown it to pieces. I didn't think any of these races were going to play out the way they are, and Ali Day, 9 wins, going for a 10th. It's his to lose at this point.
It certainly is. The question is, are we going to crown Ali Day 10 Shaw & Partner Coolangatta Golds? I don't think that could ever be done again. That is an amazing dominant performance. He's never been beaten before. And in the women's, we are crowning a new champion. Who is it going to be? Gemma Smith, Lucy Derbyshire, Tiani Massey. They're the top three at the moment. They all want this. And we heard all the athletes just speaking about, and not only speaking about, just you could feel the energy of how much this race means to them.
Yeah, we saw that in the opener. They're passionate about it. They care. It's so hard. And we take a look back down the sea there, and we're looking for Jackson Borg. He just pops into shot off in the distance. 1:45, a little bit, maybe a little bit more. Bevel Aqua not too far behind, probably the same distance, but Ali Day looks so comfortable. And we spoke about it earlier. The old adage is the race is over when the run starts. If you can get to the run in the lead, you've got a bit of a gap. These guys should be fit enough and fast enough. And in the last couple of years, Ali's legs, he's been injured and they've probably let him down. I don't think that's going to happen this year. But this race is far from over. We've still got maybe 40 minutes worth of racing for these men left and an hour or so for the women in this one. And what a day it's been so far. Truly, well, iconic. Ali Day pushed the pace early on with Bevel Aqua and Jackson Borg. TJ Hendy was there as well. Kendrick Louis dropped off. He worked his way back into it on the swim, so he's currently sitting in 4th place. TJ, Sean Riley there as well. A couple of the other international competitors. Good to see Piran Phillips and Noah Lombard were there. Connor Maggs, Nick Middleton, they had great swims as well to work their way into it. We'll bring you all that action as Ali Day gets another wave, and that is nice late in the board, isn't it? Rest up, rest the legs, reset and get set to go.
This is exactly what you want going into that last 8 kilometre run. You want to set that word reset. This is giving Ali that opportunity to just focus, have a look where he's running to, look at his handlers. He's just coming back this way a little bit to the north. He'll grab a gel, grab his nutrition. It just gives him some time to have a little breath, and he hasn't been able to do that. So he's up and away at the moment. He's just got some words of wisdom from his handler there at the moment, but Ali Day knows the task ahead of him, and he has to get going and get going now.
36 kilometres run and done. Ali Day, just 8 to go. He gets a bit of encouragement there from the handlers. He'll work his way down onto the run leg there, and it's a soft sand run up and over. They'll run on the road for a little bit as they work their way around, and then it's down onto the nice hard sand at Kira. And I don't know if he'll throw the shoes on or what he'll decide to do there, but super important for Ali Day. The clock starts now as well. We've got to see how far back Jackson Borg is. We've got to see how far back Matt Bevel Aqua and Kendrick Louis are, and I don't know if anyone after that can win this race. There's Jackson Borg now, so Ali Day currently off in the distance, about to make his way up onto the boardwalk. There's Jackson Borg in 2nd place. That is a big, big lead.
That is a big lead. And not only that, running is a lot faster than board paddling, as we know. So Ali at the moment is just going to be extending that lead. As long as Jackson Borg is on that board, the distance is going to keep stretching out, and also Ali's going to be in there making the most of that southerly wind as well.
A couple of guys having a great day as well. Ryan Green from the North Burleigh Club, he'd worked his way up into 6th off the back of that swim. Connor Maggs, Nick Middleton, Charlie Hewitt sitting inside the top 10, and Hayden Smith, one of the Masters competitors, absolutely flying. He's worked his way inside the top 10 at the moment, so great to see Big H, a former professional Ironman in his own right. He's had a couple of years off. He owns a few Mickey D's now, the big fella, but he's having a great day, and he's sitting inside the top 10. So tough out there for some of the athletes. Really, really good performance for a lot of the others. And we can see wife Kel, Ali Day there, works his way up onto transition. There's his sister Charlotte. She's giving him, wants to give him the hats and the sunnies. I don't need it. I'm off and away. The shoes are on, and that's a lightning transition up there, isn't it?
Yeah, he had a few. Here he goes. He's just had a little stop. He's just fixing up his shoe here at the moment. He wants to do it now, because when he gets going, you don't want to do it halfway through the run, because if you do that, you never know what could happen to your legs. They could get a bit shaky. They could stop. And I think the question is, we'll see if Jackson Borg will put his shoes on. Position and get going. But here's Ali Day. We'll see him go down these stairs at the moment. Definitely feels a lot nicer going down and coming up the other way. But Ali Day into it. He is the man to beat. He's putting his music on at the moment. We'll have to hopefully know what that is. That's probably the secret, isn't it? Hearing what tunes he's listening to, but he is out and away.
I don't know if it's the tunes or it's the hours and years of hard work he's done. Started his career, another little stop there to get the shoes right. You've got to make sure they're okay. It's not what you want. Started his career down at Kiama on the south coast of New South Wales. Was at Warilla Barrack Point for a long time. Grew up with some great athletes, the likes of Hayden White, Ben Carberry, Dave Smith, an Olympic gold medalist. He had true greats around him under the coaching of Marty Smith down there. Made the move up to the Sunshine Coast at the Mooloolaba Club to be coached under Michael King. That's where he cut his teeth. He went from a good athlete to being one of the all-time greats. Then in the last decade has moved down onto the Gold Coast under Zane Hamill at Surfers Paradise, and that's where he cemented his legacy. 9 Coolangatta Gold wins from 9 attempts. He's had seasons of Ali Day's career. This could be the last time we ever see him do the Coolangatta Gold. So take it in, because to call him the GOAT of this race, I think that's undeniable. To call him maybe one of the all-time greats of the sport, he's in that conversation with your Shannon Eckstein, your Trevor Hendy, your Grant Kenny. He's up there. He is one of the special few.
He certainly is. So it's a moment definitely to watch this race, and it might be the last time we see Ali Day watching it. So it was emotional saying that, but also at the same time, just be blessed that we are here watching him right now. Jackson Borg, he is coming out of the board right now. He's having his nutrition. So he's coming around that soft sand, and he'll get into his run leg, and he'll have to get into things ASAP. It'll be really interesting. Ali looks like he was running a bit quicker than Jacko just across the soft sand at the moment.
Like
He looks like he's, hurting a little bit, as you would. They've been out there for 3.5 hours. This is, we believe, the danger athlete. Matt Bevilacqua, he loves his running and he's very quick.
Yeah, he's been going to work. He's a big fan of triathlon. He uses a lot of their sort of insights in terms of running. Doesn't look great so far. Gets the nutrition in, but the gap, it blew out a little bit for Jackson Borg. 4 minutes 12 between Ali Day and Jackson Borg. So he opened the gap by 2.5 minutes to Jacko. Bevilacqua, the gap stayed basically the same for him, so it wasn't more of a fact of Bevilacqua pulling Borg back, it was more of Borg drifting out, to be completely honest, because Day and Bevilacqua have stayed exactly the same. 4 minute gap between them as they come through that transition, and 3 men out onto the run course. They'll all throw the shoes on, they'll all get the hat and the sunnies there ready to go, a little bit of music in as well, and they're going to fight it out, and only 20 seconds between Jackson Borg and Matt Bevilacqua in the fight for second place. It is truly on.
Yeah, they need to get going. They need to get going into their pace straight away, because Ali is out and about. He's got his music, and here he is right now. He's got his music, his shoes on, his sunnies on, and he is going for it. He can smell that 10th Coolangatta Gold title at the moment. He's also had the opportunity, as you just see at the moment. This is where we have this Kira. This has got a little bit of water, so unfortunately the shoes are going to get wet. Some athletes actually like to put their shoes on after this, but not Ali Day. He wants his shoes on. He wants to get going and moving into it. Just took a little bit of nutrition, but he looks really good and really comfortable at the moment.
Yeah, Sam Roy down there, one of the best ski paddlers, in the sport. He's just pouring the water over the top of him there, and that's one of the beautiful parts of this Coolangatta Gold, that you don't get a clean run. You've got to go through water. There's Jackson Borg out into transition. He had a 20-odd second gap on Bevilacqua, and this fight, I think, is going to be a good one. The battle for second place. Jackson Borg looks like he could play second row for the Penrith Panthers. He is that big and broad, but he can run. I'll give you something. He's tough as nails, and he will grind this one out, and he's not going to let that second place go. I don't know if they can bring Ali Day back. It's going to take a truly special run to run that 8K 4 minutes quicker. They're going to have to make up 30 seconds a kilometre on Ali Day, and I don't know if they can do it. That would be truly, truly fast running. An update on the girls' side of things, and it is Gemma Smith still 3 minutes in front of Lucy Derbyshire. They're out on the board leg at the moment. As soon as we and Borg, and I think for the first time Jackson Borg will finish on the podium after a couple of fourth place finishes in the past. I can't see Kendrick Louis getting back into this one and getting up into that podium position, but stranger things have happened, and Ali Day flying out in front, flanked by the cars in the distance there, making sure everything is very sweet for our athletes on course. And There's some lonely patches, and then there's some great patches as well. You go past the surf clubs, the nippers are out, they're giving you high fives, and then you have these big, long, miserable stretches of just yourself, your breathing, and the soft, soft sand of Kira Beach.
And it's definitely down here at the Gold Coast. It's not a normal sunny Sunday, so there's not as many people out on the beach at the moment. You just mentioned it does get lonely. So we've just seen it is a very lonely strip at the moment, a little bit quiet here on the southern end of the Gold Coast, but Ali Day's into it at the moment, and for Matt Bevilacqua and Jackson Borg, it's coming back to that being positive and knowing they are in the fight. They've just got to really get going. You did the math before. I was working out before 30 seconds. They've got to get 30 seconds on Ali Day every single kilometre. They've got 8.2 to make that work up. So that, if everyone wants to work that out, that's what they need to do to catch this man on screen. Ali Day.
Yeah, and we're going to take a look at the highlights of the first half of the race so far, and what an event it has been. One of the true great Coolangatta Gold editions, the 40th anniversary in 2024, and we saw off the start, that's the women's start there, Gemma Smith just jumped on and went absolutely ballistic. She blew this one wide apart. Lana Rogers, Tiani Massey, Lucy Derbyshire tried to go with her, but to no avail, and in the end, she blew the race wide open. It was a group of 4 on the men's side of things who worked their way through. TJ Hendy was the other one in that front group. Day, Bevilacqua and Borg. Hendy, he hung in there for a long, long time. He hurt out onto the swim, that is for sure. Plenty of runners from the south on the way down meant that the race was continually going back and forward, and when they got into that finish, it was still Bevilacqua and Day side by side. Borg had to work his way back into it, but it was that next leg, run into swim, where Ali Day blew it wide open, didn't he?
And he does it every single time. It's his weapon that he uses year after year. And should I say, the last 10 years he's done that exactly the same thing. And he just has a way of recovering and resetting himself and keeping that heart rate down. And it was a really, really tough ski leg as well. The whole day's been tough with that wind, that south-southeasterly picking up. They really went with it on the way down, but then on the way back when they turned, it really picked up. And you saw TJ Hendy out there trying to lead that swim out and hold off Ali Day as long as he can. And Matt Bevilacqua and Jackson Borg just hanging in there as long as they can. For them, unfortunately, Ali Day did what he always did and really stretched out. And for Ali, he deserved the lead. He worked hard. He put his head down and came through. And there's a lot of young guns going throughout this course and throughout this race for many years. But as we see on screen, it's talking about tough, that swim. I think we'll probably hear a lot of the athletes at the end of this race just say how hard it was.
Yeah, this was the key moment, without a shadow of a doubt. Ali Day, Matt Bevilacqua, Borg swam up onto second place, and then all of a sudden Day's pace was just too hot for the rest of the field. He blew the race wide open. 3.5 minutes on Bevilacqua. He put 1.5 minutes into Jackson Borg, and that just got bigger and bigger and bigger. You could see Borg starting to tire as the race went on ever so slightly. He was 1:30 down here. He got off the board 4 minutes down. That's a big, big gap. Whereas Bevilacqua, who's sort of 3:30, got off 4 minutes down. So tough one for these men. And Ali Day, you know he's going to do it, but he just doesn't seem. You don't seem to be able to stop him, do you?
No, he's looking unstoppable at this moment, but the boys, the men, should I say, are not giving up at the moment, Matt Bevilacqua and Jackson Borg. They put the 20 weeks of hard work in, so there's no giving up. They are certainly in the fight at the moment, and second and third at the moment. Then you've also got Kendrick Lewis in 4th place at the moment. He said he's never been on the podium before, so he'll really want to pick things up and try and get in that top 3. He's got a lot of work done, but here we go. This is, as we said, the story so far. It has been very, very dramatic, and there's Matt Bevilacqua, originally from Tasmania, coming over here to the warmer weather of the Gold Coast, and he's got a big run coming up, but we know he can run, and he looked like he was getting to that very well.
Yeah, they head out onto the board there, and that was where the damage was done for Jackson Borg. He really caught him and closed that gap up, so he knew he was going to be good, but it just wasn't enough to bring back Ali Day. And, well, you can see Day there. He just looks so comfortable. He's so good out there at the moment. Absolutely flying on the board. Now he's down onto the run. Of course, this is the highlights of what happened earlier in the day. If you've just joined us, a big hello and welcome to the 2024 Coolangatta Gold. Ali Day out in front, Matt Bevilacqua and Jackson Borg side by side in 2nd place. But this is earlier in the race, and this is where the damage really got done. And when we look back over Ali Day's career, swim and board is where he won this race. He sets it up in the ski. He drives it home, swim board, and then it is literally just a race home. We'll go back to live pictures now, and on the ladies' side of things, a quick update there as well. Gemma Smith out of the board into the, out of the swim in onto the board. She was out in front. She had 3 minutes on Lucy Derbyshire and then another 3 minutes to Tiani Massey. We'll be back in just a moment. That's the chase pack here of the 2024 Shaw & Partners Coolangatta Gold. Welcome back to the 2024 Shaw & Partners Coolangatta Gold, the 40th anniversary of the great race. And the big moments are continuing to happen out on course. That is Matt Bevilacqua clearing out on Jackson Borg in the race for second place. He's still a long, long way down on Ali Day and certainly eating into that lead, but I don't know if it will be enough. They're out on the 8.2k final run leg there, and Bevilacqua's blown straight past Jackson Borg.
Yeah, he certainly has. Matt Bevilacqua's now got a 200-metre lead on Jackson Borg at the moment. So that's the men's story so far. We move now on screen at the moment. We still have Gemma Smith out in front. She's looking like she's got 3 minutes over Lucy Derbyshire. Tiani Massey back in third. Well, she's dropped off about 8 to 9 minutes behind Gemma at the moment. So Gemma Smith, she's about to hit that 8.2k run leg.
Yeah, she's done a fantastic job all day. We'll take a look. I can run you through the field. Heading onto the board, it was Gemma Smith. She had 3 minutes lead over Lucy Derbyshire, another 3 minutes further back to Tiani Massey. Then it was a huge blowout to the two girls from, to Fenella Gibbs-Beale from Noosa, who's had a absolutely spectacular swim. You would have expected that. She's a former Australian open water swimming representative. She is in 4th place. Claire Van Kampen, Annabelle Patterson there, Phoebe Savage and Britt Hooton. That's your top 8 out on the course at the moment. So Gemma Smith, 3 minutes heading onto the board. I would say it's closed to Lucy Derbyshire, but hasn't closed that much. A couple of the boys sitting on her tail at the moment, and so they're back in the men's field. Gemma Smith looking very comfortable in that ladies' field. Let's take a look at the story so far on the ladies' side of things, and it was Gemma Smith early on. Centre of screen there, pink ski, white cap, absolutely flew off the beach. But the big story of that ski leg was losing Lana Rogers. She didn't look great most of the way down as we saw it. Then when Gemma Smith put the hammer down, it started to blow out, and that was the last we saw of Lana Rogers.
Defending champion. She was sitting at 4th there and had to pull out at Palm Beach. She has had some injuries going into this race before, should I say, and unfortunately our defending champion won't be able to go back to back. But Lucy Derbyshire, she hung on to Gemma Smith as long as she could, and she did the smart thing by hanging in there. But Gemma Smith, she was too strong, too powerful. She really took her best leg and really stretched that ski leg out to 5 minutes. So she made the most of that, and since then it's really been Gemma Smith who can catch her and how much distance they can make. But Gemma Smith's looked really good all round. We just see her on screen now, just getting her rashie off there and going into that first run leg. And Joshua spoke about Gemma. She's been out of the sport for a couple of years. She's come back. She's had a second in the Coolangatta Gold in 2019 to Lana Rogers, and she is back, and she wants that fairy tale ending.
That's exactly right. She came oh so close. The closest finish in women's history, just 7 seconds separated her when Lana Rogers beat her in 2019, and she has looked comfortable, confident, and an absolute superstar so far today. Looks so good off that ski, and then out onto the run. She's done a fantastic job so far. You can see her starting to go to work on that 1K run leg there. She looked very, very good. And into the swim, that was where I thought maybe she'd lose a lot of time. She didn't. She hung in. She must be as tough as nails. For 6 months of swimming after having 4 years off is absolutely insane. This is the lady who's chasing her right now as we speak, but she's been chasing her since that opening ski leg, Lucy Derbyshire. She looked comfortable and confident out there. She knew she was going to pull some time back, but maybe it's just too much.
Yeah, and she is a fighter. We know how hard Lucy trains, and she's had a breakout season last year. We saw her in the Shawn Partners Iron Series right up the front there. But Lucy, that has been her goal right from the start, to try and catch Gemma Smith. And sitting in that second place at the moment, she is in the fight. She is in the hunt. So we go back on screen. Here's Gemma Smith just rounding out with a few of the open males. She's caught them up, and she's going into that swim. And as you said, having a couple of years out of the sport without swimming, there wouldn't be too many athletes that would come back and be able to swim this swim at 3.2 kilometres. And she really got out there and she didn't lose any time. So for Lucy, she then had to go into the board and really try and make her distance there.
Yeah, you're spot on with that one there. Unbelievable from Gemma Smith. And Lucy, she's just fighting. She's fighting and fighting and fighting, as the rest of the girls are as well. And that's all you can do, and hope that, well, maybe something happens and she comes back. But I do not know, because Gemma Smith, she is out in front. That's her on the pink board. A couple of the boys taking the soft options there on the tail, just getting a little bit of a wash ride there. She is almost back to that. Has been one of the best Coolangatta Gold performances. Win, lose or draw from here on out, she could have put together. Great ski leg, solid swim, continues to work on the board. You can see up on the knees, super confident. And this is a renaissance for Gemma Smith. I know the Olympic dream and going to Paris for kayaking, it's such a big carrot for athletes in our sport. We see it. Most of the kayaking team, some of the swim team have come out of these surf sports. But I wish Gemma Smith had never left. I wish she'd stayed.
I absolutely agree with that. She is fantastic, and she's so humble. And going back to, she trains incredibly hard, and her dedication, using that word that you use, is flawless. And she looks good. She's up on her knees, looks really light. Here we go. We go back to the men's, and Ali Day, he is so light across that sand.
Yeah, he's looking like he's raced every part of 3 hours, 45 minutes, but that's as good as you will look at this point out of anyone in the world. He's shortening up a little bit, but he's still a big gap. The gap's come down ever so slightly back to Bevilacqua. It's inside that sort of 4 minute into the 3:30 sort of range, because Bevilacqua is running faster than Day is, but only slightly. We did the calculations. He needs roughly 30 seconds per kilometre if he's going to catch Ali Day. And to put it in speed terms, we just take a look. Day ran the first few kilometres at 4:20 pace. Bevilacqua, he was in there at that sort of 3:45, 3:50, so it may not be enough at this point. He's got to drop the pace and he's got to go, but Day looks comfortable. He's on the way home. A few of the men starting to work their way down, and the race for third and fourth is where things are starting to get super interesting as well, because obviously Jackson Borg come off there. Behind him, Kendrick Louis, TJ Hendy came off the board in fourth and fifth place. Good runners, very, very strong runners. So the podium's not set yet.
It is not set at all. There is a lot that happens on that run leg as well. And as you said, they've been out there for 3 hours 40. It's endurance racing. Anything can happen. You can get a cramp. You can feel fatigued. You can feel very faint. A lot of things happen out there, and it's really you against the world, isn't it? Your mind telling you, I want to keep going. Your body telling you want to stop. But Gemma Smith at the moment, her stroke rate is up, and she looks like she's doing a short course Iron Woman at the moment, because she is leading the Shaw and Partners Coolangatta Gold 2024. We said before, a few years out, and she's coming back. And Josh, you mentioned she has had the most perfect race, and she has. So for whatever happens to Gemma Smith from here out, I know she'll want the win because she is a fighter, but she has been incredible and something she can be very proud of.
Yeah, you're spot on there, and we spoke about it. I sound like a broken record. The race is over when the run begins, because if she can get to this run, I don't know if Lucy Derbyshire can pull back 4 minutes. Lucy faded in the run last year. I know she's done a lot of work, but Gemma Smith can run. It's surprising at how quick she is. She'll be one of the fastest in the field, so she can see the finish line. She knows if she can just get to the sand there, get some nutrition in, get flat coke like you've been speaking about all day, just that pure sugar to get yourself going again. This race is hers to lose at this point.
Yeah, I have to say, Gemma Smith looks incredible in that board, and I would be surprised if anyone in the women's field even made a second on her right now. She just looks like she's flying away, and she's really, I have to say, really good in the runners as well. We spoke about her and the ski leg being so strong. Exactly the same as the board. She's got a great technique on the board, and she just really pushed herself coming through. But Lucy Derbyshire, as soon as we get Gemma on the sand, we'll be able to know how many minutes of damage Gemma Smith has done on Lucy Derbyshire, and that will be Lucy's challenge. Is she able to run 30 seconds, as we said, with the men's quicker than Gemma Smith?
Yeah, and that's going to be the hard part, a 4 minute gap over those 8Ks. You're going to need some really quick kilometres if you're going to start getting to talking about bringing her back, and she's been a fighter all day long. It's just been pure grit. She's got quality about her on the ski. She's a great swimmer, an unbelievable board paddler, but this one's been more heart than fitness, and I love to see it. It'll be a famous victory for a long, long time, and we're adding another name to the list of women's Coolangatta Gold champions. There's been 8 in the history. I think 18 times this race has been run since 2005, and we've got 8 winners, and some of the all-time greats of surf sports. We'll run through it. Of course, Lana Rogers, the defending champ, Carla Papak, yourself as a 4-time champion who stands alone as the most prolific winner, Courtney Hancock, and a little wave comes through as well. You like that? That's an advantage there. If Gemma Smith can get down it, thank you very much. Elizabeth Plumers, Brodie Moyer, Alicia Marriott, Hayley Buildup, the all-time greats of surf sports in that one. And Gemma Smith, they've started to get the engraving tool out and starting to put her name on the trophy, because she is almost there. 3 legs down, just 1 to go. This race is not over, and we've seen crazier things happen, but she's done everything right so far.
She's done everything right, and just like Ali Day, she just got that nice little wave at the end, and she worked for it. She deserved it. She can have a little reset, and this is the moment this is where we have a look at the legs, the body language. How is she looking? She's got a gel in her hand at the moment, and she looks really focused. She's done this race before. She's never done this course, the up and back. She's only done the course where we go one way. So for Gemma, this will give her that opportunity to see where Lucy is on the turn. So that's an advantage, I'd say, with this kind of racing, especially when you're out in front or when you're trying to catch. So for Lucy and Gemma, they will be able to look each other in the eye when Gemma makes that turn.
Yeah, and wouldn't it be something? That is for sure. You can see the crowd there giving her a round of applause. She has done everything right so far, and she's got to go to work here in this one, because it is so important for these girls to get some momentum up. Get the shoes on. If you're going to wear shoes, hat, sunnies, bit of music in the ears. You see a lot of the guys have thrown music in the ears. Get into your work, because the longer you hang around in transition, and a couple of the guys, the older guys in the sport, say don't sit down. You sit down, it's so hard to get back up and get going again. So you just want to breeze through that transition zone, head along the boardwalk, down the stairs, and then get into your work.
This part of the course right now, it's not a nice moment. You've got some really soft sand that they're kind of treasuring through at the moment. So coming off that board, being on your legs, and that's the thing about this course as well. The back end is legs. So I know on the board you're up and you're obviously using your arms, but you've got to use your legs a lot on the board plane as well, and then you go straight into a run. So Josh spoke about those light legs. This is exactly what you want at this time. And this is what all the athletes train for, the fitness of having those light legs, so that the back end of this race, they can feel like a feather and just hopefully tap along. So at the moment, we just see there's a pack of men coming through, but the one lady we're looking at is the dark blue board of Lucy Derbyshire. How many minutes is she behind, and can she do it?
Yeah, she's done a great job there, especially tacking onto a couple of those boys. That's what you want. Out in front, Perrin Phillips from Team GB there. He's done a great job of dragging her all the way through this one. So if Lucy can get the job done and get a win here, I think she'll thank these guys, because the gap's definitely closed out in front. As the boys pick one up, they leave her behind. But that's what you want. You find a little gap out, you find a little group out there, you get to work, you let the boys pull you along on the course, and Lucy gets a ticket to ride as well. She'll rest up, and there's one run leg to go. Lucy Derbyshire, Gemma Smith, she's got a big lead on her at the moment. I would say it's still sitting around those 3 or 4 minutes right now. I don't know if it's enough. I don't know if Lucy's got enough, but we're about to find out.
Yeah, absolutely. We just see Gemma Smith. So that's the gap at the moment. Lucy was just about to get off her board. Gemma Smith, she's just fixing her shoes, like we just saw Ali Dane, almost the same position. So she's off and away. So she's going to set herself up, and she knows what's ahead of her. She knows it's an 8.2 kilometre run out there, and this is the gap. This is Lucy Derbyshire just getting into her run leg at the moment. So it's probably, I think you're spot on, Josh, there. 3 minutes is looking like the gap for Lucy Derbyshire to Gemma Smith.
And it doesn't seem like a lot. Like over that distance, it's only, let's say, 20 seconds per kilometre over there, and then that gives you a little bit of leeway on the backside. And Zane Hamill, her coach there, starting to get into her. But 20 seconds when you're in reality, the heart's burning, the legs are heavy, your arms are sore. You've been going for 3 hours 47 at this point. It seems enormous there, especially when you've got the quality of runner in front of you, that like Gemma Smith, like how good she is. And it's going to be super interesting for Lucy Derbyshire here to see what she does. Does she throw the shoes on? The sand's very hard down on that Kira Beach. It's soft up on the top here at Coolangatta. You get down onto some hard stuff there, and shoes seem to be the option for absolutely everybody.
I think so. I wouldn't be surprised. Lucy didn't wear shoes last year. Most of the girls didn't, but we saw what happened to Georgia Miller with the blisters on the bottom of her feet. So we'll see if she takes that opportunity to put her shoes on. I'd say she will. We're seeing all of the athletes put their shoes on. But Lucy, one of her greatest assets is she is so tough. She is a fighter. She's not going to give up, even if she's feeling, well, they're all feeling exhausted, but even if she feels like she hasn't got anything left in her, she will keep pushing and she will keep going. So that's going to be Lucy's, she's got that will and that determination. So we'll see how this unfolds.
Yeah, we are about to find out. That is for sure. You can see they run along through the park there at Coolangatta. That's the transition zone. They'll throw the shoes on, head up onto the boardwalk around Kira Hill, and then down onto Kira Beach for 8.2 kilometres of the toughest running you will ever see in surf sports, and a quick transition. She's out the door. That is what you like to see. 100%. Nice and fast, no mucking around. Get the shoes on, get going, and don't worry about the rest. And a few of the boys absolutely flying as well, so that'll give her a little bit of motivation.
Yeah, absolutely. If you can see one of the men going past you, maybe you want to just try and go with their pace for a bit and get yourself started. It's also this part of the race with the concrete here. It's good to get a pace up and going right now, because you go down those stairs, you can hopefully get that pace that'll shoot you along the sand, because we know how different running is from, here we go, perfect timing, from sand to the path. Very, very tough. But look, here we go. Josh Minogue, there he is on screen. Ali Day going for his 10th.
This is it. He knows. He hugs and high fives all around the team. He'll climb that set of stairs for what a lot of people are saying are the final time. High fives Lucy Derbyshire and makes his way along the stretch of sand. He's far enough out in front that he can sit back, relax and enjoy it. Rainey there, big hugs and high fives all around. He's got fans everywhere. The team has been there since the very beginning, and he loves it. 10 wins for Ali Day, 10 starts for the race. He has not been beaten. He won in 2012, 2013, 2015, 16, 17, 18. He had a couple of years off in the wilderness, and for the second time in his career, he will win 4 in a row and stand alone as the greatest of all time. No man has won more than 5. Ali Day will win 10, and he will be our 2024 Shaw & Partners Financial Services Coolangatta Gold champion. There are greats of the sport, and then there are absolute titans, and Ali Day is becoming an absolute titan of the Coolangatta Gold, and you can see how much it means to him.
Oh, he's got the energy to say hello and thank you to all his fans, all his families. I can't wait to see Cal and the boys, but Ali Day, take a bow. You put in the work, you train hard, your dedication, your commitment to every single race that you do, and the love that you have for this race. Emotionally, this could be the last time we ever see Ali Day do this strip, so everyone take a moment. You are looking at the greatest athlete of all time in the Coolangatta Gold.
Yeah, I think a couple of champions there, Georgia Miller, Harriet Brown, Corey Hill. He is going to high five, hug and absolutely celebrate this one, because he's got plenty of time to do it, that is for sure. They love it. If you're not careful, he might get caught. He spent that much time in the finishing chute. I think by this reaction, maybe it's the final time there. There is his sister Charlotte there, family and friends. There's Mum, Kel and the kids as well. So we love it. He's got to get going here, but he's gone that well and that far out in front. Ali Day deserves it. He's got the kids, Danny and Andy there. And he's even going to do the final run leg with both the kids. He knows he's got to get going. And for the 10th time, Ali Day enters the finishing chute. And what about that one? You love to see it on course. He is the ultimate champion. He's the greatest of all time. And he is the 2024 Shaw & Partners Financial Services Coolangatta Gold champion. What a performance.
Oh, wow. Look at this moment right now. What an iconic vision that we are seeing on the screen right now. Danny and Andy only a couple of months old. Look at that, the smiles on their faces, and the fact that Ali Day can race for 4 hours and carry his little boys up this hill at Coolangatta to take out his 10th victory. I mean, that's inspiration itself, but congratulations, Ali Day. Everyone, we are so proud of you, an inspiration, and you make sure you take a big bow and everyone take a moment, because Ali Day, 10 Coolangatta Golds, I don't think it'll ever be done again.
No, it won't be ever done again. The competition's too high. This guy was too good. They say all day, every day, Ali Day. And look at him count them off there. Top 10 of all time. What a performance, Ali Day. All day, every day. Mr. Ali Day, Mr. Coolangatta Gold, wins another one. His 10th title of the Shaw & Partners Coolangatta Gold. And don't you love to see it? The champion has come home. They threw everything they had at him. It wasn't enough. He takes a bow. For the final time, Ali Day crosses the line as the champ. He's never been beaten. He will never be beaten.
Ali Day, there we go. What a moment in history. Today has definitely stopped the nation. 10 Coolangatta Golds. I mean, we're here speechless. Everyone's speechless. I can't wait to hear Ali's words after that. He fought hard. You know, we saw it, it was a hard day with the wind as well. He had a couple of the Ironmen with him on that first ski leg, but he took his weapon, he took the swim leg, he took it from there, and he to absolutely dominate this for an absolute decade. And here we have runner-up Matt Bevilacqua. He put in a fight. He really gave it to him, and he didn't make it easy for Ali.
This is the best Matt Bevilacqua I have ever seen, and it just wasn't enough. He's going up against the all-time great of this event, and there's no disappointment, no disrespect, no shame in his performance out there today, because he has left everything out on the course. And when you're going up against one of the all-time greats, you need a sparring partner. And Matt Bevilacqua has been Ali Day's sparring partner for the last 10 years. He continues to line up. I think they've only done the race twice where the other hasn't been in it, and that's the 1 year Bevilacqua won and maybe one other. So they've been head-to-head the entire time, and Bevilacqua has pushed Day year on year on year on year, and he's found a way to fight him out, found a way to get it done, and he has truly made Day better every time he's entered this race, and that's what it's all about. There is no disappointment in finishing second here for Matt Bevilacqua, the Tasmanian, on the podium for the 5th time. He's got a win and 5 podiums from 8 attempts. That's truly special record.
Oh, he's an incredible athlete, and he's such a great sport as well. He will be so happy for Ali Day winning his 10th. As much as he would have wanted it, he will be disappointed because he's a fighter and a champion athlete, but he will also be happy for Ali because that's the kind of person he is. So he will be back. This is not the last we will see of Matt Bevilacqua. He will be back, and he will be very tough to beat in this race, and he's had a phenomenal day. He gave it all, or everything, and an inspiration he is.
Yeah, fantastic performance from Matt Bevilacqua, the same top 2 we saw last year. He threw everything at him early in this race, and it just wasn't enough. There's no shame in there. The Tasmanian, who now lives on the Gold Coast, stands on the podium for another time, and Matt Bevilacqua adds to his legacy with a silver in the Coolangatta Gold. The giants of our sport.
They absolutely are. And as Ali Day may close the book on the Coolangatta Gold, Matt Bevilacqua will keep the book open for this race. And I tell you what, you are looking at someone right there who's only going to get better and better at this race. So he will take in a lot from Ali racing him. He'll go over and give him a big hug. They are good mates, good friends.
Former training partners, yeah, they're everything. They understand. And this man, his best performance ever in the race. We know how good he is. We know how special an athlete Jackson Borg is. For the first time ever, he will stand on the podium in the Coolangatta Gold, and that is what it's all about. He's delivered when it mattered most. He had a couple of years away after coming oh so close, and he's found a way to finish on a truly special podium.
Oh, fantastic race by Jackson Borg. He really went for it, and he got out there in front of the ski with the 4 of him, that pack, and tried to go with Ali Day as long as he can. Only dropped a minute off Ali in that swim and really held on, and just got taken over halfway there in the run from Matt Bevilacqua. But he hasn't been on the podium before. He absolutely loves this race. He trained through New South Wales cold weather to get here. He's a fan favourite out there. Congratulations, Jackson Borg. You well and truly deserve to be on that podium.
For the first time ever, he will stand on the podium at the Coolangatta Gold, and he deserves every bit of congratulations for that one there. He fought damn hard and pushed this field to its absolute limits early on. He went with Ali Day the entire day there and just didn't have enough left in the tank. This isn't the last we'll see of Jackson Borg either. Just his 4th ever race to stand on the podium here is truly something special. Not many people get the opportunity to do that, and he writes his name in the record books as well, alongside 2 of the all-time greats of the race. What about this? Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Jackson Borg will finish 3rd. The man from Newport just adds to his resume as well, and what a day it was.
Oh, Jackson, he'll be so happy with that. He just did the 3 up in the air. He's on the podium for the Shawn Partners Coolangatta Gold, and he gave it absolutely everything. You can see all these athletes coming through, straight either to the floor, over the rails there. It is absolutely exhausting. They've been out there for over 4 hours. It's now in the middle of the day, so the heat out there is absolutely exhausting. So there'll definitely be some sore and tired bodies, but definitely all worth it.
Let's go down to the finish line, and our man in the thick of the action. Let's hear from the 2024 Coolangatta Gold champion, the 10-time champion, Mr. Ali Day.
Like you said, 10 times, never been done, will never be ever done again. But that finish line, that's the most emotion we've ever seen from you. Talk about the sacrifices you've made as a family to be, I guess, the greatest.
It's not me that's made the sacrifices, it's my wife and my family and these kids here that just give me the opportunity to go and do it. I can't believe how selfless my wife is to let me do it. I feel like that was my best one yet. It was the hardest one yet as well. But I felt like that was like that was the best I felt out there today. I felt just this wave of calmness basically as soon as I jumped on the ski. So, yeah, just the families. My wife's basically been a single parent for the past, 3 or 4 years. So, yeah, I just owe her so much. And it's not just her. It's like the other people in my corner as well. There's so many people that I'd like to thank. And, I guess it starts with, that support from Shaw and Partners in Race 1. The last couple of years, I've thought about retiring and, thanks to someone like Earl Evans, it's just been the support he's given me over the years is phenomenal. And same with people like Service Paradise Surf Club. The list goes on of people that have been able to get me to the start line. And yeah, that was easily the most emotional I've ever been. And to carry my kids across the line, it's something that I'll never forget.
It does put into perspective, doesn't it? So 10 years ago, young, firing fit, but now as a mature man with the world at your feet, it is truly amazing.
Oh, I came here, my brother texted me last night. We came up here in 2007 and we did the team event, and I loved that race ever since then. And I came in the under-19s and thought I was a shoo-in to win it. I got 5th and said I'd never do it again. I said to myself, and it wasn't until I got with Michael King and he up at Mooloolaba and I went on a run, and it's been extremely, I know it sounds crazy, but I've been extremely lucky with the opportunities I've been presented in my career. And to have the opportunity to come race today, it was never about the number, it was just about the journey, and I've learnt so much over this journey, and this race is it's shaped my life.
So when you write the book, what's one of the stories that's going to stand out that we're not going to know about you? Because we seem to know everything about Ali Day, the athlete. What is something about you, the person, that we don't know about yet?
Oh, I'm a pretty closed book. I'm pretty, bit of an extrovert when I'm at home, you know what I mean? So, I like being myself. I don't know what they'd say about me, do you know what I mean? I've worked ridiculously hard, and I've just kept coming back to that, I'm not the fastest or the smartest or the quickest athlete or most explosive, but I'll work as hard as I can for everything that I've got in my career, and I'm just, as I said, ecstatic that I got the opportunity to come out here today and race.
On behalf of the surf lifesaving community across Australia, we are grateful to have watched you do 10 in a row, and like the hat says, we love Ali Day.
Yeah, we love Ali Day. So wave to the camera, wave.
Danny boy there, Ali's oldest son Danny there, enjoying it. I don't think he knows what's going on down there and why all the fuss for Dad, but he said, I think you said to him before, he comes home every day and said, did you win at training, Dad? And today he can say, I definitely won. This is Kendrick Louis up the beach for 4th place. He did everything right today. Probably didn't have the opening ski leg he would have liked, but after that it was almost pure perfection from Kendrick Louis. And I don't know how many more years we're going to see him around. He's the same age as Ali Day, getting onto that 34, 35. But one of the all-time greats of the sport, if you were to make a list of your top 15, top 20 athletes of all time, he is one of them as well, and he's about to cross the line and see the top 3. Harold, you've got more interviews for us down there. Matt Bevilacqua, valiant in 2nd place.
Valiant in 2nd place, but the first thing you said across the finish line, 45 Ks.
Yeah, it's a little bit far, but that's just these races, and that's the beauty of it. You're racing the surf, so can never be exact, and it's just a brutal race every time you do it, eh?
So being here yesterday, seeing the conditions, that atrocious easterly coming through, a little bit more benign this morning, and it was fast.
Yeah, it was benign here, but when in the past Currumbin, we got into runs on the ski, and they're my strength. I was pretty much paddle down, just chilling, because I knew we had to punch back into it as a team. So there was so much stopping and changing throughout the race in the ski, and then
You just kept looking up. He's like, how is this guy doing it?
Yeah, it's amazing. He's just a really natural surf swimmer. I think he rotates really well, and it's just in a really efficient stroke. And I've just done so many different things to try and improve it, and just still seems to be that like 3:30 to 4 minute gap each time. But it's it's been a challenge over the last. I haven't raced him every time he's won, but it makes me better. He makes me a better Ironman each year. So I've got him to thank for, and I've raced a few goats over my career, so I suppose that's been pretty cool to see Shane Eckstein front and centre and then Ali do his thing. So it's a blessing and a curse, That's why we do sport. We want to be pushed and we want to get better, and I feel I'm getting better, so we'll take it. We'll take positives.
20 more years to go, another podium. Congratulations. Rest up, recover, and all the autographs of the kids. I love you.
Thanks, mate. Cheers, guys.
I think it's safe to say a disappointed Matt Bevilacqua, but he's pretty pragmatic in his thoughts on there. He's a student of the sport. He loves it, and he goes out there, and he would have known that exact distance, and anything more, anything less there, he would have been fully aware of it. And you can see how big a fan favourite he is down there, signing autographs for the kids and inspiring the next generation of Coolangatta Gold athletes. The action doesn't finish here. We've got plenty more coming up. The ladies still out on course. Gemma Smith has turned and has started to make her way back towards the finish line. We're not too establishing himself as one of the all-time greats and continues to perform in this race. There's been no one on the podium more times than Ali Day, who's not named. Or actually, there's been no one, more times on the podium than Ali Day. Matt Bevilacqua, the second most podium visits of all time with 6. These are two of the all-time greats, and we can see the sprint finish. Plenty more of the lads starting to work their way into this one there as he starts to grind up the big fella. I think that there for the minor placings there, you have to earn that one.
Absolutely, especially having the shoes on, going through that soft sand at the moment. But I just love seeing the pictures there on screen, Matt Bevilacqua and Ali Day, just giving time for the kids that have been waiting all morning, 4.5 hours for them to finish so they can get their signature photo or even just a hug or a high five there. But it has been incredible. We've seen, as you said, some of the greatest athletes we've ever seen in this sport. Ali Day taking that 10 Shaw and Partners Coolangatta Gold. That will never, ever be forgotten. Matt Bevilacqua, incredible. He said 6 podiums, runner-up. He was a little disappointed, but he put everything out there, and he can't be nothing but proud of himself. And we will see him back in this race, and he will have a lot of young guns definitely chasing him in the years to come.
That was Ryan Green in 5th place. Nick Middleton has crossed the line in 6th place as well. So well done to Green and Middleton, 2 young guns. Middleton and Green both on debut in this race, so their future is very, very bright. We'll be back with the finish of the women's race coming up right after this. Welcome back to the 2024 Shaw & Partners Coolangatta Gold. We have crowned ourselves a men's champion, and we're not too far away from crowning ourselves a ladies champion either. They are out on course. Gemma Smith still in the lead with roughly 2.5 to 3 minutes from Lucy Derbyshire. I don't know Gemma Smith. She was an absolute superstar of the Iron Woman series. She came so close to winning this race 5 years ago in 2019. It came down to a run leg with Lana Rogers, who beat her in dramatic fashion. Just 7 seconds separated her, despite leading for most of the final run. She went away from the sport, tried to go to Paris, tried to paddle kayaks there and chase the Olympic dream. She failed at that and decided this is where her heart was, to come back here. She now leads and is mere minutes away from claiming her first Coolangatta Gold title. But before they finish, Harold down on the beach with her teammate and third place finisher in the men's side of things, Jackson Borg.
Yeah, we're down here with Borgie. May as well grab Connor in here as well, but Borgie back on the podium for the long course. It's tough stuff.
Oh, yeah, it's easily the toughest race of the season, and it's a first hit out kind of thing. So you really dive in, feet first, the hell kind of thing. But no, I love it. It's great. You sort of get halfway through, you're in so much pain, but you just got to embrace it kind of thing.
Huge support crew out there today. How important is it to have that village around you, getting you through everything?
Oh, I'm a product of everyone around me, from parents to my partner Maddie, to all the Newport crew, to my coaches, Justin Rothwell, Luke Morrison, Trent Herring, Sam Arnott. I'm going to forget people, Ross Jaffa. But, yeah, no, I'm only a product of how well they can make me. So, yeah, no, that's super important.
Yeah, talking to Ali earlier about the sacrifices, but I was more so alluding to the sacrifices of those around you, because it is such a selfish sport to be at that elite level you are at.
Oh, yeah, I don't know how Maddie deals with me. Yeah, you do make a lot of sacrifices yourself, but the people around you that do all the little things to help out make my life so much easier. People say being an athlete's pretty tough, but to be honest, it could be a lot tougher. And so, yeah, no, my support crew makes everything so much easier for me. I didn't even take a bag down today. I went to get a bag out of the car, and then everyone else started grabbing it. So I felt like a bit of a sook, but yeah, no, I've got the best support crew out there. So without them, wouldn't have been anywhere near.
So what you're saying, the rest of the summer you prefer bag carriers, everything?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I'll be asking them the whole time. Yep.
Jackson Borg, ladies and gentlemen, legend.
One of the all-time nice guys of the sport, his first podium ever. Just across the line as well, lately we had TJ Hendy in 7th, Noah Lombard in 8th, Connor Maggs, Ben Zool sneaking inside the top 10 for another time. He never fails to sneak in, the man from West Beach in South Oz. And Charlie Hewitt across the line in 11th place there. So that's our top 11 so far. That is the journey for the ladies. They're still out on course working their way back, and it's Lucy in 2nd place chasing Gemma Smith out in front. Tiani Massey, we saw her go past with a bit of work to do if she wants to get back into this one. But this is a special win. Ali Day's 10th, Gemma Smith hanging on to here. This might be one of the best comebacks we've ever seen in the sport, and something at the start of the day a lot of people, I think, hoped for, but nobody dared dream that it might happen.
Yeah, Gemma Smith, she didn't enter late. I just don't think anyone knew that she was going to actually race this race. She's in New South Wales, so the Queenslanders don't really hear too much of what the New South Welshmen are doing, but she potentially could be one of the first New South Wales athletes also to win this race. But there we have Gemma Smith on screen at the moment, leading our Coolangatta Gold. Joshy, you said it before, we haven't seen her back in this race for 5 years. To come back, be out of the pool for that long, commit to the 20 weeks, and at the moment, she's almost home, and she can really almost taste that gold.
That's shocking to say. You were the first athlete born in New South Wales to win this race on the ladies' side of things. She might be the first athlete to train in New South Wales to ever win it, and if you haven't done it, you don't understand how cold, how miserable it is, how hard it is to do this race out of a cold climate. And she is not too far away from the finish. We'll be back in a few moments' time with her shot up the chute. This is the 2024 Coolangatta Gold. Welcome back to the 2024 Shaw and Partners Financial Services Coolangatta Gold, and that is our champion making her way past the last surf club on that 8.2 kilometre run. The torture test of Kira Beach. She will go up the stairs, along the boardwalk and down that finishing chute. Gemma Smith still out in front. What a run it has been. And she continues to go away from Lucy Derbyshire. She's running at roughly 4:30 Ks. For the 4:30-minute K pace at the moment. Lucy Derbyshire out around 4:45. The gap is opening up. She's got 3.5 minutes. It is something truly special. That's Derbyshire there working her way into second place. She finished third last year. She's up into second this year, but nobody has been able to stop our champion for 2024, Gemma Smith. This has been something truly special to watch.
Oh, this has been an incredible race for Gemma Smith. She led from the gun. She had the quickest start in that ski leg. This is working back 4 hours, 18 minutes ago. She started off from start and she led it from the start. She said, you know what, I don't need anyone to help me through. I'm just going to do this all by myself. I trust myself. I have the confidence. No one in the females have ever won from New South Wales. So ladies and gentlemen, right now, not only looking at inspirational, this is record breaking for Gemma Smith from New South Wales. She did it tougher. She did it colder. She's a full-time teacher, should I say. All her students are going to be incredibly proud. I'm sure they're cheering along at home, and when she goes back to school, hopefully it's not tomorrow, hopefully she gets a couple of days off, but they will be incredibly happy.
It's been such a tough time for Gemma Smith. She had a dream. She risked it all. She chased the thought of paddling in Paris at the Olympic Games in the kayak. It didn't go the way she wanted it to. She was disappointed and reset herself and decided to chase another goal and go back to the thing where it all started, the thing she loved, and the race that really catapulted her career into the stratosphere. The 2019 Coolangatta Gold was bittersweet for Gemma Smith. She led the entire way, and it was at this point right here when she got past for the first time in the entire race. This point right here where the title slipped out of her hands, but not today. Not today. They will not deny Gemma Smith a Coolangatta Gold title. She'll write her name alongside some of the greats. Lana Rogers, Carla Papak, Courtney Hancock, Georgia Miller, Liz Plumers, Brodie Moyer, Alicia Marriott, Hayley Buildup. And today, Newport's Gemma Smith will be crowned the 2024 Shaw and Partners Coolangatta Gold champion. She's done everything right, led from the jump, grabbed this race by the scruff of the neck and said, if you want it, come and get it, and they haven't been able to take the title off her.
Gemma Smith, we are writing your name down in the history books. That has been one of the most dominant, spectacular races that's ever been in this Shaw and Partners Coolangatta Gold. She takes the earplugs off. She gets to, I guess, soak it all in now. She doesn't have a sprint finish like she did 5 years ago. We missed her for those 5 years. She's back. I hope she's here to stay, because Gemma Smith, you are being crowned the Queen, Shaw and Partners for Coolangatta Gold, and the way you did it was absolutely remarkable.
Here to stay. I think she's just getting started. It's always darkest before the light, and Gemma Smith is about to step into the light as a Coolangatta Gold champion. She writes her name in the history books in the most unlikely fashion. Everybody wrote her off before the race. She didn't care, and that is what it takes to win this iconic race. Gemma Smith wins the 2024 Shaw and Partners Coolangatta Gold. Redemption for the champ.
Wow, and didn't that mean a lot to her coming in there? We saw her, she was steely-eyed the whole way, and she had that smile just at the end there, and a beautiful hug from her training partner, Jackson Borg, and also Connor Maggs, all in hugs there. Newport will be incredibly proud of now they have the female Shaw and Partners Coolangatta Gold champion. I think she can't believe it right now. She just shook her head there, I think, in disbelief, but the fairy tales come true, and what, I tell you what a speechless, what a remarkable 5 years it's been to now be crowned. And our runner-up here, we have Lucy Derbyshire. She was in the fight, and she really did not give up the whole way.
Podium. She got a third last year. was contemplating getting out there today, and after seeing that performance was probably glad he wasn't, to be completely honest. And Lucy Derbyshire, she will make her way towards that finish line, but Harold is in the finishing chute with our champ. 5 years it took to get that one back, and she's finally done it.
Is 5 years ago a distant memory?
Absolutely. That was such a hard race, and I knew I had to just go out and race it like I did, leave nothing in the tank and just throw it down for the girls to try and chase. And it was definitely really hard with that Sudley blowing out that last half of the run. Oh my God, once I turned, I was like, this is going to be an absolute slog here, but just really tried to focus on one foot after the other, tried to break it down into kilometres and not worry that I had to go all the way back to Coolangatta to finish. But yeah, that 2019 race is now a distant memory for sure.
So you're officially a champion, the greatest. Solid effort. One thing I noticed on a few of the transitions, that pretty much everywhere you were, there was someone in your corner, either in the water paddling next to you, on your transitions. Talk to us about your squad.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been so fortunate this prep to have such an amazing group at Newport Surf Club to train and push me day in, day out. I had Borgie and Connor and the boys that were training for long course as well, so they were just my bunny rabbit. I was just trying to stay with them and push as hard as I can this whole winter, and it was definitely going to be a really big challenge jumping back in from just a paddling focus in the kayaks to get back in the pool and on the board and get my running back up to speed. So yeah, it's been an absolutely incredible block, but today I had such an amazing family support. My uncle and my cousin Robin Fletch came all the way up for this race. They were here in my corner in 2019, and to have them here at the finish line and supporting me throughout the race is just incredible. I'm so proud to be able to do it for them.
So the Armstrong family is synonymous, with surf life saving in the Central Coast. Talk to us about your mum, Nan and Pop, Uncle Rob being in the water with all the morning sessions, afternoon sessions, and driving you from that young whippersnapper that just loved catching waves to thinking, you know what, I can get this done.
Absolutely. Back in 2019, my Uncle Rob pretty much wrote my whole program and was he still is such a constant base of support for me if I ever have any queries. He's always the first person that I call. I trust him 100%, and yeah, to have him and Fletch here supporting me was really incredible. But just to have so many people from Umina and Newport cheering for me in the crowd, I think that was what was really cool about this race today, is to have that loop course in and out of Coolangatta. You can just hear the support every time you hit the beach, and it definitely spurs you on. So it's really special to be able to do that for so many people that have supported me along the way.
Is this going to be a momentum of wins for you coming through this season?
Oh, I would like to think so. I think I've definitely put in a lot of work this winter, and yeah, it doesn't always pay off, but it's the best feeling in the world to be able to put together a race that, yeah, really goes to show all the hours that people have put into me across this winter. I've been fortunate enough to be able to jump back in the pool down at Manly under Justin Rothwell. I can't thank him enough for allowing me to jump into the squads there and just really push me along with so many incredible athletes. And yeah, it's been amazing to be under the coach of Maury as well, and Trent from Newport. They're just incredible coaches, and yeah, they've got me to where I am today.
Congratulations, mate. So proud of you.
We already got Ali.
Well, thank you, and what a lady, Gemma Smith. It's a family affair down there for her, from originally Umina, now down at Newport, and they build them different down there. Very, very special talent. She's a hard worker. There's no nonsense. She's just a lovely person, and I don't think there's anyone who's ever deserved one more than she has here, and I don't think anyone on the beach would be sad to see her win either. Maybe this lady, though, Lucy Derbyshire, third last year, second this year. You get a little bit of a smile out there. It's hard to finish on the podium at the Coolangatta Gold. Courtney Hancock, you would know better than anyone. It should be celebrated, and Lucy, for her, I think this is a win, and I would take it that way, because she'll win one day. She'll be on that trophy. You can almost guarantee it.
Absolutely. She's a future of the sport, and third last year. She'll be runner-up this year. She will be so incredibly happy, and she fought the whole way, and Lucy, we said it before, she's a fighter. She trains hard. Future of the sport. Definitely, everyone, look out for that name, Lucy Derbyshire. We'll see her race through the season, and I'm looking forward to watching her in that Shore & Partners Iron Woman Series coming up. And Lucy Derbyshire, take a bow. You should be incredibly proud. There's her boyfriend, Finn Askew, very supportive of each other, and everyone at Surfers Paradise and everyone back home in Adelaide and her family will be very proud of this young lady on screen.
Yeah, great performance. Surfers Paradise get the win in the men's and second place in the women's, and no shame in that result there. A fantastic job by her, and She'll be happy with that one. You've got to be. And she absolutely ran herself to a standstill at the end there. You could see how much she was hurting making her way up that finishing chute. She almost ended up walking the entire way. So very, very tough out there. And you don't understand how hard this race can be until you get out in the thick of it. And she's all smiles. She wants to get out of the sun. And what a day, an emotional time for all these athletes because you've given absolutely everything you've got. She can't even open the bottle of water there. Former World Ironwoman champion Carly Nerthen there to help her, and Carly working behind the camera there and just offering her a little bit of, well, a little few words of advice there because we've all been there before. You've got big goals and when they don't come off, it can be so heartbreaking, but it's good to see a little smile there because the second place in the Coolangatta Gold, there's no shame in that, that is for sure.
Oh, it's incredible. This is one of the hardest races in the world. 22-year-old Lucy on screen at the moment. She's got a big future ahead of her. She's already had an incredible campaign so far, so we will be seeing her name many, many times, not just throughout this summer, but in the future. But it was a very, very tough race for the women's, and Gemma Smith was definitely a part of that, really blowing up the speed right at the start there. And the girls, they all did it on their own. There was a little pack from 4th, 5th and 6th and 7th, but apart from that, you had Gemma Smith on her own, Lucy Derbyshire, Tiani Massey. They fought into the win by themselves. They didn't have any assistance, any wash from anyone else. So it today was a very, very tough race for those girls.
Let's hear from the lady in second place today. Lucy is with Harold.
Yeah, it's not all glitz and glamour down here, just trying to get the shoes off. How tough was that run leg at the back end?
Yeah, it was so hard, especially coming off doing the race all by ourselves. Yeah, it was pretty lonely out there, but yeah, got it done.
So talk to us about the loneliness out there. What goes through your mind through that hurt locker to ensure that you're still maximising that effort?
Oh, there wasn't much going on. I don't think I would have been able to do it without my team and my boyfriend running up and down the beach, really giving words of encouragement. Yeah, I don't think I would have been able to finish without them.
So everyone earlier has just spoke about the sacrifices their family and everything have made, but being so young, grandeurs of winning this event, what can you do in the next following years to get that one extra place?
Oh, I think just that extra experience will be like the main part of it, and I guess, yeah, getting stronger on my ski and my board and all that, but yeah, I hope that just comes with time.
Yeah, time is of the essence. 3 weeks' time, we're straight back into the short sprint stuff, so a week off, then back into the sprint sets?
Yeah, I'm actually really excited to get back into the sprints. My squad was kind of getting back into it while we were still doing gold sessions, and I kind of started getting a bit jealous, so yeah, I'm really looking forward to the short course season. It's going to be awesome.
That's it, and you're awesome today. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Second place, Lucy Derbyshire.
Yeah, what a fantastic performance from her today. And although she's already got her mind on the short course stuff, I know you can tell sitting there, she thinks what could have been. She'll know that Lana would have pulled out. Most people would have had her as the favourite with Lana not in it. And that's just one of those learning things. Some days they don't go the way you think they're going to go, and that's what happened today. Gemma Smith jumped out and she said, if you're going to beat me, you're going to have to earn it, and they certainly earned it there today. Hugs all round for the family and friends. That's 2022 champ Carla Papak, who we had in the commentary booth earlier today and down on the sand as well, and a few words of advice. And like yourself, Courts, maybe you've got to lose a few before you can win a couple, because they are so hard to get.
They are so hard to get, and that's the thing watching here. They are disappointed. We saw Matt Bevilacqua, Lucy Derbyshire, but that's a good thing because it shows how much this race means to them and how much they want to win. If they finished and said, I'm really, they are, and I mean, I'm not going to, put this down, or getting second in the Coolangatta is incredible. Yeah. But as an athlete,
that level,
yeah, it's good that they want more, because they will come out and they will be firing up to get into training and go for that next one. As we look to talking about firing up, this looks like it could be Tiani Massey on screen there. Maroochydore Surf Life Saving Club, absolute superstar there. She had a little bit of a battle in the middle there. She stayed in there, but it was in that swim and board. She just lost those minutes on Lucy and couldn't go with her in the swim.
Yeah, 11 minutes down on Gemma Smith off the ski, and that was probably race over from there on out. The order heading out onto the run after her was Grace Giblett. Fenella Gibbs-Beals had a great day so far. That's been fantastic. Claire Van Kampen, Phoebe Savage, Britt Hooton and Annabelle Patterson, they're out on the run, so that's your sort of top 10 at the moment. But they're chasing this girl for the podium. I don't think they'll get there. Maybe 3 or 4 minutes back to Grace Giblett, Fenella Gibbs-Beale another 10 minutes down, and then it sort of starts to just really stretch out. But she's heading into the final sort of 1.5, 2 kilometres. That is the Kira stretch. She's heading towards North Kira Surf Club and up, Kira Surf Club, up that set of stairs, and she'll round out the podium. 4th place last year, 3rd place this year. It's a step in the right direction, and that's all you can ask for. She's gaining experience. She's another one that'll have a couple more races in this. She's only 24 years of age. It's just her 2nd ever attempt at it, and it's been good. It hasn't been what she wanted, like we spoke about, and you were spot on, Courtney, and you tend to do this so well, is encapsulate what those athletes are feeling. And yeah, 2nd's great, but it's not what I wanted. 3rd's fantastic, but it's not what I wanted. And they'll say, I'm just proud to be on the podium and all those sorts of things, but I guarantee when Lucy Derbyshire goes home, when Matt Bevilacqua goes home, they'll think, God, I had a chance, I've got to get better, I'll see you next year. And that's what makes them truly great athletes.
Absolutely, that's what makes them champions. And they will come back, and when they win, they will come back and be like, I remember that Coolangatta Gold 2024 runner-up. That really it fueled the fire. And it's really important, a part of that athlete journey, to go through these experiences, to go through that disappointment, because I tell you what, they're the scary athletes. They're the ones, every single session, they can feel it, they smell it, they want it. And I tell you what, there's a lot of stories that have happened. Lana Rogers, we really, pray that she's having a really good recovery. We saw a couple of athletes, Tanny McDonald there as well. There was a couple out there, so it was a really, really tough day, and it's something you can't control, is that when your body closes down on you, that safety and that health comes first. So it's so lovely, Lucy Derbyshire on screen. They're giving that time for the youth, the future of the sport coming through. But Tiani Massey, she is a fighter, and as you said, Josh, she will be back. She wants to win this race, and she will learn a lot. Only 2nd time doing it, 3rd place on the podium. Like Lucy, she was 4th last year, 3rd this year. Lucy was 3rd, now she's 2nd. So these 2 girls, look out for them in this race in the very near future, should I say next year.
Yeah, and they're going to have battles for years to come without a shadow of a doubt. That is for sure. You can see her going past the Kira Surf Club there. We'll head up that set of stairs, the most brutal set of stairs in sport without a shadow of a doubt. After, 42 kilometres, that is your prize. You make your way up and down the boardwalk to one of the most iconic finish lines anywhere in sport, and Tiani Massey will finish and round out the podium. What an iconic day it's been. Ali Day claims his 10th ever title. He stands double what the next best has ever won. So yourself with 4 titles, Kane Eckstein with 5 titles, Ali Day has 10. That is truly rare air. He's not only the go to this race, he's now firmly in the conversation as the greatest Ironman of all time. And that's a conversation for a different day, but he's done something truly iconic. Fenella Gibbs-Beale working her way up into 4th place, so that's a great run from her. She's not too far behind Tiani Massey, so Fenella's had a great day out, and former open water swimmer, not usually a runner. We don't see swimmers doing that good a job running-wise, but she is absolutely flying at the moment and working past a couple of the boys there. So she's done a great job in 4th place there. But Tiani Massey, she will get the bronze today, and what a day it's been. Bevilacqua stands at the 2nd most times on the podium of any athlete there, with 6 there on the men's side of things. Lucy Derbyshire stands on the podium for the 2nd time, and Tiani Massey gets her first ever step up. And she will enjoy this one. It wasn't what she wanted, but it was something truly special.
To be on the podium for the first time, 3rd in the Shaw & Partners Coolangatta Gold, it is a phenomenal performance. And she does a lot of work by herself out on the Sunshine Coast there. So she's really had to push herself the whole way this whole off-season. As you said, Josh, only the 2nd time doing it. She had an incredible breakout season last year for her Iron Woman. She's been one of the top Iron women for the last couple of years. So we will see a lot from Tiani this summer, and she's prepped herself for the summer ahead as well, doing the Coolangatta Gold. She's got that endurance, so I'm really looking forward to racing. But congratulations, Tani. She left it all out there on the line, and that's what you have to do in this race.
Yeah, one of the most famous names in surf sports, the Massey family, and well, she's writing her own chapters here. She's doing things that, well, her uncle, her dad, and other family members have never done. So Tiani Massey, take a bow, smile on her face. She's always got that positive attitude. The team there, and don't you love Love to see it. She is a superstar of the sport, and she will continue on. Geordie Mercer's mum there, wife of former champion Darren Mercer as well. So they've all come out to see this one today. They knew they were witnessing something special, and Tiani Massey will wrap up that ladies' podium here for the 2024 Shaw and Partners Financial Services Coolangatta Gold. And T-Mass on the third step of the podium there. Congratulations, well done to all the ladies, all the gentlemen who've got it done there. It is truly a test of your spirit, and she has conquered.
She certainly has. And talking about support crew, Tiani Massey, the Massey family, she has one of the biggest support crews on the beach. You see her mum and her sister all decked out in pink, and her mum actually cheers every athlete coming through. It's incredible. They're an incredible family, and congratulations, Tiani Massey. I know you will be back, and I know you will want more, but please be proud, because that is incredible. This lady on screen, Fenella, coached, should I say, by Geordie Mercer at the Noosa Club there. As you said before, she's come from open water. She had her first ski race at the World Titles only a few weeks ago, and now she's doing the Coolangatta Gold. That is inspiring in itself.
Yeah, she finished fourth there. Let's take a look at the men's. Snuck under the 4-hour mark for Ali Day. Bevilacqua in second place. Jackson Borg on the podium. Kendrick Lewis, so good. Ryan Green, a star of the future, along with Nick Middleton. Redemption, I'd say, for TJ Hendy. The South African, he's not from Clifton in Tasmania, he's from Clifton in South Africa. Noah Lombard, he's had a great performance, his best result over the page as well. Hewitt Coulson, Ethan Jackson, least in that from Alex. And Piran Phillips, our man from the UK in Portreath over there. Well done, a top 15. He found out how tough this race can be. A big thank you to all our partners, both Tourism and Events Queensland and Shaw and Partners Financial Services, for making this possible. BRP, Fins, the Gold Coast City Council, and of course Race 1 Surfcraft, Australian Sports Commission, TFH, their fence hire company, our national partners in Ampol, DHL and Isuzu, and of course Westpac. That has been the 2024 Shaw and Partners Financial Services Coolangatta Gold. History has been made. 10 titles for Ali Day. Redemption for Gemma Smith. On behalf of myself, Harold, Carla, Courtney and the entire Surf Life Saving Australia team, thank you for being part of this journey with us today. Thank you, and we'll see you soon.